There was quite a commotion in Southtown. In the middle of the night, a loud explosion was heard from one of the warehouses. It was loud enough to wake up the people living there. The guards arrived at the scene quite late as always. They were expecting to find some kind of unregistered alchemist lab accident, but instead, they were greeted by a dead burglar's body. Next to this body was a youth dressed in a dark robe. There was also a tied-up person on the ground in front of the warehouse. One of the windows was missing and smoke was coming out of it. It looked like someone tried jumping through it outside. The guards could see that the two people on the ground had the usual rogue aesthetic. The one that was alive was tied up really well and had a rag shoved into his burned mouth. He was also not looking too good. One of his arms was mangled up. The clothes he was wearing were also ripped apart and also burnt as if he was getting roasted on a fire. "Took you long enough. These two tried robbing me." The youth moved his hood down from his head and spoke out. He had dark hair and somewhat gloomy expressions. The two guards that got here first looked at each other and then at the supposed thieves. "We'll need you to come with us and explain everything." It was about 2 a.m. at night and some other people had also gathered here. This world didn't have something like a police station. Instead, it was the city guards that were responsible for the order. Even though Roland was the person that was almost killed, there was no evidence for it yet. They needed to take him back to the guard post and question him along with the witnesses. Roland gave out a sigh. He was already tired and now he needed to go with these two idiots. He didn't want to get in trouble, so he just nodded. Going against the city guards was considered a felony. It was better to get this over with. From the looks of things, he would be spending the night in the brig, as he didn't think they would really question him at this late hour. The whole questioning process was carried out by higher officials, but these two were just common guards. While Roland was mumbling profanities under his nose, someone else arrived at the scene of the crime. This person remained unnoticed while keeping to the shadows. The guards couldn't even see as the person sneaked into the building. The intruder blended into the shadows as if they were a part of it. There was no one else inside. The figure of the person emerged from the shadows. It looked like a cloud of pitch-black smoke. The smoke took shape into the figure of a woman. The woman was wearing black cloth armor that covered all of her body that was quite curvaceous. She was standing in the room where everything happened. The blood was still fresh. She could tell that someone used a similar skill that she performed just now. She could feel the darkness element in the air, which piqued her interest. Did the boy use one of his scrolls? Her face was covered by a mask. She had a similar roguish look as the attackers had. The only thing that could be seen under her hood were her bright silver eyes. She started quickly going through the warehouse. With her enhanced skills, she could tell through where the thieves came inside. She could also tell more or less that the thieves were caught off guard. The woman faded back into the shadows and left soon afterward. While traveling through the night, her stats were enhanced, which let her reach her destination fast. The place she was going towards was the richest district in this town called Hightown. From the outside, this building looked very elegant. It was built with gray stones and had yellow pine wood decorations. Tall, large windows allowed enough light to enter the home and had been added to the house in a very symmetric way. The building had a rounded shape and a small garden outside of it. The roof was high, triangular, and was covered with brown roof tiles. One small chimney sat at the side of the house and some smoke was coming out from it. One of the windows was slightly opened and a dim light was coming out from it. The woman, with the use of her shadow traveling ability, made her way inside. The moment she entered, she could see a shadow bouncing off from that light. It was a figure of a person. This person was sitting at a desk and looking through some parchments. "Zilyana, is that you? Told you not to sneak up on me like that. You can use the door like a normal person." The voice of the gnome that Roland worked sounded in the residence. The woman's form emerged from the shadows as she made herself noticeable. She looked slightly different from what she normally did. Her golden hair was now pure white and her skin color was dark brown. This was the usual appearance that a moon elf possessed. "But it's more fun this way." She giggled while the manager stopped writing. He fixed his glasses and pushed the stack of papers to the side before asking, "Did you find anything?" He was curious as his assistant rarely returned in the middle of the night without a good reason. Something must have happened. Perhaps it's a bit complicated. The gnome's eyebrow rose, but he remained silent, waiting for her to continue. There was a small incident in Southtown. In Southtown? We don't really have many assets there. The manager interrupted Zilyana. His store mostly operated in the better parts of the city. He had some real estate bought out in the slums, but only because it was cheap. Its cheapness stemmed from how bad the living conditions there were. Stop interrupting and let me finish. It's about the kid, you know, your favorite scribe. Roland? Did something happen? Is he dead? The gnome rubbed his chin. When this woman was involved, death wasn't far away. It wasn't really far-fetched if the boy got involved with her. No, not him. Though someone did die by his hand. Zilyana started describing the situation. That Roland had slain a Tier 2 thief and captured another one that was close to a high-level steel adventurer. She also gave the info about him using some spells similar to her skills. This part wasn't much of a surprise to the gnome, as Roland had even asked him to supply him with all sorts of spell scrolls. The surprising part was that the child that wasn't even 13 years of age could take out a Tier 2 rogue. Damn bastards! The gnome smacked the table with his hand. A vein pulsating over his eyebrow was clearly visible. First someone tries to undermine my business, and now this. He paused for a moment before turning to his moon elf assistant. Do you know who is responsible? You said that one of the thieves survived? Do you know who they are? Zilyana smirked a bit before answering. They were clearly a party from the guild. That rogue was probably the leader. Haven't been there in a while. Should I pay them a visit? The woman smiled even wider. This smile made the manager shiver slightly, as he knew what she was asking him about. He thought for a moment and nodded. He needed to show that he and his employees couldn't be trifled with. The people from the Thieves' Guild were strong, but he had his own connections and he wasn't afraid of the consequences. Take Zyron with you. If they don't give you the information, you know what to do. What about the kid? The woman asked while turning around and ready to leave. Send someone to pick him up in the morning. That brat will probably chew me out in the morning, and no respect for his elders. The woman nodded and left. The manager sighed while thinking about what was going to happen. He knew how this woman operated, but they dared to attack one of his assets that he was cultivating. He knew that Roland had a bright future ahead of him. He was even making enchanted equipment already. He knew that if he managed to strike a deal with him, he would earn a lot of money. Promising runesmiths wasn't something that came across every day. The ones that weren't dwarves were even rarer. He was progressing a lot faster than expected, which made him fear for what the kid would expect in the next contract. This would need to wait, as there were more important matters to look into. Mainly the problem with someone trying to sabotage his stores. It started with some bogus claims about faulty products, then some thefts and shipments getting sacked. Now they even tried to kill one of his workers by using the Thieves' Guild's assassins. This had to stop as soon as possible. The guild would need to give up the names of the person responsible or suffer the consequences. The gnome moved from his chair and moved to a different room. In it was a round decorative mirror with some crystals around it. The gnome couldn't see his reflection in this mirror, as this was a magic artifact meant for a different purpose. He reached out to one of the crystals and injected some of his mana into it. The moment he did, the crystals started glowing blue. After a few minutes, the glowing crystals changed the color from blue to green. The moment they did, a vague outline of a figure appeared in the mirror. The figure's appearance was blurry at first, but it slowly became sharper. Did something happen? You rarely call. The person that was on the other end of the magical device asked. The manager didn't stall, as this magic item burned through magic crystals like nothing. Yes, I need you to. It pained the gnome that he needed to make this call. He would need to spend some of that hard-earned cash, but it had to be done. The talk continued for a minute. The person on the other side vanished as the conversation ended. This should do it. The old gnome headed back to his room while the night continued. This wasn't yet over, as the main part of the evening had just begun. The elven woman that was in Hightown was already going towards a certain place, where a certain man would probably be. The area that he mostly stayed at was somewhere that she didn't like venturing to. This was the very cutely named Flower District. It didn't really have anything to do with them, though. This was the red light district, and where all the whorehouses were, they were owned by one of the members from the council. Zilyana appeared at one of the brothels that her co-worker frequented and was lucky enough to find him. As always, he was naked with two ladies from different races around his neck. She barged into the room while they were already doing the deed, to the brothel owner's dismay. The moon elf woman was well known in these parts, so they didn't stop her. The moment the man saw her enter, he greeted her with a smile. "Welcome. Did you finally change your mind?" The man named Zyron asked while not doing much to cover his nether regions. He even sensually pointed his spear towards the dark-skinned elven woman that just furrowed her brows. "Get dressed, we have a job to do. I'll wait outside, you have 1 minute." She wasn't in the mood to argue with this guy, as he would just tease her as always. She didn't like working with him, but she knew that his skill was comparable to her own. Back on the outside, Zyron finally showed up. His shirt was unbuttoned, and you could see some lipstick marks over his toned body. The man had a similar appearance to Zilyana, as he was also a moon elf. Just like her, he had long silver hair and dark skin. Some people sometimes mistook them for siblings. "Milady, did I keep you waiting?" He did a courteous bow while sniggering to himself. The man was slightly above 180 centimeters in height and had a slimmer toned build. He was also a moon elf with silver hair and brownish skin, but it was slightly lighter than Zilyana's. His eyes were golden in contrast to the female's silver ones. "We have work. We are going to pay the guild a visit, so get dressed and take this seriously." She narrowed her eyes at the man who didn't have his battle gear on. Zyron nodded, and his smile changed into a frown. There was time for pleasure, but now it was the time for work. Cold as always. "Aye. Give me a minute." The two walked away from the brothel and moved towards one of the dark alleys. Just as the man's figure turned blacker as it faded into the shadows. Soon the two were running next to each other. Zyron's face was now covered by a hood and a lower mask. His gear was similar to his female companions. His armor looked to be some kind of black leather. Some intricate inscriptions were visible and indicated that this was enchanted armor of the runic kind. His weapons of choice were two long curved short swords that he held in his hands. The two continued towards their destination at high speeds. The place they were going towards wasn't in any of the districts in the city. No, it was located beneath it, somewhere where normal residents wouldn't even want to venture to. "I hate going to the Rat Plaza. It always smells like shit there," the man complained while looking at the entrance to the so-called plaza. It was a large sewer opening that would take them to the city sewers. The sewers were composed of a large array of corridors filled with various waste products. They weren't going there for the rats and bad smell, though. There was another place that you could only access through these passages. The two dove inside and could quickly make their way through the dark corridors thanks to their shadow walking skills. They followed the usual path and ended up at a certain wall. If someone didn't know any better, he would think that this was just your everyday piece of rock. The two, on the other hand, knew what they needed to do. "Will the beautiful lady do the honors?" Zirian smiled while grinning. The elven woman just rolled her eyes and squatted down. She moved her hand into the sewage water and after a moment managed to find the lever. The moment she shifted it, the wall started moving. The mechanism was slow and it made the whole wall go in a circle. "One day I'll kill the bastard that placed that damn lever in a spot like that." Zilyana pulled out a bottle of water from her storage bag and started rinsing her hand with it. The two then stepped through the now opened-up passage. The slow-moving wall didn't stop until it was sealed. On the other side, they were greeted by another corridor, this time with magical torches leading the way. They could already hear some people talking inside as they had arrived in the hidden part of the city of Edelgard. This was the place where all the thieves and bandits spent their time. Some of them even lived here while rarely coming outside. The thieves' guild that they were going after was also here. The two walked inside. Past the torchlit corridor was a large open space. There were various merchant stands here. The people here weren't selling food, though. This was what most people would call a black market. Various stolen items were placed on display. People could even get body parts of humans and monsters that were forbidden for various reasons. The two walked past those merchants. Everyone was covering their faces in one way or another. The whole Rat Plaza spread through the city's underground like a spiderweb. There were various larger junctions and pockets like this black market. Those larger areas were occupied by separate shady organizations. Ones dealt in slaves, others in assassinations, and then there was the Thieves' Guild. It operated in a similar way to the Adventurers' Guild and also had other branches in different cities. It was a group that wasn't very tightly knit like the Adventurers, though. Fights for the guild master position broke out occasionally. The guilds from other cities wouldn't really get involved with each other unless the payment was good. This also meant that they wouldn't help other guilds retaliate if something happened, unless someone made it worthwhile. This was also why these two elves were quite confident in the task that was given to them. They vanished from the large underground space into one of the many underground corridors. Their destination, the zone where the guild had their headquarters, it was time to get blood on their hands. Edelgard's Thieves' Guild. It was hidden underground along with all the other unconventional businesses. The only way of reaching it was having a thievery-related class. This was mostly considered to be either a thief class or a bandit class. The first one was your usual pickpocket and someone primed for stealthy operations. The second one was more of a thug, closer to a warrior in stat distribution. The only difference was mostly in some passives while fighting in a less honorable way. The way you achieved it was by stealing, robbing, or even killing other human beings. Just like the Adventurers Guild, it had a notice board where the guild members could take on tasks. They ranged from your typical fetch quests where someone petitioned a certain item from someone's house be taken, all the way to assassination missions and even brutal robberies with no witnesses. Some thief guilds outright forbade missions like those, leaving it up to other more dark organizations like the assassination guilds. This depended on the guild leader, and the one in Edelgard had no problem with getting his guild members' hands bloody. The man running the show here was called Rune the Razor. This was mostly due to his fondness of cutting up his target's throat with his daggers. He was a high-leveled person that had taken over the job just a few years ago after the previous guild leader died during one of the job runs. He was the one that brought in some changes to the guild that refrained from the more bloody deeds. The guild now was considered weaker than it was while the old guild master was around, mostly due to the fact that the previous one was a high-level Tier 3 and an owner of a prestige class. His replacement was just a regular master blade rogue without any strong skills in particular. Still, he was the strongest person here and no one could go against his daggers. The night was slowly winding down and some of the guild members were returning after carrying out some missions. This brought in a small commotion as the party that had tried to ransack Roland's workshop had returned with 2 of their members missing. News soon started spreading about the encounter and that one of the more experienced members was killed. "Hey, did you hear? That old idiot Rawson got himself killed." "What? But he was a Tier 2? Did he try to sleep with the Count's wife or something?" One of the talking thieves laughed while the other took things a bit more seriously. "It's even worse, they even caught that idiot Brian. I bet old Reinald will skin the rest of their party alive." The thieves knew that getting caught was close to a death sentence. Either you got hung at the gallows by the city guards, or if you gave out any information implicating the guild, you'd have to worry about them chasing you down. Anyone betraying the guild would be marked for death depending on the guild master. The one that was here liked to put out hits on people like handing out cookies. "Maybe he will be in a good mood today? We have been getting a lot of work for the past few months." The guild had been busy lately. Someone was spending big time and they were carrying out various tasks. A party of adventurers would mostly win against one composed of thieves and thugs. That was only in an outright brawl. The Thieves' Guild members never played fair, always waiting for the right time to strike. They played dirty using poison and only attacked at night. Some of them even used monster attacks as cover. There had been a couple of blunders through this period, but the people outside couldn't really distinguish between a guild member and a regular person. No one would talk about it out of fear of retaliation either. The event that happened today was quite a problem as an assassination attempt was considered a big deal. The 2 thieves that returned here after escaping out of fear were now getting questioned by the guild master. They were now kneeling down in a dim-lit room. The guild master was sitting behind his desk while playing around with a sharp crimson knife. The 2 men had their hoods down and their faces were clearly revealed. They both were regular humans as the party was very uniform in their race. They weren't alone in this room with only the guild master. There were 4 other people here. 2 were beast men from an undisclosed feline tribe. Another one was a halfling that was leaning up against a wall and skillfully playing around with some throwing knives. The 4th one was quite large and his skin was pale green. He didn't have the look of a rogue and clearly followed more of the bandit route with his class. He belonged to the half-orc race. So you were trying to tell me that that idiot got killed by some brat blacksmith? The 2 nodded in panic as they didn't hide any details from the operation. They were sure to not leave out any details. The only problem was that they didn't really see what really happened as they were the lookouts. None of them expected their experienced leader to be killed by an underage blacksmith. They even knew that he was only a steel adventurer. How could he go against a Tier 2 rogue at night? Did that idiot step into some magic trap? The guild master had a hard time believing this report. The man that died wasn't much, but he still was a Tier 2 class holder. He smelled a conspiracy. Did someone snitch? These 2 escaped the moment their leader's dead body shot out from the window impaled on the gale arrow. Rune didn't think that these 2 were lying. The spell that did their party leader in was apparently a green arrow. This he could clearly identify as something a higher mage could use, but a magic scroll could also have been used. He had no reason to not believe these 2, so they were allowed to leave. They didn't do anything wrong, and the guild master thought that someone must have given out information. When they found the one responsible, they would pay dearly. Have someone go to the guardhouse, either buy out that idiot or silence him for good. This has to be done tonight. The one listening was the halfling that nodded and left right after the 2 other thieves. Some of the guards in the city were on their payroll, so they could try paying for their guild members' freedom. This would be something that the man would have to pay off with interest. If they failed, they would need to get him removed before he could reveal the guild's hiding place. None of the thieves would actually speak out on their own volition, but there were certain skills that forced people to talk. There were special inquisitor classes that could force people to speak the truth. There were also special magic spells or even potions that could be used instead. This was a hit related to the Council of Merchants and Business Owners. They had enough money to order a specialized potion or even hire a mage. One more thing. The guild master spoke out while the halfling and one of the beastmen was ready to go and carry out the mission. That blacksmith brat that was involved, kill him, no loose ends. He needed to silence both sides. The person from his camp could live if he was set free, but this unknown person needed to die. They also already accepted the mission by the customer and needed to carry out the request. Otherwise, they would just have their good name tarnished. The 2 people nodded while smirking, but before they even left the room, a certain thing happened. They too were already Tier 2 and even close to level 100, but even they couldn't react in time. The magic candlelight flickered for just a moment and the guild master could slightly see the shadows expanding. He was the only one in the room that saw what was happening. A shadowy hand reached out as his 2 guild members were walking out. The hand looked like it wasn't part of this plane of existence. It looked like it was composed of black smoke as it flickered in the candlelight. The shade hand was holding a very real-looking dagger. Probably felt more real when it was pushed into the catman's back. The halfling was a bit luckier as thanks to his small stature he was hard to hit. He rolled to the side after seeing a pointed tip going through one of his guild buddies. He quickly tried flinging his throwing knives at the shadowy hand, but before he could he felt something piercing him from behind. The 2 men were dead in a flash and no one could even react. The assailants soon revealed themselves while all dressed up in black leather. Rune the Razor? More like the idiot. Your greed will be your downfall. A woman's voice came out from under the hood. The person that had backstabbed the halfling sunk back into the shadows, ready to strike. The other 2 guards that were in the room stepped forward. The half-orc was huge and had a giant mace in his hand. The other best man a regular longsword. Who are you? What do you want? Rune's eyes went red as he took out his enchanted set of daggers and was ready for a fight. From the display of power, he knew that this woman wasn't someone that he should take lightly. She also wasn't alone. He could feel someone else moving through the shadows. The dim candlelight was working against him. Ziliana and Zirian had snuck in thanks to their shadow-bending skills during the conversation and were just waiting to strike. The Thieves' Guild was something they had visited before and even taken some missions before this man was the guild leader. It was easy to evade detection thanks to their previous knowledge and advanced hiding skills that were rarely seen. What do we want? For starters, you could tell us who ordered you to attack that warehouse in Southtown tonight. The guild master and his goon remained in place while talking to the woman. Rune caught on fast and realized why this person was here and also who they were working for. You really want to start a fight with the guild over something like this? Does that gnome have a death wish? Even though Rune was considered a bloodthirsty brute, he was a lot more intelligent than people gave him credit. He knew what that team of 4 had done today and by who they were hired. He also knew who the warehouse belonged to. It was one of Exier's assets. Thus he came to the conclusion that the gnome had to be the one sending these people here. The other option would be a third party. Do you? You don't even know how big our company is. It wouldn't be hard to make your little guild disappear. The woman approached with her weapons drawn. Apparently, the threat didn't work. The woman didn't even try to keep her boss' identity secret. It looked as if they were comfortable in starting a war with the Thieves' Guild over this matter. Rune wasn't someone that used the diplomatic way to get things done. Still, he wasn't sure that he would get out of this alive if he fought now. His 2 bodyguards were weaker than him, and this woman was close to him in levels. The problem was that she wasn't alone, and he knew that they were the types that could kill him before any reinforcements came. Wait! He moved his hand out and the woman stopped. He didn't want to risk his life against this person. They were clearly seasoned killers. There was a small problem, though. He had signed a magical contract similar to the one Roland signed when he was hired. The curse that the Thief Guild Master would receive was quite more deadly than a small mana penalty, though. You know how it works. I can't say anything. I'd as well just kill myself right now. But the man's eyes trailed to a painting on the wall that was to the side. This gave the woman assassin enough info for the next step. She walked over and moved the painting to the side. Underneath was a medium-sized safe with a combination lock. 875-230-9567. He said the combination while still looking at the shadows. His 2 guards were surprised that their leader didn't give him the order to attack yet. Their buddies were dead, but the woman responsible was now going towards his personal safe. Before she put in the code, she turned to face the Catman. You enter the combination. She didn't trust the guild master. Some of these safes were magical. A wrong combination could very well make the thing explode or fire off some poison mist instead. They were the ones with the upper hand as the thieves were below their skills. Rune just gave out a sigh and nodded to his henchman. The right code is 875-230-9569. Hey, don't blame me for trying. He shrugged while glad that the woman didn't react in anger and just let this slide. The Beastman managed to open up the safe without it blowing up in his face or destroying any evidence. She also realized why he wouldn't really be willing to blow it up, as there were a lot of gold coins and costly documents inside. After going through them, she found a certain black book with the names of customers. With more digging, she found what she was looking for. The Thieves' Guild kept a record of everyone they were working with and for. They did it mostly to have evidence to blackmail anyone that had a change of mind and snitched. This isn't good. She looked at the name of the person that ordered the hit. The name was also visible on other missions, like the ones that used poison in the restaurants or the ones that targeted the caravans of other council members. Rune couldn't disclose the information himself, but if someone found any evidence themselves, he wouldn't suffer any consequences. Luckily, he managed to have a backdoor in the contract, as he was working with people that weren't very familiar with how things worked in the shadows. Now, not like you'll be able to do much with that knowledge. Now fuck off. Zilyana took a moment to digest the information that she received. It was true, the person responsible would be hard to go against if what the book said was true. If you send any more of your men after our workers, you'll find yourself with a dagger in your back. Zilyana threw the book back at the guild master while giving him a warning. Soon the 2 assassins faded into the shadows to make their escape. The Thief Guild leader roared out in rage and smashed his desk in half with his fist. The 2 intruders wouldn't witness his meltdown as they were busy with retreating. Zirian emerged from the shadows to have a small chat while they were running. That was boring. Wouldn't it have been better to just finish them off? Zilyana looked at her partner in crime like she was looking at an idiot. There was a line that you shouldn't cross. If they assassinated the guild leader, the other guilds might get involved. It was unknown if they would, but they had some powerful individuals on their payroll. It was better to leave them alone unless it was absolutely necessary. This way the guilds would remain neutral for sure. No, as long as we don't go overboard they won't either. We sent a message. They won't be sending any more hits out for a while. The guild master would probably cease any operations for a while, as the whole council of merchants will now know who was behind this. The problem was that the real mastermind wasn't someone that regular people could touch. So, who is it? You got awfully quiet after reading those notes. Zilyana stopped in her tracks and looked at the moon elf companion. We should split up here. I need to go do my report and then check up on the kid. I'll call you when I need you. The woman said before vanishing. Zyron just shrugged while also disappearing. He didn't really care who it was they were going against. He was only interested in money and pleasure. If it got too tiresome, he could always just ditch and find someone else to give him money. There were many rich people in this world happy to hire someone with his unique set of skills. The night was finally coming to an end. The ending wasn't as bloody as expected as Zilyana handled it, with only 2 people getting killed. She sped towards the manager's house to do her report. The person that was entangled in this whole mess was leaning up against a cold stone wall. He was cold and couldn't sleep. The guards had pushed him inside one of the prison cells like a common criminal. He was awaiting someone that would be here at 8 a.m. He hoped that he could explain himself and go back to his workshop. He needed to also contact his boss, as he had a sinking suspicion that the company that he was working for was the real target of this attack and not he. He would still need to wait a few hours, as it was only 4 in the morning. There were a myriad of thoughts going through this head, mostly about how he could prepare his workshop against forced entry in the future. He felt like he could have done better, but it wasn't a total disaster. He managed to get away without an injury and slew a Tier 2 burglar. He had also gained a title that he would rather not have, namely the Manslayer. This was something you got after killing a human being. He took part in slaying the fencer that was after him that one time, but he wasn't the one that performed the last hit. He wasn't sure if it was because of him already having killed so many humanoid monsters like goblins that he wasn't feeling bad about it. Did he get used to killing already? After thinking about new contingencies and what went wrong, he finally managed to get tired enough to doze off. What transpired in the shadows would remain unknown to him for some time. Roland spent the rest of the night in a cold cell. The people in this world apparently didn't care much about their prisoners. The place he had to be was infested with rats, was cold and uncomfortable. There wasn't even a bed or a chair to sit on. He had to lean against the wall. Luckily, they let him keep his clothes that were thick enough to get him through this chilly night. He wondered if these guards would be punished if it came to light that he was an actual noble's son. There were laws in place that forbid imprisonment of nobles in places like this before a trial. Even then, most sentences would at most strip some of the noble's status, or they just had to pay a fine and take a blow to their reputation. The aristocrats took things like this very seriously here. Some would even rather die than be stripped of their titles and lands. They would fight with all their might against things like that ever happening, even if it got bloody. He couldn't really sleep, so he had some time to think. He was worried that someone would ransack his workshop and even steal his money. He had most of his possessions in his spatial bag that was confiscated on the way here. He had to give it away as he didn't really have any other option. He didn't think anyone would want this magic paddle design. The magic scrolls that he had were another thing. He even had some that were meant for the store. Roland frowned at his lack of power. He needed to improve himself faster if he ever wished to be self-sufficient. He was lucky that the assassin didn't take him seriously. Otherwise, he would probably be dead. The person he was going against was a Tier 2 and probably proficient at assassination. Hiding his true abilities was apparently the smart choice. Until he reached a certain threshold, it would probably be unwise to show off more of his skills. The night continued, and in the morning someone finally decided to shop up. It was another guard that came to pick him up, and he looked a bit apprehensive while opening his cell. "You may leave," he said while prompting Roland to go outside. This was a surprise, The other guards told him that he would be questioned in the morning. For some reason he was free to go. Could they really have figured out his true identity? Roland's heart rate increased at that thought, as he really didn't want to go back to his cozy family. "I'm free to go? Why?" he asked while hoping for the best. "Yes, someone vouched for you," the guard replied while the two started going out. He didn't look like a person that would know much, so Roland decided to leave it at this. He was brought to another room and was handed his bag of holding. He instantly checked if nothing was taken and if all of the coins, items, and scrolls were there. Only after doing this, he decided to leave. Outside, he received the answer to why he was allowed to leave without much hassle. There was a coworker from the Exir company there to greet him. The store he was working for was called Exir's Magic Emporium, but the whole company was just named by the owner. There were various other chain stores. You could even find some restaurants in some other cities. This company was even a notch above the other merchant council members. The person he was looking at wasn't someone that he was particularly familiar with. He had seen him around the store and he mostly took care of some odd jobs. He was of the halfling race and he was also an aspiring alchemist working in the store. Their ages were similar, but the halfling here was just in his first Tier 1 class. This was also why he needed to do cumbersome work. He was one of those people that signed one of the less stellar contracts. "Fosco, was it? Why are you here?" Roland asked while walking out of the guard post he was imprisoned in. Buildings like this were spread throughout the city and used as temporary holding for criminals. The person would await the decision of an officer before getting transferred to a larger jail or let go. Things like trials weren't a thing for common people with no money. An officer had enough power to take care of such things instead of a judge. The city lords would only care if the person getting accused was someone with money or friends in high places. Fosco looked up to Roland with a slight frown on his face. The two started work at about the same time, but the human was getting a lot more attention. This made the halfling youth a bit jealous. "Not like I wanted to come here. The boss just told me to give the guard captain a letter in the morning." "Is that so? Anything else?" Roland replied while asking. "No." Fosco was also ordered to wait for Roland and tend to any of his needs. He didn't want to reveal that part though. Roland figured this out as the youth remained in place even though he should be done with his assignment. "You can leave. I don't need anything else from you. I'll go talk to the manager myself." The halfling flinched after Roland somehow found out about his ploy. He was now slightly worried that the human would tell this to his boss and he would be punished. Roland, on the other hand, didn't care and didn't want the halfling to bother him anymore. After some back and forth, Fosco and Roland finally went their own ways. The human youth needed to go talk with his supervisor. He had a suspicion that the thieves weren't there to rob him, but just to assassinate him instead. He didn't recall offending anyone in the city. He mostly kept to himself for the time he spent here. The only person who could be after his life would be someone from his own family that he left behind. Though it was a bit far-fetched that he was found here or that they would risk making moves in the territory of a count. The possibility was still there, but the probability was quite low. The more plausible theory was that it was related to Exir. They suspiciously bailed him out from the prison without him even having to ask for it. He also knew that there were some shady things happening in the background. He heard rumors about shipments getting robbed and increased thief activity. He needed more information. The gnome manager was probably informed about what was happening here. Before that, he returned to his humble workshop. When he arrived, he spotted a guard. He was also a worker from Exir's Emporium. This was a bit surprising. Either the company cherished him as a worker or they were just defending their asset. There were even some men checking out the blown-up window and the trashed room. He didn't really talk with them much before going inside. He was sure to hide the runic equipment he was making in his spatial bag, but he didn't have enough time to hide every little thing yesterday night. Some information leaks could have happened and his boss might already know that he could craft runes. That is, if he didn't already know the moment he changed classes just like last time. Roland needed to make another decision. His life was at stake yet again. He could either run away or somehow work it through. The only people that he could realistically rely on here were the people from the company that hired him. It at least seemed that they were willing to help him by the fact that they bailed him out of jail. They were even fixing his workshop. He also hoped it was free of charge. He wasn't sure if he wanted to live there anymore after what happened. Before making a final decision, he needed to have a talk with the gnome manager. He didn't really want to leave the city. Everything he needed to train his smithing class was already here. Starting from the bottom in a new place would be tiring, but if he needed to leave then he wouldn't hesitate. He had done it successfully before and he could do it once more. There was one thing he thought about making now, a bicycle. After going back and forth so many times he was thinking about crafting one. With his current skills it would be difficult. The hardest thing would probably be the chain along with the chain ring. He also would probably have to make one without tires, which would bring the comfort down quite a bit. There were things like airless tires. He could probably go in that direction if he found the right material. While thinking about the validity of a bicycle powered by runes and with speed buffs, he arrived at the store. He entered as usual and headed up to the second floor. No one stopped him, and he didn't need the Sun Elf woman to guide him there either, as everyone knew him here already. He even saw her going out of the gnome's office. She had a less than stellar look on her face. Roland wouldn't ask her about it though. It was slightly strange. She always did bother him with the big sister nonsense whenever he saw her. This time around she looked preoccupied with her own thoughts. Roland wasn't one to bother others, so he just knocked on the door and waited. After a few seconds he got a reply. "Who is it? I'm busy." He heard the grumpy voice of the gnome that he still didn't know the name of. "It's me, Roland. I'm here to talk about what happened last night," he replied while still waiting outside. "Already? Fine. Come in and close the door behind you." So he did. The manager was just sitting there with his pipe in his mouth. He didn't seem to be that busy, but he did have a solemn look on his face. After a moment of silence, the older man was the first one to speak up. "You all right, kid? It's not easy to kill someone that is a tier above you. So, you've already heard of it? What else do you know?" The youth quickly asked while moving closer to the manager. The old gnome just blew out some smoke through his nose. He looked at Roland while thinking about his next sentence. "I guess I should tell you about this. You've probably figured out that this wasn't simple burglary." Roland raised his brow slightly. It looked like the gnome was willing to talk. He expected him to dance around the problem and maybe giving him some snippets of information here and there. The whole thing was indeed suspicious. Why would a Tier 2 thief try to rob an old warehouse with a Tier 1 blacksmith inside? They moved for profit and there was none to get there. Even the runic equipment he made wasn't worth the hassle. "Yeah, those guys weren't there to rob me. They went straight to my room." "Oh? You saw them go to your room?" The manager cut Roland off before he could continue, clearly interested in the fact that the youth somehow saw the burglars go into his house. Then he was even able to somehow evade their detection to witness them go into his room. Yes, I saw them. I hid my presence with one of my runic scrolls." Roland didn't feel like denying his abilities in this instance mattered much. The person here knew that he was able to make runic scrolls and he only used one of them to hide in the shadows. "Interesting. But how did you know that they were there?" Somehow the conversation shifted to the manager asking Roland about the previous night while the youth answered. He gave him a shortened version including the detection spell usage along with the other spell that allowed him to hide in the shadows. He didn't mention that the life detection spell was inscribed on metal though. "Ho? Not bad there, kid. Not bad at all." The manager nodded at the explanation, but he was fast to point out the inconsistencies within it. "Detect life? That spell has a limited range. To use scrolls for it would be a bit costly." Roland remained silent and didn't really confirm his new class choice. His boss didn't really need to know everything as he didn't know if he could trust him with everything. "Think we went off topic there. So, do you know why they came to that warehouse for a no-name blacksmith or scribe like me? There is nothing there of value to steal either." He finally got fed up with the questions and asked directly. "There isn't." The gnome smirked a bit, which caused Roland to think that he knew something. The manager finally decided to reply to the question after seeing the youth's face scrunching up. "We've been having problems recently. Things going missing, shipments misplaced, customers complaining." The gnome started listing some things that were going wrong. He also mentioned that this wasn't an isolated incident. and that other stores and establishments that didn't belong to him were getting attacked by an unknown force. Do you know who it is? Are they going to do it again? Shouldn't the city lord get involved in something like this? Roland naturally asked as he still feared for his life. There was no guarantee that someone wouldn't come for him during the night again. The city lord, don't count on the nobles to do anything, kid. You can stop worrying. I had someone look into it. Nothing like this will happen again. I can guarantee you this, the manager said while blowing out some smoke from his mouth. You can guarantee it? Roland replied while tilting his head to the side and slightly frowning. He still wasn't sure if he could trust the old man. He didn't interact with him that much even though he had been working for him for over a year now. We will also install a safety barrier around that workshop of yours, so stop worrying and get back to work. Also, you can have these. The gnome turned to the side and threw 2 books towards Roland. The youth grabbed them nicely thanks to his high dexterity stat. He looked at the 2 books wondering what this was about. His eyebrow shot up slightly the moment he read the titles of these books. The first one contained the knowledge of runesmith skills he already knew. It was a runecraft skill book that would be something blacksmiths with a mana scribe class would want to get their hands on. After learning it, they would be allowed to change their classes to runesmith. Normally he would be happy about this, but he already had learned this skill. The other one was more interesting though. The title was Runic Ethereal Pathways and How to Use Them in Runesmithing. This one was more of a brow raiser. From the long name of the skill book he had an idea what it was about. This felt like it was a more intricate skill that runesmiths should only be able to get. Roland looked to the gnome, his eyes going a bit wider along with his mouth. He was speechless for a moment, but he kind of knew that the gnome was giving him this as a sort of apology and also a bribe. Before he could voice a question, the manager spoke out first. I was saving the first one till you were in the later levels, but it doesn't seem that you will be needing it anymore. It will still increase your skill progress, so you should read it. So you knew? Roland asked while grasping the accessory that was supposed to keep his status hidden. The guards had taken it away while he was in the jail cell. He had put it back during the way here. Did someone check his status before he got there? Or did the manager search his warehouse? I have my ways. No use hiding your skills from me, kid. I'm not your enemy. I'll give you a good price for everything you make. Remember that well. Roland looked at the 2 skill books. He could throw them back and have the gnome owe him for not being able to protect him. He realized that his boss knew something but would probably not give him detailed information. The new skill that he received was tempting, though a skill book like this would cost many golden coins if he tried buying it himself. The company he was working for seemed to be increasing the defensive measures at his workshop. It would probably be still a gamble to remain there. Moving to a safer district would be more appropriate. The gnome also never mentioned his noble status, so the Arden estate probably wasn't involved. This only left a few other options, one being that it was a feud between this company and another force. It would probably be better for him if it was only that. Otherwise, it meant that someone hated him enough to send assassins after him. That possibility was low if he took out his noble status from the equation. Can I get a guarantee on a contract? He asked while the gnome clenched his jaw tightly and wanted to shout out some profanities at the youth. You smelly brat. Just because you have a prestige class, don't get too cocky. It is because of it that I am, though. I'd sleep better knowing I have a nice contract protecting my life. Someone once told me that my class was unique and worth a lot. Would be sad if someone with a rare class like that just walked away. Wouldn't it? Roland quickly replied while the manager's expression got quite ugly. His nose was really scrunched up and the hand that was holding the pipe was shaking around furiously. Roland actually felt some kind of strange pressure coming from that small body. He wasn't sure how strong this gnome was, but he was probably a tier 3. The small body started looking really huge the more he continued to stare at him. Look at this cheeky brat. The gnome started laughing uncomfortably before giving another reply. You want a contract, very well. But it won't be as one-sided as you want it to be. The manager's eyes showed a strange glint as he busted out some paper and a pen. A strenuous reevaluation of his old contract awaited him. He knew he was in for a different kind of battle. He needed to see if the new contract clauses didn't screw him over in the long run. Luckily, he had gone through a lot of books and knew how to handle these types of situations. He at least had to get a new location for his workshop that wasn't so close to the slums. 2 pale crescent moons shone like silvery claws in the night sky. The sky was free of clouds, which let everyone see a blanket of bright stars that seemed to stretch into infinity. A certain person was sitting in a room. The candlelight danced in a gentle wind, making the person's shadow sway. The person looked to be a man in his 20s, and he was wearing an exquisite tunic. There were various precious gems sewed into it, and the person was also wearing a costly-looking necklace. He wore a kind of large padded shoes of black leather. The toes were round and gored over the foot with colored material. The sleeves on his tunic were puffed, and there was a kind of cap to the side with a white feather in it. On one of the man's hands a large ring was worn with what looked to be an insignia. It was clear from the man's appearance that he was some kind of noble. He was busy reading a long letter and was already on the last page. The moment he finished, he crumbled it up and pointed his finger at it. The parchment quickly went up in flames after a surge of fire mana assaulted it. The Thieves' Guild won't cooperate anymore. Damn idiots got caught. Those peasants dare resist? I need to acquire those assets at a lower cost before it is too late. The man rubbed his chin while looking at the piece of paper that was going up in flames. He continued to stare at it till it finally turned into dust. The moment it did, a knock was heard on the door. Enter. The man that entered was wearing a shiny suit of armor. The candlelight was bouncing off the chest plate that had some intricate designs on it. The person that was wearing the armor put his hand on his chest as a greeting. He had the same insignia on his chest piece that the man had on his ring. It was clearly a noble house emblem that they both belonged to. My lord, the Merchant Council has now become more aware of our movements. We are also unable to proceed with the plan as the guild refuses to cooperate. The man sitting there just nodded as the knight continued talking. He raised his hand, making him stop. He already read a more thorough report from other sources, so he didn't need to listen to this. I know. We must alter it, pull out for now, and let them think that they were successful. Not like they can do anything even if they know that we were responsible. They have no valid proof or the rank to call for a court hearing. Commoners will always be peasants with no actual power. The man stood up and went to the side. The knight remained in place, his posture straight. The nobleman slowly walked over to a large cabinet filled with various liquors. He took his time in picking out one before sitting himself back in a more comfortable chair. The man in the shiny armor remained standing without uttering a word. He waited through the whole ordeal. The man poured himself some of that liquid into a tall glass and started to slowly sip it. They know their place. They won't be foolish enough to act against me. If that guild doesn't want to act, we will just hire someone else. Get in touch with them. The knight's eyebrows quivered slightly as he listened to his lord talking. My lord, do you mean? The knight asked while being taken aback slightly. Yes, their methods might be brutal, but they get the job done, and they won't abandon their mission like those useless thieves. I still have some time before he can return from the border. 2 years. This city's assets have to belong to me by then. The man stopped himself from talking further and then looked at the knight that was just standing there. The man frowned and in a fit tossed the half-drunk glass filled with red liquor at the knight. The man didn't dodge and glass shattered all over his suit of armor. What are you waiting for? Yes, my lord, it shall be done. The knight did his salute and walked out of the room. After leaving, he made sure to call up some maids to clean up the mess in the lord's study. He didn't like what his young master was planning, but he couldn't go against him. He had sworn an oath and he had to carry out his knightly duties. The 2 silver moons continued to brighten the sky like 2 crescent daggers. Soon a new day dawned, bringing new events with it. Roland had his work cut out for him. The manager was very serious about his contracts. Its reevaluation took some time to process. The gnome needed a good reason to invest more resources into Roland. This reason would be his 3rd class, as some of his runic items were already discovered during the burglary attempt. Roland wasn't sure when his boss found out, but it was no use hiding his increased worth anymore. The gnome manager was happy to hear about the runic blacksmith variant. Due to this, he agreed to more funding and protection. He would be moved to a different location where he could train his craft in peace. The only downside of this, he needed to actually produce usable runic equipment. What came with it was a big raise and a slight drop in the percentages he needed to pay for his items to the store. Crafting runes wasn't all that hard for him. Most of the problems came from the exorbitant amount of mana he burned during the crafting process. The hard part was the smithing, as he was barely able to make passable smithing tools. Even something like nails were hard to produce. He also agreed to an extension of the contract by a year. From what he calculated, it would probably take him years to max out this class. He gained meager amounts of experience from making metal tools or weapons. The only thing that gave him a lot of experience was rune crafting. The number of points he gained for making runic scrolls went down after his promotion. If you wanted to level up with a specialized class, you needed to focus on its skills and proficiencies. The only other way would be getting a lot of rune schematics. Even if he got all the way up to a runesmith, it would be good to have a working smithy to continue. There was no reason for him to leave if the assassination attempt stopped. The contract stated that the company would pay a fine and Roland would be able to cancel it. This was only if harm came to him due to his involvement with Exier's company. He barely got used to living in the shady warehouse and he would already be moving somewhere else. Of course, it was another unused warehouse with a similar layout but with fewer cobwebs this time around. After the new contract went through, the company abandoned the repairs on the other one and outfitted his new workshop with better tools. Roland was now sitting in his new office. It looked strangely similar to the old one. This really was just a less run-down version of the older building. He placed the 2 skill books that he received as compensation on his desk. After some time, his runesmithing went up to level 2, but this wasn't enough to make crafting comfortable. He grabbed the corresponding skill book and began reading it. It was similar to the one he read during his class change quest, but not quite. A person could somehow increase their skill level after reading skill books, but it wasn't by a set point. Due to this, there was no reason to save it till he got his skill up to level 8. The reader would get a hidden number of experience points towards the given skill, and if it was enough, it would just go up. The skill book he read while changing his class went together with a lesser fire resistance rune. This one also came together with a basic diagram. The one here would be quite useful for his current class. Came with a lesser fortitude rune. This rune would increase the user's endurance by a flat amount up by 5 if he got it into the highest rating. He already knew that he couldn't stack too many pieces of equipment like that onto one person. Armor that raised the user's stats like that came at a cost. It would temporarily lower the maximum number of mana by a set number. For instance, if someone had 1,000 points of mana and decided to use magical gloves with that fortitude enchantment, their mana pool would be lowered by 100 points. This meant that a person with that amount of mana could theoretically have 10 such runes on his equipment. The same debuffs applied though. A person would start feeling a strain if their mana went below 30%. That was the usual cutoff at which the cons outweigh the pros. Of course, there were some ways to lower the mana costs. One was monster cores, the other was skills. Thanks to Roland's runic master skill, he could wear more runic equipment than your regular adventurer. Due to these conditions, most runesmiths didn't put more than 1 or 2 enchantments on a given piece of armor. You'd mostly see sets divided into gloves, boots, helmets, chest armor, and pants or skirts. To this, you could throw in a belt and some accessories. This segregated the type of enchantments into 2 categories. First were the self-sufficient ones that didn't require the user's mana. Second, the less desired ones that came at the price of limiting your capabilities slightly. Even with there only being those 2 types, there were further subcategories of them, like ones that could be charged at special runic shops and worked for a limited time without the user powering it. The type that cost the most was the one that could recharge themselves with the ambient mana in the air. They were also the hardest to make. From what Roland knew, you somehow had to integrate a sufficiently large mana core into the item. Such a process was kept secret by the more advanced runesmiths. The only rumor he heard was that you somehow melted the mana stones into the items. How you did it he didn't know. If he switched classes he might get such a skill for free. Runecraft skill level 3 reached. After finishing the first skill book, He heard the world system pronounce that it had leveled up. This would make things easier to craft from now on. Now came the second skill book. He grabbed it from the desk and began reading. This one was about ethereal pathways and was also a skill that runesmiths could attain. If he could nab, it was still up to debate, though, as he was only a runic blacksmith and not a runesmith. He continued reading the skill book. The system rules this world worked on somehow aided people in gaining skills that were used by their classes. The person going through it would somehow get it as long as their attributes allowed it. There was some kind of hidden counter that, if achieved, would allow this. Just as he had thought this skill would allow him to connect his runes on parts that weren't one large piece of metal. The brigandine armor was a good example. It consisted of many metallic plates riveted to fabric. With this skill, he would only need to inscribe the rune on one of those plates and then connect them via these ethereal traces. Those pathways existed some kind of different wavelength and weren't impacted by world physics that much. There was of course a limit on how far the different pieces could be from each other. He couldn't make a connection from a boot to a glove. The craftsman could at most get in a few centimeters, otherwise the whole runic structure would become unstable. This technique also made it possible to inscribe runes on some softer materials like cloth. Ethereal pathway skill L1 has been learned. Intelligence +1. Took him a couple of hours to go through this book. He had even gained a bonus point to intelligence along with the new skill. He had all the requirements to produce runic weapons and armor. The only problem was that he still sucked at making anything besides the runes. He thought about one way to go around this issue and make a large sum of money in the process. Did he really have to be the one to craft swords or shields by himself? He could go to an armorsmith or weaponsmith and get himself a regular steel sword. He could then put his runes on it and sell it for a good amount of money. He wasn't sure if there were any copyright or trademark laws against things like that, though. Would a weaponsmith come knocking on his door if they spotted their sword being resold with an attached rune to it? There was a way for a craftsman to identify his own weapon. He knew this as he could easily identify his own creations. Other people couldn't see the craftsman's name, but the creator could. I should probably ask the company about this. They could probably procure me items that won't offend anyone. He thought to himself while grabbing a mug filled with warm black tea. If he went through Exir Network, they would probably supply him something worthwhile. They owned various businesses around the city. They didn't really have a runesmith on their payroll, but that would be changing soon. Even with this, he wouldn't abandon his smithing class. He still needed to work on his tool masteries. He was very keen on crafting his own weapons. He knew that a person required vast amounts of resources to do this. Making a magic sword would probably bring him in a lot more money than making runic scrolls. He could only create weapons with limited charges and ones that lowered the user's mana by a fixed amount. Still, there was a market for it and it was booming. Roland turned to the window and looked outside. The workers were almost done with carrying everything inside. He would become busy once again. The biggest thing holding him back was his mana usage. He needed to lower the strain on himself. He needed to get some better crafting equipment. He would achieve this by getting something that increased his mana regeneration or its amount. He had already managed to get a lesser mana regeneration magic ring from his boss. It was one of the things that he managed to insert into his contract. Even the lesser ones cost a huge number of coins, so it was worth signing a 1-year extension just for this. With it on, he could increase his production rate by about 15%. He wanted to earn enough money to get similar products and increase his mana abilities even further. The workers were still setting up his new workshop, so he took out some magical paper and his quill. Time was of the essence, and he could use it to practice his scribing strokes. It was a drag that he couldn't level up his basic skill further due to not being a Tier 2 class yet. The more he crafted, the more experience he got, and the faster he could get his advanced class. What it would be in the end was still unknown to him, but he hoped it would also be a unique one. So he went to work. The new workshop would soon be very busy. He would also be getting a part-time assistant. Finally, he would have an employee under himself to order around. So the next day came. His new workshop looked exactly the same as the old one. The walls were slightly more sturdy though, and the catwalk would probably not give out under his weight anymore. The person that was going to help him out with some chores was supposed to be here now. They were already late, which didn't bode well. "Hello?" I'm from the guild. I'm here to work part-time. He heard someone call out from outside. The voice sounded familiar and high-pitched, which indicated that the person was probably a woman. This wasn't much of a problem as spatial bags existed and he only needed someone to help him clean and do some odd jobs here and there. Yes. Could you start by clean? What are you doing here? Roland opened the door and saw a familiar half-gnome girl standing before him. She was wearing better adventurer gear and looked less pouty. Roland. It was one of his old party members, Helsi, and she was apparently going to be his new assistant. You were a blacksmith? But aren't you a mage? Why would you? Did I get the wrong house? Helsi was standing in front of Roland and her mouth was moving fast. She had examined the inside of this workshop and was now barraging him with questions. She had picked up this quest as a side job. She was back to doing the transport missions with her old party and taking a safer approach to the whole adventurer life. This left time for her to pick up part-time work like this. She didn't expect to find the poker-faced mage she had ventured around a few months ago here though. Even less that he was now apparently a blacksmith. Well no, I switched recently. But you were so strong back there, aren't you wasting away in this dump? You should be fighting monsters. Thanks to how many ants they slew, Helsi had leveled up to a second tier 1 class. She had taken the hunter class that boosted better tracking and bow use. It was also a class that was good with short swords and would let her level up to a ranger class on the tier 2 change. Didn't you have enough fighting monsters? Thought you'd slow down after the way that grotto mission went. Roland replied with another question. He'd thought that the girl would see some reason and relax. However, she was as active as always. Adventuring was the thing she wanted to do. This raised another question though. Shouldn't you have left for a city with a dungeon by now? The girl flinched slightly and let her head down. She then looked back up to Roland while blushing. Her left and right index fingers were now poking against each other while looking at her old party comrade. I don't have enough money to make the trip. Roland raised his brow and took a glance at what Helsi was wearing. She indeed had some higher tier gear. Her sword seemed to be enchanted in some way and the clothes were spanking new. The armor she was wearing was hard leather and she might have had some more goodies hidden in her spatial bag. So even if you wanted, you don't have enough for the train ride? Can't you just take an escort mission to a city with a dungeon? Roland asked while placing some smithing tools on his workbench. You think it's that easy? Maybe if my stupid party wanted to move with me. She slumped on one of the chairs while sighing and then started talking. Roland certainly didn't think that he would be having such a heart-to-heart talk with his new assistant. Helsi told him that due to the lack of funds it was hard to move. She wouldn't have much left for an inn and she would need to find a new party. She was someone that just switched to her second tier 1 class and considered a newbie. She might not be able to find a party that wouldn't rip her off if she moved. There was also the problem that a city with a dungeon wasn't anywhere close to where Edelgard was. Roland was making a lot of money by crafting his scrolls, but a new steel-grade adventurer wasn't. After the failed mission, the guild only rewarded them partially as there was no proof that the client lied about the ants being there. Helsi spent most of her hard-earned cash on her new equipment and recovery potions and was not left with much besides that. She was a scout and a hunter, so she also had the added cost of arrows. The costs added and she was left with living from paycheck to paycheck. The paycheck being whatever she got from the Adventurer Guild. It would take her some time until she gathered enough to travel. After going through the mine experience and then spending most of her coins, she did some thinking. She now knew that she got overzealous with her expenditure. This time around she needed to gather enough money to have a fallback plan. This was also why she was now here, earning more as an errand girl. To Roland, this didn't explain why he was getting the girl as an assistant. He thought he would get someone that at least had some basic smithing knowledge. Would this girl even be able to identify the crafting materials he ordered her to get? I see. You should be careful with your money in the future. You can start working by cleaning the office then. Roland had to stay and listen to the girl complain for 15 minutes about her adventurer party. He didn't have the whole day for something like this. He needed to craft more items and train his smithing skills. Slave driver. The orange-haired girl shouted at him before grabbing an empty bucket to fetch some water. She wasn't someone with high strength, but with the added levels she was stronger than your average human man that didn't have a class. Roland didn't need her for anything else at the moment. It felt kind of strange to have someone follow his orders around. Was this how all the business owners felt when they ordered their workers? The girl vanished behind the warehouse doors after going out. The well for the water was about 5 minutes from this spot. While she was gone, Roland decided to turn on the forge and get started. Today he would craft a utility knife. He was also in the possession of a lesser sharpness rune which would go with it nicely. That is, if he managed to compress the rune enough to fit the small knife. He would be making the knife out of some leftover tools that weren't usable. He would be making it from a rusty horse hoof rasp, which was used for filing down horse hoofs. Half of it was rusted and he just needed about 8 inches of the handle part. It was already broken in half, so he wouldn't need to cut it. It was also made from steel and not iron this time around. First, he needed to heat it up to a nice red color. He then began hammering the handle end of the file over the near side of his anvil until it was half an inch wide. By using the handle end of the file, he would save himself a lot of time on forging. He made sure to knock back the sharp corners where the file handle began to create a taper. This prevented cold shuts from forming. He then drew out the handle taper until it was long enough. Drawing and tapering to lengthen thin steel were the most common techniques a crafter would use as a blacksmith. When you drew steel out, you used flat hammer blows to make a section of steel uniformly thinner and longer. Tapering used angled hammer blows, often with the piece of metal held at an angle to the face of the anvil, to narrow a section of metal on an angle. So he drew out the blade of the file until it was slightly over an inch wide at the shoulder of the handle. He then created a one-sided taper by holding the spine of the knife flat on the anvil and while holding his hammer at an angle. Roland bent the handle over the horn of the anvil in the middle and brought the tip completely around. He did it so that it was flat against the spine side with a loop at the end. He then started to grind the blade evenly on both sides until it was just right. He couldn't grind it too thin before hardening. Otherwise, it might have become brittle and crack in the process of making. Next came the process of annealing. To normalize or anneal steel was to slowly cool it after forging to let the steel or metal grain structure relax and refine. This reduced the chances that the steel would shatter when it is hardened. For the basic blacksmith, normalizing meant to slowly cool the steel near the fire, while annealing meant to very slowly cool the steel in an insulating material such as ash. So he continued by annealing the knife. He heated it up first so that it would become non-magnetic, and then he let it cool in a bucket of ash. After annealing it, he heated it back up to a non-magnetic state again just to then quench the blade in oil. Following this, he tempered the blade after repolishing the edges. He did this by holding the blade upside down and waiting until the blade showed a straw yellow color, and then he quenched it again. A yellow color was the hardest temper, used for cutting tools such as wood carving chisels and slicing knives such as this. It was best used for anything that needed a hard, strong edge at the expense of a higher chance of chipping or cracking. He was now mostly done with his creation. He just needed to add the rune part and then polish it. Maybe add a wooden or cloth handle, so he wouldn't need to hold it by the cold steel. The steel would make rune crafting more difficult, but he had leveled up this skill thanks to the skill book. While he was examining his creation, he noticed someone standing next to him. He jumped back as Helsie had her face shoved right next to him as she watched him working. What are you doing? Nothing. Finished cleaning that room, but you were busy working, so I didn't want to disturb you. You really are a blacksmith, aren't you? Also, here, have one. Roland looked at the smaller girl. In her hand was a ripe red apple. He looked at her, then back to her hand before taking the apple. He realized that he was actually a bit hungry after having forged this knife for the first time. Thank you. No problem. Just part of the job. Also, the girl paused while Roland took a bite out of the apple, some sweat running down his forehead. Are you good at forging arrows? She asked while glancing at him with her large eyes as if she was expecting something. Arrows? Haven't tried yet. Shouldn't be too hard, just need a steel or iron rod. You can probably buy the arrow shafts at the woodworker, so I just need to make the arrowheads. Not sure if you can get the quills there though. He talked out loud while thinking that practicing on arrowheads could be better than making nails. He might be also able to inscribe some lesser runes on them. Arrow shafts and quills. Okay, I'll be right back. Roland eyed Halsey that looked awfully happy for some reason. He had her as a temporary assistant for now. It was probably a good thing that it was a person that he knew. The girl was a bit off, but he could probably trust her. She was a good kid. The only problem with having an assistant was that he couldn't runecraft. He was still trying to hide his prestige class from others. He was far too young to be a proper runesmith, so intelligent people would probably put 2 and 2 together. While Halsey was out, he went back to working on his utility knife. It wouldn't work well as a weapon, it was too short for that. He mostly made it to train his smithing skills and then to train his rune inscribing. He had one of those grinding wheels to help him do the sharpening. It was even one of those that he could operate with his foot and not with a handle. He gave it a spin and sharpened his newly produced tool and then gave it a nice polish. Crude steel utility knife. Intermediate. His skills increased a bit, so he managed to finally get an intermediate ranking. The more he worked on something, the easier it became. He also knew that the smithing skills were somehow helping him out. He didn't even need to concentrate that much while shaping tools that he previously made. His body would shift into automatic gear and recreate what he already did. The more his skills went up, the higher the rating on the items became. While Roland was happy about his new creation, his assistant showed up again. She was holding 10 wooden sticks that looked like arrow shafts and quills. She placed the items that she brought on the table and looked to her new kid boss with a smile on her face. Here you go, I saw some iron bars here, so I didn't get those. Now you can make some arrowheads. Leave the quills to your lovely assistant. The girl nodded and started attaching the quills to the pre-made arrow shafts. The procedure wouldn't really be hard as everything was already prepared for her. The girl was really chipper about him making some arrowheads, and he already realized why. They probably won't be that good. He took one of the wooden arrow shafts that Halsey graciously brought over. He aligned it with some of the thinner iron rods that he had in the smithy and picked one that was the closest in thickness. Luckily, he had a point mandrel that was close enough in width. This was just a pointy tool that allowed making consistent sockets for arrowheads. It was about 6 inches in length, and when he aligned it with the arrow shaft, it looked to fit the size nicely. He wouldn't need to grind it down any further thanks to this. The forge was activated again, and the piece of iron was placed inside to heat up. He left it there till it glowed a bright orange, similar to when he was working with the nails. He took the hot piece of metal to the anvil and started hammering the heated end. He was aiming for a rough spoon shape that was a little bit over 3 times as wide as the rest of the iron rod. He made sure to flatten it out nicely and to taper the ends thin. He then started folding the socket by placing it over the horn and hammering gently. After folding it a bit, he placed it back on the face of the anvil and started to gently round it out. He made sure to not overdo it, otherwise it could collapse onto itself or have sharp creases. After it was nicely rounded out, he grabbed the point mandrel from the side and inserted it into the created socket. He then proceeded to hammer it in so that the inside would fit the wooden arrow shaft later on. He needed to hammer it a few times from the sides so that it fit the tool better before it was done. He then used his hardy tool that was meant for cutting to cut away the partially done arrowhead from the iron stock. He grabbed his pliers from the side and grabbed the soon-to-be arrowhead with them by the socket side. He placed it back on the anvil and started to draw the arrowhead out into a 4-sided point. After he was done, he inserted the point mandrel back into the socket and did some finishing touches on the arrowhead. If he had a better grindstone, he could skip some of the hammerings to the tip and just sharpen it with it instead. It wasn't fast enough for such a thing, and he could only add some sharp edges instead. After about 20 minutes, he was mostly done with it, and it was actually quite pointy at the end. After he used the grindstone to get rid of some uneven parts, he heated up the arrowhead once more. This was just so he could place it into some oil. This was to cool it off and give it a nice oxide finish to keep the point from rusting. He handed the finished arrowhead to his lovely assistant and told her to use some sandpaper on the inside of the socket and then to attach it to the arrow shaft while he worked on the rest. He had 9 to go, and the more he worked, the faster he could finish. His high dexterity allowed him to better work with smaller parts like this, and he didn't fail even once. It took him about 3 hours to finish these up. In the end, he had 6 low and 4 intermediate iron bodkin arrowheads. He was actually happy with his work. The only problem was that these wouldn't sell for all that much, and he would probably earn more by scribing more scrolls in the night. Here, you can take them. Just pay me for the iron. Helsi grinned widely after Roland gave the arrows to her for close to nothing. He knew what she was planning, but he didn't really care. He just used this as practice. If he ever made a runic version of the arrow, he would charge her normally. You're the best boss in the whole wide world. Don't worry. I'll be sure to cook you some good food. I bet you've been only eating out in those cheap restaurants. She wasn't wrong. Roland mostly just went to the closest place in the neighborhood and didn't even care if the food was bland. He even received a nicely cooked stew for his work that almost brought a smile on his face. So his life as a blacksmith continued. His levels were rising slowly, but he knew that if he continued, he would finally be able to craft something special. Days went by and Roland continued to practice his craft. He created regular tools most of the day, which he then melted down for crafting materials. They were far too crude to sell, and any responsible blacksmith made his or her own tools. With the help of his temporary assistant, he didn't need to go to restaurants every day. She would cook and clean, and he would help her out by crafting arrow shafts. With this, his smithing masteries were increasing at a steady pace. This only left his level that was increasing at a snail's pace. Even rune crafting doesn't give me that much experience. Roland gave out a sigh while hammering another one of his creations. He was making a door handle for his new workshop as the old one had fallen off. He could have just repaired it, but he would be given fewer points. He was just adding the finishing touches by bending each side of the handle on the horn of his anvil. After it was finished, he just needed to attach the new iron handle via nails to the wooden door. The door didn't have a lock, just a simple latch that he could use to close it from one side. His basic forging and basic smithing mastery were at level 4. They were leveling up fast if you compared it to his blacksmith's level that was only 3 after all this time. The books weren't joking around when they said that taking a 3rd Tier 1 class would be a headache. If he continued like this, he would max out all of his basic crafting skills before he even reached level 10 with his runic blacksmith class. This was something that he expected would happen sooner or later. Felt like a big waste of time though. He would be stuck with skills that couldn't be upgraded even if he continued working hard. It might have been even better to level up other skills that he ignored after that happened, like his stealth, running, or weapon proficiencies. With the added blacksmith strength and endurance, he would be able to handle some heavier weapons. Before that happened, though, there was one thing he wanted to do. That was to draw as many rune schematics as humanly possible. He had bought all of the runic scrolls that were in the city already. There weren't that many of them, to begin with, as most runesmiths would rather hammer red-hot iron than hold a quill in a dark room. This left him with not much to work with. Only some basic elemental spells like the Arrow series. There were also some situational ones like the Lesser Shadow Veil and the Life Detection spell. He needed to get more armor and weapon-related spells like the Impact Rune or Detonation Rune he received. The problem was that even the cheapest piece of armor cost at least a few small gold coins. He didn't have enough gold to go around and buy enchanted armor to level up. One option was to buy an enchanted sword with a popular rune. Learn how to craft it himself thanks to his debugging skill. Then order some swords and add the rune to it. This would probably be one of the better options, and he could ask the gnome manager to sell his items without people knowing that it was him. The only downside was that rune crafting still sucked him dry of mana. He probably wouldn't be able to make that many weapons. Also, he would need to stop making his scrolls due to not having any mana left after. There was something he could do before that, something that in theory would allow him to get rune schematics free of charge. The problem with that was that it was probably illegal, and if he got caught he might go to jail. Getting caught was improbable, mostly due to the nature of the task he would be performing. I should give it a try. I need to test it out in the field. Roland rubbed his chin before hammering the door handle into place. The one he made even looked better than the old one, which showed him that he was really improving his craft. His assistant was out on adventures for a few days, so he had some free time to do some tests. The next day came around and Roland left his workshop. He couldn't test his new idea in one of Xier's shops as the stores weren't in the business of selling magic swords. They mostly sold materials, scrolls, and alchemy products. He needed to find himself a shop that had a relation with an actual runesmith. These were weapon shops and armor shops, and they looked very similar to the ones a person could find in games. After some walking, he was now in front of one. It was one of the bigger shops in the city, and there were already some adventurers inside looking over the items. The person that owned this was a runesmith that took the weaponsmith path. Getting a runesmith class was quite hard, and he already knew this. Most of them would specialize in only one of the fields, either armors or weapons. The effort they would need to put to level up both would be astronomical. Still, some people like that existed, and they were the true grandmasters of the craft. The shop was named Bomber's Weapons, and it had a sword and axe symbol by the entrance. He was wearing his usual robe and covered most of his face as he didn't want to be spotted. The part of the store the regular customers were allowed to walk on was on the first floor. On this floor, you had various weapons of the regular variety. They were mostly made of steel or iron, and you could even pick them up and examine them. The second floor wasn't accessible for just everyone. You had to be a silver-grade adventurer or have some connections. On that floor, the more pricey enchanted weapons that were from the common grade and above were placed. Due to how much they cost, they were well protected, and you had to jump through some hoops to even examine them. He wasn't here for those though, no. He walked over to where some of the rune-enchanted items were, the ones with lesser runes. There were a lot of them around behind glass cases. A person just needed to call over one of the clerks to examine it or to purchase it. He, on the other hand, just wanted to examine them through the glass. He moved closer to one of those display cases. He saw some steel swords there. All of them were looking better than what he was able to produce. Steel axe of lesser sharpness. Steel dagger of lesser sharpness. He started looking through them. Most of them had the sharpness enchantment on it, as it was one of the more popular ones. He needed to find an item with a rune that he didn't yet know, and it didn't take him long to find one. Steel long sword of lesser scorching. There we go. Roland murmured to himself. That was one rune that he wasn't familiar with just yet. From his knowledge, he knew that this enchantment would imbue the weapon with flames. The flames wouldn't harm the weapon or the user. The magical fire would add a bit more damage to a person's attack, but it wasn't all that great as some people might think. He moved in closer, as now was the time to carry out his dubious plan. He moved over to the glass case and was lucky enough that no one was close by. He carried out his plan by sticking his face as close to the glass as possible and then staring at the sword. Yes, he just came here to stare at the weapons. His debugging skill was activated, and he could see the runic spell structure of the lesser scorching rune. He wouldn't be sketching a diagram here though, no. He was using one of his traits, mainly the knowledge retention one that he was blessed with. His memory wasn't perfect, but he figured to give this a try. He already knew the runic structures after scribing so many schematics and spell scrolls. He didn't even need to remember all of the magical pathways. The most important thing were the separate components. He already knew the ones that were used for fire and flames. This lesser scorching rune had similar elements as the fire spells he was used to scribing. He remained there for 10 minutes just staring at the sword. Some of the workers gave him side glances as they didn't know what this person was doing. He had his head squished into the glass and was intently looking at one of the swords. Roland finally pulled his face away and quickly ran out of the store. This left the clerks even more surprised. The sword was there, so there was no stealing involved. The youth ran back to his workshop with haste and grabbed his paper and pencil. He quickly started drawing everything down. Within 15 minutes, he had all of the components on the paper and only the traces remained. With the help of the drawing skill, he didn't even need a ruler to draw a straight line, so he finished up everything within half an hour. You have created the schematic for the lesser scorch rune, Lo. He gained some experience for creating the schematic. It wasn't of the highest rating as he had made some mistakes here and there, but it was a working lesser scorching rune. With his debugging skill, he could easily increase it to the highest grade. Roland sat down while looking at the paper. He just drew the schematic on and chuckled. He had just managed to borrow a yet unknown rune diagram for himself. He saved himself some small gold coins thanks to this, and it didn't seem that anyone noticed. He wanted to run back to that store and do it again. He knew that, if he went through with that, someone could notice. He now had a way to get some free rune schematics, but he couldn't overdo it. He was scared that someone would notice him using an unknown skill, and if he went to jail they would have ways to identify it. Yeah, no need to be hasty, Roland thought to himself. He was still stuck in this city for some years. He could slowly go to the weapon and armor shops and examine the wares. If he did it once or twice a week, no one should be any wiser. He couldn't do it again now, so he decided to move forward with one of his experiments. He would try making a Bronze Age sword. He would be using some pre-made items that he had bought previously. One of them was the mold box that went together with special sand that would go into it. The other thing he needed was a wooden replica of the sword he would be molding. Luckily, he had done this strenuous task previously. He had gotten himself a piece of wood that was more or less a thicker plank. He first drew the shape of the sword on it. Roland went for a leaf-shaped sword design that would be on the shorter side. After drawing the shape on the wood, he had cut it into the rough shape, then filed it down to perfection. Now he just had to insert the sand into the mold along with the wooden sword replica. So he did, and luckily it left a nice sword imprint. He now needed to carve out a channel for the bronze to go in that was at the handle part. This wasn't the first time he was doing this, as he had some practice with the paddle magic wands. This would take a lot more time though, as after the casting there would be a lot of grinding and polishing left to do. The mold that was in a wooden holder and had some latches on it to close it together. He also hammered in some nails to keep it tightly shut. The smelter was already running hot and the bronze was already in it. He wasn't doing his own mix of adding tin to copper, as he just got some working materials from another store. After everything was nicely melted, he took out the melting crucible with the heated metal and began pouring it into the small opening of the mold. Smoke started coming out, but luckily he didn't see anything spilling outside. The top of the wooden mold began catching on fire after it was filled up, but that wasn't a problem. The casting process was now over, and after the mold had cooled off, it was time to open it. The latches and nails were removed and the inside was revealed. A very rough-looking piece of bronze covered in some sand was seen by him. After cleaning it up from the sand, the dreaded grinding process would begin. This would probably take him over a day to finish. Roland continued. His grinding stone and sandpaper were used. Luckily there was sandpaper in this world, otherwise this would take even longer. It was impossible to polish the blade without any blemishes, as the casting process in the mold just wasn't good enough. On the next day he managed to get done with polishing, and it was time to attach a wooden handle. He used the base wooden sword replica to draw out a handle on 2 smaller blocks of wood. He then used some tools to shave it down to size. Attaching it to the sword would be done with rivets. Bronze leaf-shaped sword. Intermediate. He looked at the shiny sword. He had polished the surface and he could very vaguely see his reflection in it. There were some scratches of the surface of the blade shaft from the sandpaper and grindstone left behind. If he wanted to get a highest rating, he would probably need to have a blade with no blemishes. This was enough. It was nice and sharp and was now ready for the runecrafting process. He grabbed a better steel hammer from the side. He still needed to get himself one that was at least made from dark steel in the future. There were even special ones with enchantments that boosted a smith's mana control. Though they cost an arm and a leg, as other runesmiths were unwilling to hand over good crafting tools to the competition. He pushed his magical energy into the hammer handle. It traveled upwards into the head and then went towards the face. It started glowing in blue light and crackled slightly the moment he delivered a blow to his bronze sword. The sound of gentle hammering resounded through the workshop and his work continued. He needed to take a couple of breaks and even meditated to get back his mana. Even with this, he wasn't able to inscribe the Lesser Scorch rune in one day. The whole runecrafting process took him a whole 3 days to finish, and he was left with a working product. Bronze leaf-shaped sword of Lesser Scorching, intermediate. Hi. Roland looked at his new creation. This was a lot harder to make than one of the previous paddles. This was also his first working weapon, though making it bronze probably meant that it wouldn't last for too long. He examined his reflection in the blade and then moved it up into the air before exclaiming, "Flame on!" He then injected mana through the wooden hilt. With the ethereal pathway skill in place, this was finally a possibility. The runes in the blade shone, and he could vaguely see the runic pathways lighting up as the magic structure was activated. A flame sword was thus created, which made Roland grin slightly. He was finally able to make a working weapon. Even though it wasn't that usable, it was a proof of concept. He laughed out loud while forgetting himself and waving the fire sword around as a kid would when playing with a toy. His momentary outburst of happiness was interrupted the moment someone called out to him from the back. "Hey, are you really just a regular blacksmith?" He turned around and saw Helsi standing there and looking at his runic sword. She was out on adventures, so he didn't bother hiding his runecrafting. He also was so focused on it that he didn't notice the girl's return. "How long were you standing there?" "Oh, about an hour. You seemed busy, so I didn't want to bother you." She smiled while looking at the taller youth that still had a flaming sword in his hand. "But I locked the door." He looked to the door and it was still closed. "Oh yeah, it was locked, so I climbed through the opened window. Climbing is nothing for a scout." Helsi grinned as if she did well. She had climbed through the second-floor window that he left open for some ventilation. It was still day, so he also didn't leave any traps for thieves behind. "That's not the important thing. How did you do that?" Helsi pointed at the glowing sword that Roland finally turned off. Her eyes were sparkling as if she was a kid in a candy store. Now he needed to explain himself to his own assistant and hope that she wouldn't spread this information around. He already was starting to get a headache. Roland was in a bind. He was looking at a small half-gnome girl shaking her body side to side. She was looking at him with those large orbs that she called eyes. The young girl had climbed through an open window and seen him runecrafting. "Hey, how did you do that? That's an enchanted sword for sure. You can enchant swords? Are you an enchant smith?" "I knew it, you lied about your age. You have to be tier 2 for that." The girl had come to the conclusion that he was at least an enchant smith. She wasn't able to distinguish between enchanting and rune smithing. This wasn't the problem, though. His secret that he somewhat wanted to keep hidden from others was now revealed. "I'm not old, you idiot, and this isn't a regular enchanted sword." To be honest, Roland was a bit tired of hiding here in this town. He had to wear that black robe and had to avoid people. He feared that either assassins would find him or someone related to his noble house would recognize him. If they reported it to his father, he would probably get yanked back home. Though at this point he had already used up 2 class slots, there wasn't really a way for him to go back to being a soldier. At most, his dear father would probably stick him in the army's smithy to make magical swords for them. Roland wasn't sure how forceful he would be in his methods. Maybe he was overthinking it and he would be fine. Still, he was paranoid after the first assassination attempt, and now there was even a second one. For now, he looked at the cute girl that was stomping her little feet on the ground. "Who are you calling an idiot? You are the idiot." "You idiot!" The girl puffed out her cheeks and started acting out by shaking her hands around widely. Helsi was behaving below her age bracket, but he wasn't sure. Not like he knew many 17-year-olds. The only reference to them were his old party members. He wasn't that good with people, so this was giving him a headache. "I'm going to have a brain aneurysm." "An aneurysm? Is that an enchantment?" The pouting girl tipped her head to the side and asked, not really knowing what Roland was talking about. The younger male placed the freshly made runic sword on his workbench. He didn't have time to enjoy his new creation. He even wanted to try inscribing some pre-made steel weapons to then sell them to his boss. Now, on the other hand, he had this to worry about. He looked at the not-so-smart-looking girl and raised his eyebrow. Was he worrying too much? Would anyone even believe what she was saying? Who would she even give this information to? She was only a simple adventurer with no real pull in this city. He could also try a different approach by just asking her to stay quiet about this. He didn't feel like this girl had an ulterior motive. "Hey Helsi, can I ask you something?" Shire?" She nodded. "Do you think a tier 2 enchantsmith that is close to 13 years old is a common thing?" The girl looked at Roland, not really sure where he was going with this question. She was someone that had just recently started her adventuring. Her life was mostly spent at the orphanage with the church or at the inn. This didn't mean that she was ignorant of her environment. She had already gone through some experience. 13-year-old Tier 2 enchantsmith? Probably not. That's right, and do you know what people do to uncommon things? Helsi rubbed her chin and then pointed at Roland. They want to have it? Oh. She realized where Roland was going with it and quickly shouted. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Your secret is safe with me. Roland blinked. Would it be that easy? There were ways of making people talk even if they didn't want to. He wasn't sure, but Helsi might have already signed a contract with his company. The gnome manager might have had foresight to sign something like a non-disclosure agreement. Not like he could do anything about this now, though. He wouldn't actually hurt the girl. She wasn't strong but didn't seem like a liar or someone that gave away other people's secrets. Hey, you can trust me. She trailed off at the end while glancing at the bronze sword that he made. Her eyes were speaking for themselves, and he knew what this meant. He wanted to smack her head a bit, but he knew that if you wanted something you needed to either pay or work for it. If you stay quiet about it, I'll enchant your sword. He needed to make a trade. The girl was quite honorable from what he knew. If he did something for her, she would probably feel obliged to keep quiet. Enchanted and runic weapons were really costly, and he knew that Helsi was quite poor. She would probably need to scrape by a lot before she could afford a weapon like that. He wanted to offer putting runic inscriptions on her arrows at first, but that wouldn't be quite possible yet. His runecrafting skill would need to be leveled up further. From what he saw, the runic structures were getting smaller the further he leveled his skill up. He theorized that when he got it to about level 7, he would be able to fit lesser runes on them. Common ones were out of the question. He would probably only be able to do that after achieving a Tier 2 class. An enchanted sword. The girl took a step back. She knew well that magic weapons were what a true adventurer desired. It was also a sign of wealth and prosperity. Only when you started wearing magical armor and weapons could you call yourself a true adventurer. It was a sign of prestige and a first step towards the top. Enchanted armor. Enchanted bow. Roland raised an eyebrow as he saw the girl mumbling to herself. He could have sworn that she even started drooling for a while. He had underestimated how poor Helsi actually was. Her life consisted of scraping by. She didn't even have a large silver coin in her pouch. She was more or less just living day to day and spending whatever she earned. Whenever she came here, she would eat with him, from the rations that the company supplied to save. Stop. An enchanted sword is the most I can do for now. I'm still just an apprentice. I never even tried enchanting a bow either. He didn't even have any bow enchantments. Making a sharp bow or one that started flaming wouldn't really work. You actually needed to enchant the arrows and not the bow to empower them with magic. A good enchantment for a bow was something that made it lighter to pull, silent, or hard to break. There were some powerful runes that could produce a bow that didn't need arrows and exchange them for magical ones. This was something far too advanced for someone like him, though. He also couldn't make the superior runic weapons that had mana stones in them either. Roland theorized that he might be able to learn that skill from a skill book like the one the manager gave him. He wasn't sure if it was a Tier 2 or Tier 3 skill, though. Probably at most he could get a basic version of it. This would probably lengthen the crafting process extensively. The girl looked a bit saddened by the fact that she wouldn't be getting an enchanted bow. Still, she recovered quickly while pulling out her short sword. She was of a smaller stature compared to a human, so this was almost a long sword to her. Roland looked at the sword to identify it. Considering he was a blacksmith now, he was able to identify basic weapons made from regular metals. He had a whole list of various stats now. He couldn't see some of the subcategories quite yet, though. For instance, the damage type that showed up. If he leveled up his skills, he would be able to see a letter next to it, ranging from F to S. The information varied. The sharpness was indicated by a percentage, but other statics could be counted by a letter or some kind of word instead. It was quite confusing, and there was no uniform grading system there. Roland looked over the short sword. It was slightly banged up. If the weapon's sharpness went below 40%, the weapon would get a dull debuff. The damage it could output would also go down. At 0%, it would lose its slashing damage and turn to blunt damage that was lower. Helsi looked at the taller youth that was eyeing her short sword strangely. He waved it around and even poked it with his finger a bit. His eyebrows went from squinting to furrowing, and he even started to scoff while examining the short sword. Is it that bad? The girl was slightly disheartened that the weapon she had spent a large chunk of her coins on was getting scrutinized. This and her bow was the only thing she could afford. She was already saving a bit on the arrows as Roland was making them almost for free. She only needed to supply the raw materials like the iron or steel stocks and the pre-made arrow quills. Bad? No, it's fine. But it needs some sharpening. What kind of enchantment would you like to put on it? Mind you, I can only put lesser ones on this, and it will probably take over a week or two to make. How about a sharpness one? Those are quite popular. Roland replied, hoping that she would go for the easy sharpness rune. He wasn't quite sure what the adventurers liked to have on their enchanted swords. The sharpness enchantment, when activated, didn't actually change the sword structure. Instead, it surrounded the blade part with a thin layer of mana that smoothed things out and made it sharper. After mana stopped being injected, the blade went back to being a regular piece of metal. This type of enchantment drained mana slowly by the second. It was similar to the Scorching Rune and differed from the spell runes that took a chunk of a user's mana when activated. What kind of enchantment? I can choose. The girl's big eyes sparkled and she started to bounce about the room. This also made Roland's eyes momentarily wander down to a certain bouncy body part. He quickly shook his head. The hormones in this body were starting to make things difficult for the old man on the inside. After Helsi posed the question, he felt like he had made a big mistake. He probably should have taken the blade and inscribed the rune of his choosing. Now he left the choice up to a girl that was in a perpetual state of poverty. Would she go for the cheapest option when someone offered something for free? Enchantment? It must be one of those sword attacks. The sharpness enchantment isn't even that good. She crossed her hands over her chest and started nodding. Apparently, she wanted something else, an attack-type enchantment. Just like mages had magic spells like the fire arrow spell that he frequently used, there were special skills and magical attacks that magical warriors utilized. These magical skills, like the scorching ability, were mostly something from the mana warrior's repertoire. It was also a tier 1 class similar to the mana scribe class. The scorching enchantment was a lesser version of the flame sword enchantment that was accessible for a tier 2 flame warrior. Similar to the Tier 2 elemental mage variants, the magical warriors specialized in their own set of elements. Scorching only made the blade heat up and produce a flame. It wasn't much better than having a torch. The Tier 2 version actually heated it up to the point of letting the user cut and scorch monster flesh. Then a Tier 3 version that was called the Blazing Sword enchantment would even allow the user to melt through other metals. When it came to Tier 1 mana warrior skills that could be put on swords, there were two main ones: the Mana Slash and the Mana Thrust. The first one produced a sharp condensed blade of blue mana that could be used as a ranged attack. The other produced a similar effect just with the thrusting motion and would punch a hole in the enemy from further away. I want a Mana Slash enchantment, but maybe the thrust is better. The girl did actually want one of those. This meant that he would need to make a visit to one of the weapon shops and get it. He could also just put a mana arrow spell on it instead. But such spells didn't really work well with warriors' specialized movements. They worked best with things like the wands he made. Aiming magic with heavy weapons was less than optimal. The Mana Slash attack could be easily timed and activated during a fight. This made it slightly similar to the Impact Rune, but it delivered magic damage, which sometimes was a must to beat some opponents. The Impact Rune only increased the weight of your weapon but didn't add any magical properties. There were some monsters out there that were immune to physical attacks. Thus, this type of enchantment was popular with the warriors that couldn't become a magic swordsman. These mana attacks also used up less MP than magic spells used by mages. This was mostly due to having a lower range of attack. The Mana Slash would travel 10 meters at most, and the thrust went a little further. I have my arrows and bow, so the close-ranged Mana Slash will probably be better. Helsi thought out loud while rubbing her chin. She was looking at her short sword that she retrieved from Roland. She performed some slashes and thrusts before coming to a decision. The Mana Slash would be the one that she would get. Mana Slash? I don't really know that one. The moment Roland said that, Helsie's head dropped a bit along with her shoulders. But I can learn to make it, you'll just have to wait a bit. She quickly raised her head up after hearing his words. Her eyes glittered and she jumped forward. Roland was surprised. The girl was really quick as she gave him a big hug. He wasn't really used to shows of affection, so both his hands were hovering in the air, as he wasn't sure what to do with them. You're the best, Roland. I'll be sure to cook you up something great. Roland coughed a bit into his hand after the two separated. Various thoughts were going through his head, mostly ones that were affected by his teenage hormones. The girl looked up to the youth and noticed him acting strange. This brought a little smile on her face. So, you can make that kind of face. She giggled to herself while Roland turned around. He wasn't sure what kind of face he was making, but he felt defeated after getting teased by a kid. I don't know what you are talking about. Shouldn't you be working? Helsie gave Roland a salute before skipping to the side. He actually had a stove where the girl could cook in the warehouse portion. It was far enough from the smelter and the anvil so that no hot metal or iron shavings got into the food. Roland gave out a sigh before grabbing a sword from the side. It was a pre-made product that he got from his company. With Helsie already knowing his true skills, he could just work normally. This might have actually been a good thing. Now he didn't need to hide his class from his assistant. The sword he would be crafting a rune on was a regular steel longsword. He would be adding a basic sharpness rune on it. It would probably take him a while to do this, after which he could go to one of the stores to borrow a mana/schematic. He had a lot of work on his hands, and now even an eager half-gnome that would probably bug him for the item he promised her. A young man about the age of 20 was walking through the forest. He was holding onto a piece of parchment that had a drawing on it. He had been going through the instructions on this piece of paper towards a supposed meet-up point. Is that the tree? There was a large dead tree in the middle of nowhere. The grass around here was thin and lacked color. The man walked up to it and pulled out a white envelope. The envelope was sealed by a red seal that had a certain insignia on it. The crest on it had a knight on a horse that was standing up on it, and it was in the shape of a shield. The man moved forward and looked at the ugly-looking tree. He started feeling out the wide trunk with his fingers and finally found what he was looking for. Here it is. He injected mana while pushing his fingers into a certain spot. The dark trunk lit up and he could see some intricate runic symbols showing. The man's hands started shaking slightly as he had a bad premonition. He looked to the piece of paper and moistened up his lips before speaking out. Master of the Abyss, I abandon myself wholly to thy power. You are the darkness behind and beneath the shadows. You are the absence of air that awaits at the bottom of every breath. The man continued to read the lengthy chant. The more words he said, the more the dead tree reacted to his presence, and when he finished it started humming. He took a step back, afraid that he had messed up. Just as he was about to retreat back out of fright, the tree's wide trunk started opening. A previously unseen hole revealed itself as the branches and bark shifted. The man looked at the head-sized hole and then quickly threw the letter in. The piece of paper that he was previously reading caught on fire the moment he did. He tossed it to the side while it burned in a dark flame. Nothing was left of the parchment but ashes. The hole that he threw the parchment in sealed itself up almost instantly after the massage was delivered. The man quickly turned away and started running. He was given a set of instructions to deliver this letter. He had no idea what was in it or who the people behind the strange tree were. From the sound of it, they were worshippers of some kind of evil god, which one he had no idea, as there were more than one. He wouldn't remain here for the worshippers of this god to return. He had gotten the letter from a noble's knight. He knew to what house he belonged to. If the noble behind this knight was an evil god worshipper, it would be better to leave this area. Nothing ever good came from involving yourself with people like that. There were even fallen cities that were run over by demons. People would make contracts with these demonic beings to gain power. People could achieve special prestige classes as a boon. These classes mostly demanded bloody sacrifices, and some people possessing them would be turned into monsters in human form. The power they possessed was very real, which in turn corrupted them to turn to that side. The man sped up, His feet moved silently through the night. The forest was quiet, and he couldn't even hear any animals or monsters around him. There was something odd about this. He was someone experienced. When he was going this way, he could clearly feel hidden beings, but now there was nothing. It was as if they vanished into thin air. He continued running, but there was a problem. The path that he had marked for his return was gone. He made sure to nick the trees here and there so that he wouldn't be lost. He stopped and looked around. The howling winds pushed the tree branches around that looked like sharp claws in the moonlight. The man began sweating as he felt that he was in danger. This wasn't right, he thought, and bolted forward. He needed to get out of here as fast as he could. He ran, and his stamina counter continued to drop fast. He was someone at the Tier 2 class and had stamina to spare. What the? He pushed through some bushes and saw something odd. The same tree that he had placed the letter in was there out in the clearing. Was he running around in circles this whole time? Something was off. He knew that he didn't have such a bad sense of direction. He tried finding the place that he came through the first time and started running again. There were still no signs of his old path as before. No. How is this possible? After another hour of running, he ended up at the large dead tree once again. It was as if it was mocking him. He looked up into the night sky and noticed another thing. The moons didn't seem to be changing. He had already spent 2 hours in this forest, but the night wasn't passing. It should be 4 in the morning now, but it looked like time had frozen. His eyes went bloodshot as the nightmare continued. He continuously ran through the forest trying to find his way home. 1 day, 2 days, and then a whole week had passed, but he still ended up by the tree. He started cutting the tree in a fit of rage, but whenever he left and came back it was as if nothing happened. No matter how much damage he delivered to the tree, when he came back it was as if he was never there to begin with. When he was his 2nd week into this nightmare, something suddenly happened. He looked down at his chest. He moved his trembling hand to the right side and felt horrible pain. It was as if someone was stabbing something sharp right through his heart. Ah! Did you have to do that? He didn't even fully fall to the curse. The man blinked and the scenery changed slightly. He was still next to the dead tree, but he wasn't alone. This time around he noticed 2 people standing over him while he was down on the ground. One of the people was pushing a glowing red dagger through his chest where his heart was. He couldn't really make out their facial features as his life soon faded and he dropped dead. "We don't have time for this." The man that was holding the knife scoffed at the person next to him. From their figures, you could make out that the one with the dagger was a man and the other person was a woman. The dagger that was plunged into the dead man's chest started glowing even more as it got pulled out. The veins in his body started glowing bright orange and then turned to red. The deep wound where the heart was started pulsating in the same color and glowing brightly. "Oh, I love this part." The woman laughed while looking at the twitching body. The skin sizzled and started fading away, and soon the whole body burned away into ashes. Nothing besides the man's clothes and a certain item was left behind. The man moved his hand into the spot where the dead man's heart was, and he pulled out a blood-colored crystal. "So shiny. But it's only a Tier 2, not really worth using. Stop fooling around and get the letter. We had spent too much time here already." The man scoffed while removing the man's gear from the ground. He was sure to wipe away all the traces while the woman moved over to the tree. She placed her hand on the trunk but didn't recite the chant. The tree opened up in a similar fashion to reveal the letter on the inside. "Got it." She waved at her partner that was already moving away from the scene of the crime. Soon both of them vanished into the night. What was left of the man were only his ashes that would soon become fertilizer for the grass and plants. Life continued, and at the dawn of the next day, Roland was looking over his first creation. Sharp runic steel longsword, intermediate, high. He had inscribed the sharpness rune on the first longsword that he received. He didn't put his red comet calling card on this item. It didn't feel right unless he created everything himself. He also didn't want his mark being associated with anything else than high and highest graded items. The materials for the runic scrolls didn't matter that much as they were one use only. But when it came to swords, he didn't want them to be anything less than high. He could very well sell this item without his calling card, so it didn't matter that much. He took the sword for a test run by activating the rune. The sword started to faint glow in blue light and the inscribed rune started glowing. He examined it closely and could feel his MP slowly going down while the magic effect was active. He placed the sword that he upgraded into a magical one into a nice box and then tied it together with some string. He would earn some nice cash by selling this thing and he didn't actually lose any money while making it. The company provided the blade and they also provided the crafting hammer. The only thing he needed to put into this was his time and mana. Helsi, could you take this and carry it back to Exier's Magic Emporium? The girl peeked her head into the workshop and grabbed the box with the sword inside. She looked over it for a moment before placing it into her own spatial bag. So, will you be making my sword now? She leaned over closer to Roland and gave his side a poke with her finger. His body reacted in an odd fashion as he twitched uncontrollably. It had taken him 5 days to finish this product. Making runic inscriptions on steel weapons was a lot harder than on bronze. This also meant that his assistant bothered him every day for the whole week. She was clearly the impatient type, but a promise was a promise. Yeah, I'll be making yours next. I just need to go to the store to go get something. The girl smiled brightly after hearing that and finally left while carrying his first store-worthy weapon. Roland gave out a sigh and put on his robe, the one he used to hide his appearance. He didn't have time to scout out the next schematic. This time around, he would have to remember a more difficult one. It was for the mana slash rune that allowed other people to use a mana warrior skill. Wish I had time to go make that bike, he thought to himself while going towards his next destination. He was worried about standing out, so he decided to go to a different weapon shop this time around. This one was quite a distance away from his workshop though, so it took him a while to walk there. On the inside it had a similar layout to the other shop he was in before. The difference was that instead of the better items being upstairs, they were down in the lower levels instead. He walked around it and was lucky enough to discover a blade with the enchantment he was looking for. There were some guards and clerks loitering around as always. The glass case this weapon was placed in was a bit more problematic. In the other store, the case was in a more secluded spot. This one was hanged out for everyone to see along with some other weapons. He couldn't just stand there for 10 minutes with his face pressed against the glass case. There were too many people around. He moved forward, the furthest away that he could while being able to activate his debugging skill. Inconspicuous or not, he needed to get this crafting schematic somehow. He walked and glanced, but there were other people there and they continued to walk around. Sometimes they blocked the view, sometimes a worker came over and broke his concentration. He was also standing too far away and couldn't see well. After 15 minutes of bumbling about, he backed away and went outside the store. This isn't working. Maybe I'll make some notes on the way, and then try recreating it back at my workshop? He thought to himself while taking out some rough paper. He started thinking back to the rune layout and started scribbling down what he remembered. He looked at the finished product and furrowed his brows, but before he could scoff even more, he felt a tapping on his shoulder. "What are you doing?" "Who, what?" He turned around and saw a familiar-looking girl. It was his assistant Helsi. "What are you doing here? Did you follow me?" "Of course. You said you were going to enchant my sword and get some materials. I'm here to help." She smiled. She was a scout and a tracker, so following Roland's trail with one of her skills was quite easy. While using such a skill, she had a nice trail of his footprints to follow that glowed. "You really want to get that enchantment, don't you?" She just nodded while looking at him. Roland just wanted to facepalm. He didn't even get the rune schematics, and now she was even here. There were just too many people inside looking around. Maybe he needed to find another store or give up. He then looked to Helsi, who was just humming to herself some kind of tune. He then got a not-so-good idea. "Hey, Helsi." He walked up to the girl and then started whispering his plan into her ear. The girl just looked at him and nodded, not really sure where he was going with it. Back inside the store, Roland walked back to where the sword was hanging and went back to work. This time around, he got a lot closer and stopped moving. There were still other people here, but the moment someone else moved to the larger display case, they were blocked by a cute-looking half-gnome girl. "Hey, have you heard about Our Lady and Savior Goddess Solaria?" The person looked at the girl while flinching and instantly backed away. The zealots around the city were well known, so most people didn't like talking to them. This was more or less the plan that Roland hastily came up with. While he was trying to remember the schematic, Halsey would try to somehow get the people away. She just needed to stall them for 10 minutes or get their attention away from him. The Solaria bit was just one of the easiest ways of keeping people away from you. It would also get you removed from the store sooner or later, as store owners didn't allow such things inside. The girl switched it up, but actually shoulder tackling one person that started getting too close to where Roland was. She also started singing and dancing, which finally brought the store clerk over to check the situation. She was finally thrown out of the store, but it was enough time for Roland to go through the whole runic diagram in his head. With the previously drawn notes, he was sure that he would be able to draw a working schematic. Halsey was really a good worker when her enchanted sword was on the line. Roland just needed to tell her a half-truth. He explained that he needed to examine the sword from the store that had her enchantment on it for some reference. The people were getting in his way and he couldn't concentrate. She was very eager to help after the explanation. The two were now back at the workshop. Halsey handed Roland a bag of coins that was filled with gold and silver. This was part of his earnings from the past month, and it looked like the sword that he just made was also counted in. "Okay, Halsey, I need to concentrate now, so you are free to go. I should have your sword ready within a week. You can take one of those in the meantime, though they aren't really that good." In the corner of the workshop were some steel swords that were meant for runic enchanting. He would lend her one of them, but she would need to return it. He was able to repair swords like that, but not that confident in making one at the same intermediate rank. Roland's life as a runic blacksmith continued, and he was slowly building up his monetary empire. He spent most of his time focusing on enhancing the pre-made swords that his company was giving him and training his runecraft. He didn't even need to bother with the scribing skill that wasn't even leveling up. His boss even allowed him to make the switch, as the swords would bring in more money. So the days continued. Soon they turned into weeks and then into months. His life slowly continued without much happening until about the 1.5-year mark, which brought some changes. A tall young man of about 183 centimeters of height was standing next to a large anvil. He was wearing a cotton shirt and had a large, thick blacksmith's apron over it. The shirt was quite loose, which allowed for more airflow and better ventilation. Still, there was some sweat forming on his brow. His build wasn't very bulky, but you could see quite a lot of tone on his arms and chest. It looked like the youth's body didn't have a chance to build enough muscle to go with his growth spurt. The youth was standing in a blacksmith's workshop and had a flat piece of steel in his hand. It was already heated up and red after he took it out of his forge. This was obviously the material he was working on. He placed it on the anvil and started delivering hard hammer blows to it. The piece of steel started to slowly take shape. The blows were delivered consistently over the whole length at high precision. His hand didn't shake and he never missed the correct spot. From time to time you would see his hands stopping and an ethereal glow filling his eyes, which after the hammering process continued. The previously angular piece of metal started getting stretched out. There was a lot of back and forth in this forging process. The piece of metal needed to be reheated multiple times and hammered into the correct blade shape. Soon it was noticeable that the young smith was making a long-bladed weapon. There was nothing more to it. Just consistent hammer strikes were enough to get the piece of metal into a sword shape. One end was pointed while the other one was left smaller for the handle and the crossguard. This end was called the tang, and he needed to make it thinner at the end to fit it through the pommel. Before the crossguard and pommel would be made, the rough-looking sword needed a lot of grinding. The whole piece of metal needed to be filed down and sharpened to the utmost perfection before the next process. There were no power tools in this world, but the youth had something similar. It allowed him to make the process of polishing and grinding faster, but at a small cost. After that task was finished, the hammering of a piece of steel that would be the crossguard started. The shape that was hammered looked cruciform at a slight bent that would be going outwards from the sword grip. The young blacksmith punched a hole through the middle that would be used to attach the crossguard to the blade. He made sure to first test if it fit before continuing with the hammering so that it would take the desired shape. After the blade and the crossguard were ready, only the pommel remained. It would be placed below the grip and would have a circular shape. After this was done, the process of normalizing the steel remained. Forging created stresses and normalizing relieved that stresses. After completing that process, he only needed to attach all the parts and polish everything to perfection. Without drills in this world, the swords were held in place by a certain technique that was called peening. This was done by hammering the steel part that was poking out through the hollow pommel. Thanks to this, the sword hilt wouldn't slip anymore and everything would be nice and tight. If he managed to create a drill, he could just attach the round sword pommel by just screwing it into place. After some time, the youth was left with a working product. He looked at it while nodding, but this wasn't over yet. He grabbed another hammer from the side. This one looked different from the rest, and it had a strange runic pattern on the face side. The process of runecrafting had started. The youth hammered away, this time with much less force. The strikes were slow and precise, and each time one landed, a part of a rune was formed. This process took almost as long as the whole forging did. The youth had a couple of accessories helping him out with managing his mana, so it sped things up a bit. Still, it took him a week to get this sword done. This was already a big improvement considering that he was creating a special kind of rune. An older-looking Roland glanced at the stats of his creation. He was slightly disheartened that he only managed to make an intermediate-ranked steel sword. Though his runecrafting had taken off and he was now able to produce the highest-tier runes of the lesser rank. This was the culmination of the last 1.5 years of work. A weapon with a double rune inscription. He had managed to take the two popular runes of Mana Slash and Mana Thrust and combine it into an interchangeable spell structure. The trick to using this kind of weapon was with the user's mana control. It took some time to learn, but with time a person would be able to interchange between the two skills. This wasn't a new skill but depended on the rune schematic. The biggest problem was in planning and producing a working dual rune that could house two spells at once. There were a couple of techniques that a runesmith could work with here. The one he used required the runes to be similar and share most of their components. Both Mana Slash and Mana Thrust were similar in their runic spell structure. He just needed to combine them and connect them in the right place so that they could be activated separately. The activation nodes for each one were in a slightly different place. The user would need to remember where exactly and be able to correctly inject their mana there. This was the biggest weakness of this design, as it was troublesome for people that didn't possess any mana-related skills. They would find it hard to control such items, which lowered the market value a bit. Another way to do it would be to have separate moving parts, for instance, a sort of movable ring. The user could then turn it around and connect the rune they wanted to use. With such a design, there was no need for mana control. He placed the finished sword to the side and examined his skills and stats. He had made some progress, but he wasn't quite there yet. Name: Roland Arden L69. Classes: T1 Mage L25. Secondary: T1 Runic Mana Scribe L25X. T1 Runic Blacksmith L19 Main. HP: 700/700. MP: 338/2538. SP: 326/1003. Strength: 53. Agility: 38. Dexterity: 80. Vitality: 52. Endurance: 60. Intelligence: 114. Willpower: 100. Charisma: 16. Luck. His physical stats besides agility had increased by quite a bit. This class was one of the better ones if it came to that. His previous runic scribe class didn't really give him anything besides intelligence, dexterity, and willpower. The runic blacksmith class was endurance and strength reliant, so he saw a big increase in those two skills as well as in his health. It was also a runic variant, so it increased his willpower and intelligence by a large margin. Though it was heavier on the willpower, probably due to the rune smithing skill that required a lot of concentration. With his increased stats, he could actually produce this type of combination rune in less than a week. Previously, he had a hard time with easier runes on bronze materials. He had indeed made a lot of progress this past year. He was now an actual blacksmith. His basic smithing skills were all close to maxing out. Luckily, he had the schematic trick so his level could keep up with his skills. Still, he was slowly reaching an impasse. His leveling was now at an all-time low and he was already running low on schematics. Without them, he would probably need another 2 years of crafting to max his level out. Maybe I should give the adventuring gig a try again, he thought to himself while giving out a sigh. This brought back a memory of a certain person that wasn't here anymore. Are you done? Can I make my delivery? A high-pitched voice called out to Roland. It came from outside the workshop that was closed. He didn't want people walking in on him when he was busy with his work. Yeah. Give me a moment. The moment he was done with this sword, he had massaged the person responsible for transport. He did this thanks to a small magical device that worked similar to a pager. It looked like a little bell, but when rung another exact copy of this bell would ring. Thus a person on the other end would then know that it was time to pick up the goods. He wasn't giving away the sword that he just made. He was still just rune crafting on the pre-made weapons that the company was sending him. The better-made items that he was still testing were for himself. Roland grabbed a prepared parcel from the side. He then slid it through a smaller opening in his entrance door. The person on the other side was an alchemy apprentice. The same person that picked Roland up from prison over a year ago. He just grabbed the package with a different sword that Roland had made and walked away. Roland and this youth didn't really talk that much with each other. The halfling youth was still mad that he needed to be an errand boy. The person that used to do this had quit a couple of months ago. Roland closed the latch and walked back to his room. It was cluttered with his notes and rune schematics, since his old assistant decided to finally leave for a city with a dungeon in it. Yes, Helsi had left Edelgard about 2 months ago, and he was still getting used to living in more silence again. She did leave him a gift before going away, but something like that wouldn't be mentioned to anyone else. It was quite the experience, but waking up to a farewell note ruined the ending. Not like he blamed her for anything. Both of them had clearly different life goals. He wanted to stay in one place and practice his crafting. In the near future, he wanted to open his own shop and live a quiet life. Helsi, on the other hand, wanted to adventure. She only stayed in the city due to a lack of funds and equipment. When the time was right, she began her journey towards a place that had a dungeon near it. This was the best option for an aspiring adventurer. There wasn't much of that in this city. Dungeons and adventuring, huh? He said while grabbing one of the more clean-looking mugs. After each successful craft, he liked to drink some hot black tea. It tasted similar to Earl Grey tea from his old world and went down well with some honey. He looked at some old banged-up iron swords that were tossed in the corner. While the girl was still here, he did act as a sparring partner. His battle skills did go up a bit from that, even though he didn't see adventuring as anything else than a means to an end. He knew that gaining levels and getting stronger would help him out in this life. He didn't feel like venturing deeper into the monster-infested forest would be a good idea, though. He always kept to the edges of it. The hobgoblin he met was already a big surprise. There were Tier 2 and probably some Tier 3 monsters in there. Luckily, they didn't venture out of the forest. The creatures were wary of the humans living behind the large stone walls. They also had no leader to gather them up against a common enemy. Unless the beasts caused trouble outside the forest areas, the city lord or the guild wouldn't get involved. Sometimes large-scale eradication missions took place to thin the population. It wasn't quite time for that just yet. After finishing up the tea, he walked over to a large metallic box. It had a handle, and after opening it up, a small wave of chilled air hit his face. This was his version of a refrigerator that he came up with. It was more or less a big black box made of iron with a latch on it. Inside, a person could see some runic inscriptions of similar-looking runes. These were runes that had the job of chilling the inside of this large box. The runes didn't use up much mana, as they didn't even reach freezing temperatures. Compared to something like a frozen arrow spell, they didn't really need much mana to run. Regretfully, Roland wasn't able to integrate mana stones into the construction quite yet. Instead, he needed to periodically charge the magic refrigerator with his own mana. It was sealed tightly, so as long as the chilly air didn't escape, he didn't need to recharge it that much. This wasn't the only improvement to his shop. He had thought about improving some of his tools with a more modern outlook. What did the modern smiths from his old world have that these didn't? It was mainly power tools, things like drills that were used instead of punches for holes. He had managed to emulate one of those tools, mainly an automatic grinder. He would have liked to make a belt grinder, but he went with an easier option. He just modified the foot-powered grindstone to be powered with runes. The speed it could reach with the added rune was far greater than before and sped up the process of grinding exponentially. The downside was the use of mana, but luckily it didn't burn that much of it down when activated. The rune wasn't very intricate and didn't require that much force, as it just needed to spin the wheel around. He also hoped to improve on the design in the future when he got the mana stone problem sorted out. He had gotten more info about the later runesmith skills, and he had also bought a skill book that cost him almost half a year's worth of work. The one he bought had the name Basic Rune Compression. Just as its name stated, it was a skill that allowed a user to condense their runes into smaller ones without losing any power. Besides this purchased skill, he also gained some with his own class naturally. One of them he even used during the crafting of his sword, and it was called Runic Blacksmith's Eyes. It allowed him to see cracks and fissures in the items that he crafted in real time. With it, he had an idea where to deliver his next hammer strike to fix a broken structure during the creation procedure. It was also an enhanced version of a similar skill that was called Blacksmith's Eyes and helped him guide his runic inscription during the rune crafting process. Only when he got that skill was he able to break through from high into the highest grade. Another skill was called Blacksmith's Heat Sense, and it was used to help a smith with measuring the right heat. Thanks to this, he always knew when the metal was ready for normalizing or for hammering. These were all nice and helpful skills, but the one he really wanted to find was related to mana stones. He had asked the gnome manager about it, but apparently, the runesmiths kept that one a secret. There were very few skill books out there with it, and it cost a lot more than what he was making. The only way the gnome would sponsor that skill for him was through a contract extension. There was also the way of earning skills yourself or unlocking it with your class. He could very well receive it the moment he reached the Tier 2 crafting class of his choice or down the line. There was no reason to put himself in debt quite yet. He was still young and could already produce weapons above most regular runesmiths. All thanks to those schematics and his debugging skill that showed him the way. The only real problem at this point was producing common-grade equipment. Even with his improved level and skills, it wasn't that easy. There was also the problem with the materials. Regular steel weapons degraded really fast with any runes above the lesser grade. The natural step up would be deep iron and deep steel that was an alloy from it. What came with better material were higher costs and increased difficulty in runecrafting. He glanced at his skills once more before thinking about the future. Debugger L6, Circuitry L7, Tinkerer L8, Identify L8, Basic Mana Shaping L9, Basic Mana Regulation L9, Mana Sense L9, Basic Rune Mastery L9, Basic Rune Scribing L9, Basic Smithing Mastery L8, Basic Runecraft L7, Runic Blacksmith's Eyes L5, Blacksmith's Heat Sense L6, Basic Rune Compression L3, Ethereal Pathways L6. He received the Heat Sense skill at level 7 and the Blacksmith's Eyes skill at level 13. He had been a blacksmith for about 2 years now. His progress was slightly faster than of other smiths, but not by that much. The basic skills leveled up fairly quickly. He mostly suffered by having too many skills to focus on. Runecrafting did keep him away from regular smithing. He felt that in a year or two he should have all these skills maxed and ready for the Tier 2 class change. The more interesting things were his debugger, circuitry, and tinkerer skills that he had from day one. They had also leveled up. The tinkerer won the most as he was probably gaining experience to it thanks to smithing. The other two probably ranked up thanks to runecrafting or runescribing. It took quite a long time to level them up though, almost a whole 4 years to be exact. He figured that the runes he was working on might have been too low leveled for these skills to gain much experience. Maybe if I focus on runic compression, I'll be able to squeeze some common runes on the swords, so that they don't melt after 5 uses. He rubbed his chin before grabbing his coat. He didn't find much leftover food in his runic refrigerator, so he had to go do some shopping. No more assistant meant that he was back to dining at the pubs and inns. He left his workshop with a layer of clothes. It was winter this season and it was quite chilly outside. The small feet imprints of the halfling youth were barely visible as it had started to snow. Maybe when my contract runs out I could go to a city with less snow and rain, he thought to himself while walking, the frosty air making him push a shell up towards his mouth as he hid his face. The city was silent. Nothing had occurred for the past year and a half. Roland was slowly getting used to this kind of life, but if it would continue as such no one knew. The sound of distant barking broke the silence of the night. It was faintly noticeable between the howling wind that rattled the uneven windows in Roland's room. The light from his candle flickered as it danced around. The young man was lying down on his bed. Roland was holding both his hands behind his head and looking at the ceiling. He was spacing out while thinking about the future. He had already spent almost 10 years in this foreign world, and he still felt like he didn't belong here. He thought back to the day that he had arrived. He was confused and scared. The people in his so-called new home were cold and distant. The original Roland was a 5-year-old child and didn't know much about the world. His old memories had already faded into obscurity, and he wasn't sure why his siblings were so distant. The only reason he could find was his mother that was still a mystery to this day. There were no photos or paintings of her left in the mansion. The child that was once Roland couldn't recall her face either. Apparently, she had died giving birth to him, but if that was the truth or not was unknown. His status was showing that he was 100% human, so he didn't think she would turn out to be a demon lord like in some fantasy tales that he read in his free time. Then there were his 3 brothers. He didn't really interact with the other 2 that were of noble birth, and the youngest hated his guts. The reason was also a mystery, but probably it was due to this whole noble lineage nonsense. That brother's mother was also a commoner, a daughter of a merchant to be precise. He remembered a few instances where that brother of his lashed out at him. Luckily, most of the time there were people around and no fights broke out. It would be really unfortunate if he got beat up by a child only a few years older than his new body. Roland also kept to himself and avoided confrontations from happening by hiding in some secluded spots to train his skills. He wasn't sure what his brothers were up to now. Did they finish the Knight Academy and were now back at the Arden estate? Were his sisters getting married off to some nobles to gain more prestige and power? Maybe they were lucky enough to nab themselves someone that they actually liked. Normally a youth that had a warrior class and was from a noble line would go to the Knight Academy to train. Just as the name implied, it was a school for young nobles. The curriculum of such an academy varied. It wasn't just physical and combat training. A knight had to know how to read and present themselves. They would study things like etiquette, languages from other countries, history, and even accounting. A lot of went into a knight, and they had to train in particular skills to unlock the more noble versions of their classes. If you wanted to achieve a knight class, first you needed a Tier 1 squire class. Depending on the choices of other Tier 1 classes, you could rank up to a Tier 2 knight eventually. For instance, if you were lucky enough to have a mana warrior class and a squire class, you could then quickly switch to a Tier 2 mana knight. Then, depending on your elemental affinity, you could specialize into something like a flame knight. There were various combinations to this class as well as the others. His mind drifted away from his family, and he recalled another person that was at him during that 5-year stop. It was his maid Martha that was more or less his mother figure. He had certain emotions towards that woman, but he mostly considered that to be due to the leftover feelings from his host's body. She was someone who at least cared, but if she would be willing to drop her cushy job back at the Arden estate and come here to help him out? He was living in a warehouse that would probably be quite chilly if he wasn't a blacksmith who used a lot of hot metal. There was also the problem of contacting her. Sending her a letter was one option, but it could very well be intercepted by someone from the noble house. He didn't know who hired the first assassin that went after him. There was nothing stopping that person from hiring more if they knew where he lived. Roland shook his head as he tried not to think about his old family anymore. That was something that he had left behind a long time ago. He was now more or less self-sufficient and part of the working class. His runic swords were being sold to the adventurers already, and he was earning a hefty sum for someone his age. This was still not nearly enough to start his own business, though. He would probably have to go to a different town where he could set up a shop. A town where the prices for real estate were a lot lower than here. The taxes also depended on the nobles that ruled the lands. He looked over some potential new places, but he was still on the fence. It would probably be a lot easier to live his life here. He would probably get a new workshop after ranking up to Tier 2. Maybe even some Tier 1 blacksmiths as helpers, and they would be all hired through the company he was working for. Still, he would be only part of a bigger machine, just a larger cog in it, but still not his own man. Even though it was slightly troublesome, he still had dreams of starting his own workshop. He rolled to one side of his bed and then to the other before finally getting up. For some reason, he couldn't sleep. He activated the life detection magical device that he had made and couldn't see any enemies nearby. His life had gotten quite mundane after the last incident. He spent most of it working at his workshop. There were no more assassination attempts on his life for quite some time now. The gnome was holding up his part of the contract and he was well protected. Roland grabbed a stack of papers from the side and started looking through them. He was doing his own research in hopes of discovering a new skill. The people in this world were very reliant on their skills. It was thus very hard to come by any type of research materials that weren't just skill books. Those just gave a person the knowledge instantly without really giving them time to contemplate over it. It was as if a person was learning to ride a horse without having mastered walking. Riding a horse was the superior type of travel, but if you got off your horse you couldn't go anywhere. Thus it was hard for a person to research other similar skills as they lacked the basic knowledge to do so. This was why Roland was now re-educating himself. He was far too reliant on his debugging skill for his runes. Without it, he would probably not be able to improve a lesser rune by himself. At least not before he started his own research. Now he was able to see some of the patterns and even understand them on a surface level. There was a certain crafting technique he wanted to learn, the one that would boost his items to another level. It was the one that melded mana stones into the runic structure and powered them. There were two main ways that this technique worked. One was by somehow combining the sizzling hot metal with the mana stone during the smelting process. The runesmith would create a special mana alloy that would retain more ambient mana in itself. These special alloys would then allow a runesmith to make weapons with lower requirements for mana. This was the harder way of doing this, and the prices were also higher. Of course, the way of doing this was hidden away by the runesmiths. They would also charge you an arm and a leg for it, as they weren't willing to aid their competition. This was considered to be the superior technique compared to the other one. There were even superior versions of it that worked on materials other than metal. But they apparently required special smelters, techniques, and more skills that kept everything together. The second option was a lot simpler. First, you just needed to get your hands on a raw mana stone from a monster. The better the quality, the lower the mana usage would become. If you managed to get a strong enough mana stone, you could even make a weapon that didn't need any outside mana to run. After acquiring this resource, a runesmith would take an item, for instance, a sword. He would then have to craft a socket for it. Mostly he would place it in the hilt or just above the crossguard. The stone would be then inserted into the special socket. The mana stone would then turn into a battery for that item. The socket being nothing more than a conduit for the mana stone. What he really needed to find here was the correct runic structure for this socket. Fashioning an opening to fit a round object as a mana stone wasn't hard. He just needed to connect it with the main runic pathways and make a complete circuit. He already tried the direct approach, but it didn't work, so he decided to evaluate his knowledge and go back to the basics. It would be easier to get my hands on one of those runic weapons with these sockets, but then this research would lose its meaning. He had contemplated buying one of those items himself. He had earned some gold coins since getting here and could afford a common item. But then he felt like he would again rely on his debugging skill too much. Then he would probably run into another wall down the line, that one probably far greater than this one. So there he was looking back through some chicken scratch that he called notes. The candles that he was using were of the magical kind, so they would burn for a lot longer. This didn't increase the quality of light, though, as his eyes were getting tired. In a slight fit, he finally tossed a bunch of notes up into the air and leaned back in his chair. The stack of papers flew everywhere and started slowly descending after hitting the ceiling. He closed his eyes and gave out an audible sigh before feeling something land on his face. It was one of the pages that he tossed up. The moment he opened his eyes, it was before him. He removed it from his face and furrowed his brows. It was one of the runic components that he had drawn, but it was upside down. He looked at it for a second before realizing something. What if I've been looking at this issue in the wrong way? What if the mana core isn't a battery? Or if it's a combination of a battery and something else? Roland rubbed his chin. From the way he saw it, the mana stones inserted into the sockets should work as batteries. They were more or less an additional power source. Now a new idea dawned on him. What if they worked in a somewhat different way? The mana stones don't fully remove the need for a person to power the runes. They mostly just lower the requirements by a set number. They sometimes even lower the deterioration rate of the runes. What if instead of a regular battery it was some kind of cleanser or purifier? What if instead of adding ambient mana from the air it cleansed it from some kind of impurities and thus increased the power output in that way? This started making sense now. If he imagined mana as a river filled with mud water and the mana core as a dam with a filter on it, the mana crystal would filter the mud water and only let the clean water back into the stream. He had presumed that these crystals just stored mana and added some after being socketed into the item. Now he had another theory, but if he was right, then the socket needed a whole new design. He brought out a new piece of paper and got out one of his pencils. His entire room was a mess and the floor was littered with his schematics and non-working diagrams. His fingers worked fast as he had done this multiple times already. His high dexterity stat only added to the hastening of this process. In about an hour he had a finished schematic of a sword socket for a mana stone. It was connected to the dual rune with the mana slash and thrust skills. He waited a second before activating his debugging skill, but when he did his bottom lip began to tremble. He had previously created this combination rune and already received the experience for it. Surprisingly, adding the socket, which was apparently just called a slot, had given him some bonus experience. He modified the schematic slightly after running it through his debugging skill and gained another 100 XP for it. This opened up a new revenue stream for him. He could probably modify all the old rune schematics to have slots in them and gain some bonus XP. This wasn't important that much now, though. He had finally managed to create the fabled design that he was trying to reproduce for months. He had even gained an upgraded version of his old title. Apparently discovering new techniques in his profession did help him to gain things besides skills. He was quick to check his new title out and was pleasantly surprised by the explanation. He wasn't sure how much of a bonus this would be, but anything that boosted his crafting skills would be appreciated. Even if it was just 1%, it was worth it in the long run. The crafting process was always lengthy and this could hasten it by an hour or two. He had spent almost the whole night continuing his research and now dawn was upon him. Roland already knew what his new creation would be. He already had made the sword and would just need to make a few adjustments. The easiest way would be to punch a hole through the pommel and insert the gem into it. The hard part would be to make the crystal-like object fit without falling out. He still had the mana stone from that hobgoblin and could try to insert it there. He wasn't sure if there was a specialized skill or way to make the mana stones fit the sockets. I could try some glue. Or maybe polishing it. He scratched his head a bit while feeling drowsy. He had already spent too much time on this tonight and his sleep-resistant skill was reaching its limit. It would probably be better to just turn in for the night. He could pick it up in the morning and try a couple of crafting techniques to embed his marble-sized mana stone into his freshly created magical sword. Roland really hoped that there wasn't some kind of special skill required for this procedure. He didn't really have even the basic knowledge to start experimenting on those slots. Now, with a working schematic, he could investigate some more. The upgrade to his title even showed him that trying things yourself was far more rewarding. If there was some kind of implanting skill, he might even be able to figure it out himself. It might even be impossible to attach a working slot for a pre-made weapon and he would have to recreate it from scratch. Though that would have to wait for another day. He was dead tired. His eyes burned from focusing on rune schematics all day. Tomorrow he would get back into his research. Maybe with some luck, he would be able to make that gauntlet he always dreamed about. Roland was looking at a piece of steel that had a round shape. This was the old pommel that he had removed from the previously created sword. He was planning to replace this section of the sword. There were a few other places he could push the gem into, but they would be troublesome. The blade had already gone through the process of hardening, so heating it up again to insert a groove might ruin it. He could also try filing a fitting hole into the hardened blade in the hilt or slightly above it. But only filing a fitting hole wouldn't really work that well. He actually needed the gem to be held in place. He didn't have any magical techniques or materials on him that would hold it in place while allowing the mana to flow through. Having something he could just weld the thing on would probably be a good idea. For now, he chose to use one of the techniques jewelers used. The technique he would be using was called a bezel setting. This was a setting method that would hold the stone in place. It would use a raised surrounding for the stone with a lip encircling and overlapping the edges of the stone, thus holding it in place. He would craft a new pommel with a hole for the stone and some of those raised lips. After the stone was in place, he would need to push that thinner part of the metal down against the stone. This would wedge the mana crystal into the socket and keep it in there. This was one of the easiest ways for him to do this with his current skill set. Thanks to his high dexterity stat, he was quite good with his hands. Later he would have to research if there were other ways to keep those magic stones steady. He could even make the hilt wider at the end and punch a fitting hole, then hammer it shut. This would keep the gem fully on the inside but could damage it as well. There was also the problem with the mana stone being fully encased in metal. This in theory would lower its mana gathering properties by how much he would need to test it. Roland really wanted to make power tools now that would help him craft things. Due to his increased strength and endurance, he didn't really need a power hammer. He could use something like a drill to make more precise holes. With it, he could just make a screw-on pommel instead of wedging it in then hammering the part that was poking out at the end. He could really use tools like a belt grinder to help him with things like stock removal, profiling, polishing to a mirror finish. An angle grinder to cut metal would also save him a lot of time. The problem was always that such tools needed him to use up mana. This was valuable energy that he needed for runecrafting though and couldn't be wasted. Now on the other hand, there was light outside the tunnel. With the help of these mana stones, he could probably lower the mana usage significantly, maybe even so much that his mana regeneration and the mana usage on the tools canceled themselves out. First, he needed to make his first item though. Luckily, the pommel was large enough to house this mana stone that he received from that hobgoblin he killed. After removing the old one, he would need to make it a bit smaller than the original, as he wanted some stock to be poking out at the end to hammer it in place. He got to work right in the morning. He was someone that was consumed by his job. There was almost no day that he spent not crafting something. He wasn't such a productive person back in his old world. This was probably due to many things a person could do to procrastinate back there. Movies, games, books, and the internet, there were just so many activities that were more fun. This wasn't true in this world. When he stopped working and relaxed, he found himself just sitting there with nothing to do. Roland had no friends or family to talk to. There was also no internet to surf around and spend his time. He was just left with himself and his own thoughts. Thus he found himself thinking about new runes or new items he could make instead. It was time to get it done. He picked out a piece of steel that was closest in size. He would create a pommel from it. It would be similar to the previous one, and in the middle it would have a groove and a flange. This flange was just a somewhat projecting lip that would then be bent inwards to hold the mana stone in place. The mana stone would be placed into the groove and maybe polished down slightly. Though it would be better to not alter the mana stone, as with a decrease in size it would lose some of its mana filtering and storing properties. The workshop soon filled with sounds of metal colliding against one another and the sound of a fast-moving grindstone. This process took some time, but in the end, he had something workable. Roland needed to fit the stone into the groove of this socket. He started placing it inside and filing it further down to get the correct shape. This was probably the most annoying process, as he didn't want to make the opening too large. After finally getting it into the correct shape, the time to insert the runic components came. This would be another grueling process to get through. This was a smaller piece of metal than the sword's blade, and he couldn't just hammer it with force. If he did that, he could break it. He would need to use the harder process of forcefully inserting this by hand. There was one thing he could do to hasten the process slightly. For this, he took out a simple engraving tool made from steel. It had a wooden handle and more or less looked like a pointy nail or smaller chisel. He would engrave some of the larger runic structures into the metal on the hardened steel structure. He just had to be careful not to remove too much of the metal. If he did it correctly, he would save mana and time, as otherwise, his runerfacting skill that used up MP would have to construct all the pathways and components forcefully. With a thin enough engraving, the technique would not have that much steel to push against. What he was left with were precise inscriptions that almost looked like finished runes. A normal person would even think this was the finished product. Only a runesmith or someone with specialized skill would notice the missing traces. Now, while concentrating with all his might, the runecrafting process started. It was a lot harder to do this on a non-heated up piece of metal, but within a day's time, he was finished. This wasn't quite over yet. Now the mana stone needed to be inserted into the pommel's socket. He had done a good job while making this groove so the gem fit in nicely. He didn't own any bezel setting tools yet, so he had to make do with some of his regular smithing tools. The bending process wasn't hard, as he did have enhanced strength by now. Soon the new pommel made its way back onto the sword hilt. Thanks to his ethereal pathway skill, he was now able to connect separate item parts with each other. This type of pathway was more similar to something like a wireless router. It was like a point in the rune circuit that would just connect to another similar one in it. One just acted as a receiver while the other was sending out the signal, so you had to plan it out in the right way as they wouldn't work otherwise. After some final touches, the new sword was complete. Roland took it into his hand and started examining it with the help of his identification skill. A little smirk appeared on his face. Steel arming sword of mana, mana/rune, mana thrust rune, slot. Common mana stone, +3 strength. He looked at the additional static that the mana stone was giving. Each slotted mana stone had some kind of bonus to it. This one came from a hobgoblin berserker, and as it was a physical type of monster, it added to strength. It did also add the mana reducing properties to it, but apparently, his identification skill wasn't high enough to see just by how much. He wanted to test it out, so he walked outside. This new workshop had a bit of land around it that was walled off. He had a large thick tree log out in his backyard that would probably be good as target practice. Roland grasped his newly produced sword with one hand and did a few practice swings with it. His skill had improved since a couple of years ago. This took him back as he remembered the times that he sparred with his half-gnome assistant in this backyard. She was quite nimble and good at evading. This increased his skills and accuracy of blows. After looking back to old times, he took on a thrusting stance. This sword wasn't as long as a longsword, which mostly ranged from 100 centimeters up to 130 centimeters. It was about 90 centimeters long, hilt included, and was considered a one-handed sword. It was something between a long sword and a short sword. Before activating the skill, he was sure to look at his current mana. He knew how much MP the mana thrust required, so with some math it would be easy to tell how much energy he saved. He plunged his sword forward with one hand while injecting the minimal amount of mana. He could feel his energies flowing into the hilt and activating the runic structure inside. It felt slightly different than when he used weapons without a mana stone in them. The infused mana started getting sucked into the embedded gem. It glowed with a bright light before the whole skill activated. The whole blade glowed in a deep blue light. The energies moved towards the tip, and it looked as if a current of water was traveling to the sword point. The sword tip shone brighter before a bolt of energy shot forward. This attack looked similar to a mage's mana bolt spell, but it was a bit more concentrated. It had the same blue hue. The power of it depended not only on the user's intelligence but also on their sword skills. The moment it connected with the large piece of wood, Roland could see it shatter into many smaller pieces. The stump just exploded as the mana thrust technique punched right through it. On the other end, it collided with the ground and left a small hole in it while kicking up some dust. Roland whistled a bit while holding up the sword and looking at the whole runic structure. He had previously created swords with these runes and tested them. This one had clearly more penetrating power than the previous ones. The embedded mana stone was probably the cause of that. About 40%, is it? Not bad. he said to himself while examining the glowing gem he inserted into this sword. Previously, he only saw these monster cores absorbing ambient mana from the surrounding and thought they were just rechargeable batteries. Now he understood them better. They were more mana regulators than batteries. They purified the sword wielder's mana and siphoned it into the runic structure. He missed this fact previously as didn't have a pre-made product to test nor any research materials concerning it. Roland was also a bit of a Scrooge. He could have bought the cheapest weapon using this sort of mana stone and would have probably saved himself some time. He would have lost some gold coins while doing that though. He was thinking that maybe in the future it would be better to spend more on research materials. If other people weren't willing to sell skill books or research logs, then he would need to reverse engineer things himself. There was also one other peculiarity about this sword he was using. He could clearly see the skills for Mana Slash and Mana Thrust with the temporary prefix in his status when he was holding this sword. When he placed it somewhere else, these two skills would vanish as if they never existed. He even had a skill level attached to it and would even somehow know how to perform this skill. From what he could tell, it mostly depended on the rune's quality and maybe some other side factors, like sword-related skills that a person using it had. Roland would need to test things out with these. It would be nice to get free skills from powerful classes. Though these were active skills and not passive ones, if he could get passive ones was a mystery. He put his sword away and looked at the scene of destruction. The tree stump wouldn't be usable for chopping wood anymore. Even a lesser skill as the Mana Thrust with his stats and the help of the Mana Stone had a lot of power behind it. This skill belonged originally to a Mana Warrior class and it increased power with intelligence and strength. Roland rubbed his chin and looked at his sword design. He thought that he could probably insert a second Mana Stone into the hilt if he really wanted to. He could also place one on the other side of the pommel. With another one, he would be able to lower the MP usage by 80%. That was only in theory though. Adding multiple Mana Stones could have a cap. Maybe adding another one only reduced the mana usage by half of that. Monster cores are really something I should heavily invest in. He headed back into his workshop while contemplating new products. He would probably be able to make a magic staff with many Mana Stones that would lower the mana usage drastically. Maybe he could even spam spells without stopping. That is till the materials gave out, as the steel he was working with wasn't something that could take the increased mana usage. He needed to get his hands on some deep steel or mithril. Mithril was a magical metal. It was as strong as steel but much lighter. You could also combine it with other various metallic ores without a problem. This wasn't the main reason it was so sought after though. It was mostly so popular thanks to its magic-related properties. It would exponentially boost the number of uses for enchanted and runic spells. Lesser spells wouldn't even deteriorate the rune-crafted structures at all if Mirthil was involved. There were other various alloys and metals that could even handle greater and grand runes. Those were not even close to something that he could afford. There were so many new items he could craft now. He had some old Mana Stones that he didn't sell yet. He could test them on his refrigerator first. Maybe if he inserted enough of them and lowered the mana usage to 100%, it would just work without him having to inject his own mana into it. If that worked, he could start modernizing his whole smithy, making a drill and better grinder, maybe an electric saw and something for polishing. If that was possible, it would drastically reduce the crafting times and net him more experience in the long run. So he went back into his workshop, crafting diagrams in his head. He still had some time left on his contract and he would use it well. Maybe after it was up, he would be able to set out on his own. He was thinking of leaving for a city for one with a newer dungeon that wasn't that highly populated. Cities like that sprung up from time to time. The dungeons formed randomly and would be used as a source of income. A dungeon always brought adventurers with them. These adventurers needed facilities like inns, pubs, and weapon shops. He could provide the latter and maybe even establish himself as a runesmith there. In new cities, the grasp of wealthy companies like the one he was working for wasn't that strong. He might be able to get a small market share without getting strong-armed by the competition. Go into a city with a dungeon that has some rare ores would be nice. Dungeons were magical places. Depending on the dungeon core, various monsters or materials could spawn. There were even some used as mines, and due to being magical dungeons, the ores would also be mystical in nature. The possibility of Myrtle appearing there was quite high. Roland finally returned to his workshop. He still had to make some items for the company. He had used up a lot of time by making things for himself lately. He quickly got back to his usual work while thinking about some useful utensils he could make to help him out. While Roland was hammering away, the manager that he was working for was sitting back in his own office. His lovely elven assistant was looking at him while standing at the door. "So, we aren't going to the meeting this time?" the elf asked while the alchemist gnome was looking at a vial with some blue liquid. "No, this is a very delicate process. If I leave now, a week's worth of work will go down the drain." The elf just shrugged and left. She was actually happy about this, so she didn't really mind. She could just relax and eat some pastry while her boss did his experiments. While she was stuffing her face with some cookies, some other people were moving through the night. There were 2 of them, and they were jumping between roofs while not making a sound. The place that they were heading to looked to be somewhere in Hightown. They arrived unnoticed and looked from afar at a large mansion. Some carriages had gathered there, and some people were slowly walking into the building. Hey, are we there yet?" a woman's voice called out. The other person didn't look at the woman and just gave out an annoyed groan. "Hey, don't ignore me." The woman moved her hood down and started waving her hands in front of the other person's face while making odd faces. "Stop fooling around." The man replied in a hushed tone while the woman sniggered and looked at the people coming out of the carriages. "We will wait till all of them are gathered. Then we will strike," the man said while sinking back into the shadows, in his hand a strange red-looking double helix-shaped object. His body and the woman's started flickering in and out of existence before they faded away. The people in the mansion unaware of what was waiting for them on this cold, gloomy night. A large crystal chandelier was hanging over an even bigger round table. This table had exactly 8 chairs placed around it. The chairs looked to be made by some master craftsman and even had cushioning. There were already 5 people there, and they were waiting for the last person to arrive. "Mr. Tharter sure is late today," an extravagantly dressed moon elf woman said while leaning back in her chair. If this wasn't official business, she would have probably placed her long legs on the round table already. "Lately he has been tardier, ever since our little problem was resolved," a man said while looking at an intricate golden pocket watch. This was a very rich merchant that owned most of the food-related stores in the city. He placed the watch back into his pocket and then glanced to an empty chair. "The gnome gentleman from Exir sent word that he won't be arriving beforehand. That's why I don't like alchemists, always stuck in their work. They are no fun." The elven woman blew out a little smoke circle through her luscious lips while grumbling a bit. Finally, the large door that led into this room opened and a fellow council member walked in. It was the dwarf called Tharter. His size had increased since the last time. As he walked, his large tummy jiggled about, which caused some of the merchants to cough while trying not to stare. "Wits why dem looks, air already." The dwarf sat on his chair that was a specially made product to fit his large posterior. This was the same dwarf that the mine was sacked 1.5 years ago. He didn't look like he was going through hard times, though. After the gnome manager from Exir cleared up things with the Thieves' Guild, everything went back to normal. He did inform the council about who the true perpetrator was, as it was better to have more people on the same page. Everyone knew the noble responsible, but they also knew that he couldn't really do much anymore. His secret was out. They could now retaliate, but not out in the open. They were powerful merchants that the city relied on. If they united together, they could force the city under. They just needed to get all of their investments and leave. The hole in the budget of the city would be horrendous if they weren't there to pay taxes. This was something that the noble knew, and also why he was using underhanded methods to get them to sell their businesses to him. They weren't entirely sure why this particular noble did what he did. From what it looked, it was related to money, but that wasn't something they were willing to give up. Since that incident, everything was quiet. The merchants spent some money on bodyguards and a more robust information network between each other. Still, the noble was quiet and didn't seem to make any more moves. The taxes didn't increase either, and he didn't make any unreasonable requests. It was as if he had given up. Soon most of the council members had forgotten about this incident and moved on with their lives. It had ended quite fast due to Exier's involvement. This company was something much greater than what this city could hold. They somewhat trusted that they would not allow something like that to happen again. They were like a shield keeping them safe, and it felt like they were well protected. Tharder the dwarf looked at the empty seat where the gnome was supposed to sit. The other members noticed that he wanted to say something and urged him to do so. "Hey, Mr. Tharder, something on your mind?" Some magical weapons hay been seen owned in market by ma folk." He started mentioning that someone else was selling runic weapons. This dwarf was the owner of most of the smithies around the city. He made it clear that Exier was responsible for it. He wanted to ask the gnome about forking up the runesmith responsible. This was infringing on his territory, but if the gnome was unwilling, he couldn't really do anything but complain. On another note, the eldest son of the count will be returning from the border soon. Some of my informants told me that the campaign ended in a draw again. It will probably take them at least half a year more, but we should expect an infusion of money due to the increase of soldiers stationed here. When the soldiers came, they expected to receive orders for new and improved weapons. There would be more mouths to feed and probably a coming home feast. The surviving soldiers and knights would probably spend the money they had fought hard for. The red light district would probably be really busy by then. "Is that so? How about—" Another man from the council was trying to speak, but he noticed something. He looked to the side for a moment, and the other council members followed his gaze. "Something wrong?" asked the dwarf while straining his fat neck to where the man was looking. It was a small window up closer to the ceiling, meant more for ventilation purposes than for looking outside. This room was mostly sealed off from the outside, and there were even soldiers placed on the roofs so that no one could eavesdrop on their conversations. "No, must have been my imagination." There was nothing there. The dwarf turned back to the table, and the boring meeting continued. He sneaked some glances at the voluptuous elven woman here and there, as it was one of the things that made these meetings bearable. It might have seemed that he wasn't fond of her, but in reality, it was the other way around. He was a married man, though, and was afraid of bad rumors spreading. A man in his position couldn't be seen interacting with an owner of the red light district. His very conservative wife would also probably chop him up with her axe. While the boring meeting continued, he noticed something peculiar. The elven woman continued to stare at him throughout the meeting. She liked to tease him here and there, but it felt like she was doing it more sensually than ever before. The other members didn't seem to have noticed and just continued with some back-and-forth business talks. "What's that man-eater thinking?" he thought to himself while the council meeting continued. Within the next 15 minutes, it was all over and the people started going back home. It was about 8 p.m. now, and the city was already dark. The curfew would be starting in an hour or so. This was enough time to get to their mansions. They were rich merchants, so something like that didn't really concern them. No one would actually try to stop them. The dwarf returned to his large home in Hightown. It was one of the most extravagant mansions in the city. A large metal gate opened up, and he was greeted by his servants after riding through his grand garden. There were many maids bowing with their heads, waiting to welcome their master home. He walked in slowly, and his coat was carried away by one of the servants. His old wife wasn't here to greet him. The two had more or less a marriage of convenience. Just two rich families getting together to become richer. He had his bath prepared and ate his meal alone. His kids were out working in some of the businesses that he owned as training and weren't here. Soon he was in his sleeping robes walking towards his huge sleeping quarters. Some of the maids knew these bedchambers, as he sometimes asked them to keep him company. His wife was living in a totally different wing of this mansion. She didn't care about such things if they didn't get public and allowed her husband to have his fun. This night would be slightly different. As he walked into his room, he felt a draft. The balcony was open and the drapes were fluttering around. His eyes weren't drawn to this, though. There was a certain womanly figure on his bed. At first, he thought it was one of his maids, but then he noticed the long silver hair. They were almost as white as snow, and the woman's body was quite sinful. She was plump in all the right places while slender in the others. "Lalata?" he asked with eyes bulging out. Why was the owner of the red light district here, and why was she naked on his bed? The woman didn't answer and just beckoned with her hand. Her plump chest shook tenderly with every hand motion that she made. The dwarf swallowed his saliva and was instantly captivated by the woman's charm. A voice in his head was telling him that there was something wrong, but something between his legs was telling him to just go forward. His target of adoration was there, and there was no one here to interrupt them. The old dwarf was consumed by lust. He quickly jumped into the woman's soft embrace, his head landing between those velvety pillows. The woman hugged the old dwarf back, accepting his approach. The embrace turned into cuddling and kissing. Tharder just frantically assaulted the moon elf's curvaceous body with his tongue. It was as if he felt that if he didn't act fast, that the woman would disappear into the mist and he wouldn't have another chance. He started climbing on top of her to finally seal the deal, but then something unexpected happened. The alluring woman's eyes flickered with an eerie light and her fingers started contorting in unnatural ways. The dwarf hadn't noticed this yet. She was hugging him closely and his attention was elsewhere. Those digits started getting longer and longer, soon losing their shape. They looked like elongated whips and they continued expanding. Those finger-like whips quickly wrapped themselves around the dwarf's naked body, catching him off guard. What? Tharder's neck was now wrapped around by a strange-looking tendril and yanked back. The beautiful woman that he was making love to started grinning. The grin was unnatural and her lips started parting, showing quite the set of sharp teeth. Soon her whole head parted open, revealing a mass of tentacles. The woman had turned into a monstrosity set on devouring this man alive. He had nowhere to run. His neck was getting choked and he couldn't utter a word. The sound of flesh being ripped apart filled the windy room. The dwarf's head vanished from his neck deep into the horror's massive toothy mouth. "You'll get fat from that." A playful voice resounded while this horrifying scene was taking place. The monster was continuously devouring the fat dwarf and was already half done with the torso. "Bring me the others, we should hurry, not all of them are here." Another voice that sounded like a man was heard. This one was coming from the creature that was devouring the dead dwarf. The whole world started to fade away and the truth was finally revealed. The dwarf was indeed getting eaten. A man in a dark robe was standing above Tharder's corpse. He had his hand pointed at him, but it didn't look like a hand. It was a mass of tentacles that was coming out from within his robe's sleeve. The tentacles were devouring the man's body along with his clothes till nothing was left. This was still the meeting room where the 6 council members were previously in. The dwarf wasn't the first person to have been devoured by this man. Only 2 other people remained. On the ground you could see a strange-looking item. It looked like a double helix. It was generating a strange sound while the runes on its surface shone in a red light. "Ah, that's why I don't like working with you abyssal warlocks. What's the fun in rushing things? Not time to play." The woman pouted slightly. Her hood was down and you could see her face. She had similar features to an elf, but her skin was much darker and almost obsidian. Her eyes were pitch black and there were thick veins bulging out close to her eye sockets. She was in the middle of prancing around. She was holding on to the body of the passed-out red light district owner. The woman's head and legs dangled around as the woman did the waltz. With one strong twirl, she sent the woman's body towards the man. Her body was flung away with force as if she was a sack of potatoes. The man, without replying, turned to this person and a mass of tentacles shot out of his arm sleeve. The tentacles wrapped the elven woman's limbs up and lifted her up into the air. The thickest tentacle parted, turning into a giant set of sharp teeth that looked shark-like. Soon the body was lowered into them and devoured without even leaving the clothes behind. After the warlock was done with feasting on the flesh of all the present council members, his tentacles retracted themselves back under his robe. The woman that was with him just waited for him to pick up the magical device that made this all possible. The double helix-looking item created illusions and made the targets fall into a deep slumber. Even when their bodies were injured, they wouldn't wake up. This item was a greater magical device and would even work on Tier 3 classes. Only people with an immense amount of willpower could hope to resist it. Even then, it would probably take them some time and not like they would have any with these 2 around. There were 8 members. 2 still remain. The hoarse voice of the abyssal warlock was heard in the silent room. Making it soundproof worked against the owners in this situation. Are we going to them? The girl clapped her hands together while smiling. She really wanted to go towards their next target. Yes. Did you leave the mark? The girl nodded at the question. A large occult-looking mark was left on the wall. It looked like a magic circle with strange symbols. Inside the circle beside the symbols was a strange creature. It looked like a mass of eyes surrounded by many tentacles. The two looked up to the small window that they came through. They had previously tossed the small magical double helix through it. The moment it landed in the room, it was activated. The people were instantly trapped in an illusion. Disposing of the affected targets afterward was quite easy. A child could even do it. The woman's body flickered as she jumped upwards, her form just phasing through the walls. The man, on the other hand, jumped towards the small window. His body contorted and expanded in length so that he could fit through it. He wiggled outside like a worm. The guards that were stationed on the roof were previously taken out. The two soon left the premises of this mansion heading towards their next target. They had 2 more council members to kill, and the first one wasn't that far away. They had information that he was busy in his lab and would probably be there the entire night. Unbeknownst to this, another scene was playing out elsewhere. A youth that could be confused for an adult man was knocking on a door. Next to him was a lovely-looking elven girl just smiling while holding a tray with tea. This was of course Roland. He had taken his newly produced sword that he had made. He wanted to show it off and have the manager give him a good price. They could then discuss some future manufacturing plans. He wanted the company to supply him with some common-grade mana stones just as the one he used. What is he doing in there? It was already past 8 p.m. and it was getting late. He thought that he could talk it out before the day had ended, but now he was realizing that he had been hasty. Oh, you know the manager. It's just that time of the month. Want some tea while you wait? Roland grumbled under his nose. He knew this gnome well by now. When he was close to some kind of breakthrough, he would not let anyone into his office. This could continue for days or even weeks. He really wanted to talk things over, otherwise he wouldn't know how to budget his items. No, it's fine. He decided to wait half an hour or so. If the gnome didn't finish up till then, he would come back in the morning. Zilyana just shrugged at the response and turned back to leave. There was a small waiting area on this floor, so he wanted to stay there for the time being. Suit yourself. The elven woman stopped in her tracks and did a quick 180-degree turn. She kicked down the door that almost flew open out of its hinges. Roland was surprised at the display of might, and even more that she just stopped the moment the door was kicked open. Is something wrong? He asked while moving forward and peeking inside of the office. Inside was nothing out of the ordinary, just a pissed-off gnome working on some alchemy potions. What the hell do you think you are doing? Zilyana rubbed her head while holding the tea tray with one hand and apologized. Roland, not knowing what this was about, just asked if he could talk with the grumpy boss. No. Don't you see that I'm in the middle of something? Just come back tomorrow and close that blasted door behind you. Roland just nodded and closed the door. The elven girl just gave him a smile as if nothing was wrong and walked down to the first floor. He didn't know what this was all about, but he never really got those two, so he just attributed it to them being weird. He decided to go home. There was no use waiting here if the manager told him that he was busy. At least he gave him a reasonable answer to coming back in the morning. Roland pulled out his sword that he wanted to show off. He activated his skill to check if everything was in place while walking towards the stairs. The moment he did, he stopped in his tracks as what he saw was quite out of the ordinary. The hell? Roland was standing in the middle of the corridor with his hand holding the blade that he previously made. He had looked at it many times before, but this was a first. Thanks to his debugging skill, he was able to always see the runic structures of any item that he came across. If he focused on it, the skill would show him various colored lines. Red, blue, and green. He had already seen how his blade should look while under his skill, and something was very off. The traces were wrong. They didn't fit the sword that he made, and this wasn't even the oddest thing here. Roland moved his eyes up and glanced at the walls. He looked at the doors and even the ceiling. He could see them, Traces were everywhere. It was as if everything in here had runes inscribed into them. He had come to this place many times and even used his skill before to glance at some items, but nothing like this ever happened. Something was really wrong here. Even the potted plant that was in the corner had runic components on it. He quickly ran downstairs. He wanted to ask Zilyana if she noticed something. The moment he got downstairs, he saw the elf just standing there, her body consumed by runic traces. Roland backed away. The elf covered in runic symbols just looked at him and smiled. "Oh? What's the rush? Are you sure that you don't want some tea?" She giggled and gave him the brightest smile that she could. This only made Roland shake his head. He decided to leave the store for now. On the outside it was all the same. Magical pathways were littering the streets and the buildings. Even the sky was full of them. He deactivated his skill and shook his head side to side while trying to gather his thoughts. The moment the skill wasn't active, he saw the world as he normally did. Nothing looked out of place. He squatted down and touched the soil. He even picked some up and let it fall through his fingers. This was strange indeed. Even without using his debugging skill, he should be able to somehow feel the runes in items. Without his debugging active, he couldn't feel the characteristic mana signature that an active runic structure would give out. Illusion. His mind wandered in a certain direction as he reactivated his skill again. He now looked at the runic components that were around him. The structures were more advanced than anything he had ever seen. Greater rune? If it was a grand rune, then it would be something on a tier 4 level. These structures were more advanced than common ones, but not by that much. This had to be a greater runic structure. He had diagrams on various runes, lesser and common. Depending on the type of spell the runes belonged to, some of the components would repeat themselves. An ice arrow rune would share some components that an ice blast rune had. The same was in this situation as he recognized some of those structures. Some of the runic formations looked similar to runes that had to do with illusions. There were also some that were from runes that affected the target state of mind. He could see something similar to a sleep rune component, just more intricate. From his observations, he deduced that he had fallen victim to some kind of illusion spell. This world that he was seeing was not real. When it happened was a mystery, though. He activated his skill when he was back at his workshop, so it had to have happened after he left. Was he attacked in the street or when he arrived at the company store? Also, why someone would even do this evaded him. Did he get caught up in another mess of the gnome manager? It had been 1.5 years since the home invasion incident. He had almost forgotten about it till this moment. No item he had could protect him from a mental attack of this magnitude. Am I trapped in here? He looked around, his heart pounding fast. He had no idea what the person that put him in this illusion was doing outside. Was he holding a dagger to his throat while he was here, unable to do anything? With the skill activated, he started looking around. Even though these runic structures were more advanced, they were still just runes. He had spent years studying them and he knew how to tell the pathways apart from each other. There was always one prime rune, through which everything connected. Without that rune, the whole spell would instantly collapse. Maybe if he found it, he could destroy or alter it. If he could damage these runic structures was still unclear, but he didn't have much time for a test. He could see some people walking around, looking at him. In this world he was alone, and he didn't know if it had some kind of defensive mechanism. It would be unwise to alert his enemy to his knowledge. It was better to find the prime rune first and destroy it. Roland could even see in what direction it was. There were many runic pathways going in one direction, in the direction of his workshop. This world of illusions was probably made from his memories, and his workshop had most of them. He would probably find what he was looking for there. He strapped his sword to his side. Even though it wasn't real, it probably would work against the denizens of this world. He walked while slightly rushing. He could feel strange gazes on his back that were giving him the chills. Was there even anything behind him? Or was it just the figment of his imagination? The walk back to his workshop felt really long, but he managed to arrive without anything out of the ordinary happening. He quickly opened up the entrance and ducked inside, closing the reinforced door right behind him and locking it. He gave out a sigh and quickly quieted down. It was really silent in here. He couldn't hear anything outside either. He still wasn't sure what this illusion world was or how it operated. A runic item that could produce something like this must have been made with some high-quality materials. But where there was a runic artifact that was active, the caster was probably not far behind. Some items could be activated remotely and could even run on their own depending on the manufacturing process. There had to be someone to activate it unless he walked into some kind of trap that set it off instead. Roland activated his debugging skill. The pathways converged into one spot into his forge. The one he was using was made from bricks but now looked like a Christmas tree. There were various magical pathways, some were quite red. Apparently, this greater rune wasn't quite perfect. The pathways connected to a larger rune that was in the middle. This was the prime rune. It consisted of many other runic components that were inside a magic circle. This prime rune was on the inside of the circle right in the middle. The other runes and runic components were around it in another outer circle. Roland moved towards the forge that was part of this illusion of a workshop. It was really convincing as he couldn't really notice a difference between this world and the real one at all. He placed his digit on one of the runic pathways and tried rubbing on it. This didn't achieve anything at all. Even when he grabbed a metal tool to scratch the brick material, the magical pathway remained in place. It remained floating in the air instead of sinking back into the brick. It was as if the forge wasn't even there to begin with. I guess it won't be that easy. He moved his finger towards that magical pathway that he tried to rub off his forge. He injected some of his mana into his fingertip before moving towards the runic structure. As a runesmith, he was someone that was able to affect runic structures with his own mana. With the help of runecrafting, he was able to repair runes but also destroy them. It was part of the process. You just removed the faulty components and replaced them with the good ones. The moment he touched the trace and activated his skill, he saw it crumbling apart. This was only one of the many that he had to remove before the whole structure became unstable. The moment he did this, he could feel the earth trembling a bit. It was as if a small earthquake was taking place. The magical pathway that he severed with his finger started to slowly mend itself back into shape. It seemed that this rune had some sort of self-repairing property, but it was slow enough for him to continue his work. The more pathways he destroyed, the more the world shook. It was as if this illusion was reacting to his interference. I should probably hurry up, he thought to himself while getting a bad feeling. The pathways were slowly regenerating, but he was able to sever them faster. After getting one of the larger components fully, he could feel the whole workshop shake. The walls started cracking and the wooden beams strained themselves to hold the warehouse together. He wasn't quite done yet, as this prime rune was a lot more intricate than what he was used to. While he was going for another part, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. It started off quiet, like a normal everyday knock, but soon turned to loud pounding. He didn't even look back to his door. He was convinced that this was some sort of defensive mechanism of this world. It had probably noticed that he was messing with the prime rune structure, and it was now here to stop him. He had no idea if there were some kind of rules in this illusion world. Though from the fact that the thing that was outside wasn't rushing in to stop him, there had to be something. The loud thumping sound stopped after a while, and he continued with the rune destruction. That was until he heard a voice behind the door. "Roland, let me in. It's me." He jerked slightly after hearing the voice. He clearly recognized the owner of it. "Helsi. Yes, I've come back. Please open the door, it's cold out here." He could clearly hear her. This world was somehow reaching into his memory and pulling out people that he would probably be willing to let inside his workshop. The moment of pause didn't stop him. He just grabbed the hammer that he was using for runesmithing. Roland injected his mana into the tool and delivered a blow to his forge. The runic pathways and components quickly became distorted after the strong blow. The Helsi outside started shouting frantically, and the pounding on the door continued. He started sweating and continued with the destruction of this runic structure. It was a lot harder than he expected, probably due to his skill being low compared to this intricate rune. "Why won't you let us in?" Another voice was heard by him, this time not at the door but a floor above by the window. He gazed at it momentarily and could see a female hand reaching through it. This was the window that his half-gnome assistant had once sneaked in. He had long since put an iron grate there. All of his windows were now barred, as he really didn't want anyone climbing through them. This hand and voice was different, it was very muscular and the voice sounded deeper, but he still recognized it. Sahiljar. It was the voice of his old party member, and she wasn't alone. All the other windows in this warehouse were now occupied by some people that he previously knew. He could even hear the voice of his maid Martha. Anyone that had treated him nicely was apparently here. This illusion world was trying to lower the defenses of the afflicted person with their loved ones. Most people were more willing to let their guard down around their friends. In this situation, though, it looked like a bunch of zombies were trying to get inside and tear him apart. Roland delivered another blow to the forge and saw the runes crack. All of the destruction was starting to affect this world. The shaking didn't stop, and he could hear lightning bolts and loud wind outside. The wooden workshop began to also crack. This event caused the door to finally break. He had destroyed most of the prime rune, but time was running out. The Helsie that was outside of the door started pushing herself in. The door was barely holding itself shut on the top hinge. What he saw wasn't the assistant that he remembered, though. Her body was contorting in odd ways, and she looked like some kind of creature from a horror movie. Even though there wasn't much space to crawl through, the monster Helsie didn't care. It forced itself inside, its flesh coming undone, and the outer layer of the skin remained outside the door while the monstrosity squeezed itself in. Roland finally delivered another strike to the runic structure that caused the whole world to become unstable. The whole workshop tilted to the side, and all of the blacksmithing tools flew off the shelves and tables. The other monsters started bursting through the windows while the Helsie one jumped forward. The part that would be its chest opened up to show a massive set of shark-like teeth. In the middle was what looked to be a giant tongue. The tongue split into many smaller tendrils and shot forward towards Roland. Luckily for Roland, this world still had rules in it. The tentacles rebounded off a semi-transparent red shield that caused those tendrils to burn. He wasn't far behind. He grabbed a magic paddle weapon that he had on his side and pointed it at the confused monster. A large burst of flames in the form of an arrow shot out. The flame arrow flew at a high speed, hitting the monster in the middle. The monstrosity exploded. Chunks of guts and meat followed suit and covered the whole workshop in it. The other monsters weren't far behind. They flung their tentacles at the shield of flames and continued to smack it until it broke. Roland could feel something grabbing his legs. It didn't feel like anything human. He had no time as the monsters were upon him. He had to destroy this prime rune. He swung his hammer down while a sharp tendril pierced his chest at about the same moment. He coughed up red and felt a metallic taste, and the whole world began to distort even more. His eyes started getting blurry and everything went white as he passed out. "You should praise me. If it wasn't for me, you'd never get through all these traps." Roland heard a voice. He gasped out for air but remained silent for the most part. He could feel that he was back in the store. He was sprawled out on the floor with his head towards an open door to the gnome manager's office. There were voices coming from there. One was female and the other was male. "Stop! Wasting time." The woman finished the man's sentence and Roland could hear footsteps coming towards him. He wasn't sure what was happening at all. Who were those two and how did they get in here? For now, he played dead. The people here probably thought that he was still affected by the illusion. Next to him, he could feel someone else. It was Zilyana, and she had collapsed a bit further into the office. "It's not even that late. We have enough time to play around with these two," the woman proclaimed while grabbing Zilyana by her hair and lifting her up with one hand. The elf's legs and arms were dangling around as if she was a rag doll. She was clearly out cold, probably affected by the same mind-affecting spell. He could hear Zilyana's body getting dragged inside the gnome manager's office. If the gnome was still alive or not, he had no idea. He also noticed something. The man placed an item on a table before walking towards the woman who was dragging Zilyana along. He could feel the strange mana signature of the thing on the table. It had to be the magical device responsible for this whole thing. He would probably only have one shot at this, and he had to make it count. He had made a better version of the magical paddle with his staple fire arrow spell. After getting the skill that helped him condense the runes, he was able to achieve that. He had used it in the world of the illusion, and he had it strapped to his belt as he always carried it as a backup weapon. The easiest way to get the elf and the gnome to wake up would be to destroy that magical device. The explosion might also alert the guards. He could also try to run, but he felt like the two people in this room were far stronger than him. He might not reach the end of the corridor before getting a dagger or something else stuck in his back. He slowly moved his hand towards his belt and the magic weapon that was strapped to it. He just needed to be quiet and get a good shot in, but if he failed, he would be a dead man. The night was dark and the whole city was lit up by the light of the lanterns. The winds had picked up and it started to drizzle. It looked like it would be a cold, stormy night. The guards that were patrolling the city moved slowly, mostly keeping to the buildings and hiding from the rain. In one of the better-off sections of the city was Exier's Magic Emporium. It was late and close to 9 p.m. now. Almost everyone had left the store and was now either at home or out in the pub. However, there was still light shining in the building, mostly through one window in particular. This very window was getting closed by a man in a black robe. There was a collapsed gnome in the room next to some alchemy equipment. By the entrance door to this lab, there was a female elf. To normal people, she might have looked like a sun elf, but this man saw through her disguise. The man placed a double helix-looking magical device on a nearby table after closing the window. The artifact gave off a red glow and the helixes revolved around each other while this item was active. Besides these three, there were two more people in close proximity. One was a tall human youth that was passed out close to the female elf. The other was another woman in a black robe that was similar to the one this man was wearing. She was now bringing the passed-out woman over. She did this by dragging her by her long hair. Her legs were dangling and her arms were flopping around without any strength in them. "That toy always makes things so boring," the woman said while sighing. She tossed the passed-out Zilyana into the room while complaining. "Do not talk about our Lord's artifact in such a way. It is a blessing from the Lord of the Abyss." The man replied in a monotone voice while glaring at his partner in crime. The woman had her hood down so you could see her smiling widely after the man got mad. "I wouldn't dare. Our Lord is truly merciful." The woman shrugged while replying, her tone indicating a hint of mockery. The two clearly had different views about this Lord they were speaking of. "Can we at least take their bags? They won't be needing them." The woman smirked while pointing to the bags that both the gnome and the elf had on their sides. The man didn't answer, and that was enough for the obsidian-skinned elf to move closer. She took out an intricate-looking dagger and pointed it towards the unmoving bodies of the gnome and elf. Unbeknownst to the two, the third person that was there was quite awake. The Tier 1 class holder that was there didn't seem like a threat to these two assassins. They were preoccupied with the target and his hidden guard to pay attention to the sleeping youth. This would turn out to be one of the biggest mistakes that they could have made. Roland waited patiently. He started moving his hand towards his belt where he had one of his magical wands attached. They still looked like pieces of wide metal with a handle. After getting the knack of steel weapons, he had created one that could support his fire arrow spell. There were some downsides in making a weapon like this. The charges a regular steel weapon could hold was limited. Even with the highest rune quality and the help of the rune compression skill, at most he could squeeze out 10 charges. The runic components would erode afterward. That is also why he kept the paddle-like design. With the added thickness and wide shape, he could repair it more often. After each repair, some of the material would be lost, but these wands didn't need to keep an edge, so it was fine. Finally, he saw the opportunity to strike. The woman pulled out her dagger and started going for the bags of holding. He grasped his weapon and was ready to point it at the strange artifact that was radiating with an unusual mana signature. The man in the black robe didn't look like he would be waiting much more. He moved his hand up and Roland could hear some strange cracking noises. It was as if bones were being broken. He had to act now. He knew that this was probably the only way he would survive. These two were far above him in levels. He didn't think that he would be able to make it down the corridor if he ran. He would probably get stabbed by the strange black-looking elven woman. She looked like the speedy type, and agility was the stat that Roland lacked the most. He knew that Zilyana wasn't what she seemed. She was the only person that could get him out of this bind. He also wasn't sure how strong the gnome was in a fight, but he also could have a trick up his sleeve. There was a slight delay with the spell activation. To be on the safe side, he needed to inject his mana before aiming with his steel wand. The downside of this was that he couldn't focus on his target before activating his weapon. He had no choice though, as otherwise, he might lose the element of surprise. A large thick tentacle rose from the man's long sleeve but stopped midway. He was about to devour the gnome that was on the floor. He had carried him over here and placed him next to the elven woman. He wanted to order his accomplice to carry the last person over here, but before that could happen he noticed a new mana signature. Someone was clearly activating a spell or a magical item. The man's class was an Abyssal Warlock, a prestige class that needed some special steps to unlock. He was someone that was proficient in transformation magic. He could transform his body into many abyssal monstrosities. He was also someone that started just like every other magic caster, as a Tier 1 mage. He possessed all the magic-related skills and traits. He had noticed the shift in mana around Roland's body, but it was already too late. He had believed in the artifact, it had never failed him before. Even this Tier 3 elven woman and gnome had fallen to its might. Only people with specialized classes that were resistant against abyssal illusion magic would be able to resist it. The youth that was there didn't fit the criteria, he didn't even have a Tier 2 class. Yet somehow there he was, pointing a piece of metal at the artifact that this man was so proud of. The Abyssal Warlock's eyes glowed in a red color, and he pointed his large tentacle at the magical device. He was trying to defend it. What the youth was planning was clear. The thick tentacle flew to block the path of the fiery arrow, but it was too late. The mass of fire elemental energy slammed into the double helix-shaped item. The artifact wasn't built with defensive measures in mind, so it shattered into many tiny pieces along with the table that it was on. "No!" The man wailed in a strange deep voice as he watched his artifact being destroyed. The woman that was with him was already next to the perpetrator. She had vanished from her spot and instantly appeared with her dagger above him, ready to deliver a killing blow. Without giving him much time to react, Roland turtled up. Right after firing the fire arrow spell, he instantly activated every protective item on his person. He had many magic shield-type runic spell scrolls on himself just for such an occasion. His body was covered by various elemental shields: fire, wind, water, and earth. He was encased in many layers of common-grade magical shields. The woman didn't falter with her attack. Her face showed a ghastly wide grin. The dagger flew down and started going through the protective barriers like through butter. Only after passing the fourth one did it start slowing down. Roland continued activating more shields in hopes of stalling her. His true objective wasn't to defend himself from this attack, it was to give the people in this room time to react. The biggest problem was that he didn't know how long that would take. He was putting his life in others' hands yet again. He had a theory that Zilyana wasn't just a simple shop clerk. She stuck too close to this gnome and he never saw any bodyguards around. Either the gnome was strong himself or this woman was the one defending him. His theory would be now put to the test and he really hoped that he was right. The last barrier finally shattered and the dagger poked through. It went right into his shoulder as he was given enough time to shift himself to the side. The pain was excruciating. He couldn't help himself from screaming. The woman's eyes turned into two crescent moons, and it looked like she was enjoying herself. "Naughty boy," she said while twisting the dagger that had cleanly penetrated through Roland's scapula bone. It had even reached the floor behind it. A myriad of notifications sounded out. His HP had dropped by a third just from this one hit, and if he looked he would see it ticking down continuously. The weapon the woman was using was clearly meant for killing. Even if she didn't finish the job, the poison and curse status would probably be his undoing. Luckily, due to the woman's nature, he wasn't quite dead yet. She wasn't like the Abyssal Warlock who did his killing proficiently. No, she on the other hand liked to toy with her targets. Naughty children need to be punished. She yanked out the blade from Roland's shoulder and aimed it for the other one. Now that she had the chance, she would play with her prey. The warlock had also momentarily spaced out. The shock of losing a holy artifact, a symbol of his faith, wasn't something that could be easily forgotten. But it was gone and the targets hadn't been eliminated yet. "Kill him now. We can't waste time," he shouted while turning his tentacle towards one of the bodies on the ground. To his dismay, both of them were missing. He quickly looked around, his skin shifting color as he got ready to receive an attack. Then he heard it, the voice of his accomplice shouting. He turned his head to the door where the youth that destroyed his magical artifact was. His partner in crime had been attacked from behind. She was too focused on the boy to react fully. She now had a large gash on her side, obsidian-colored blood coming out of it while she backed away. "You bitch!" The warlock heard her shout but turned to another location. He had his own problem to combat. The gnome he was here to kill was now missing. It was as if he vanished, but he clearly wasn't someone versed in teleportation magic. Even if the boy and that elven woman survived, it wasn't a problem, but if the gnome got away, they would fail their mission. The man quickly activated various detection skills and spells that he knew. To no avail, this wasn't his forte. He was more of a fighter. The gnome had to be here. He was probably using some kind of skill or item to hide his presence. The man moved his hands forward, tentacles shooting out and splitting into many smaller ones. They looked like long whips with pointy claws at the ends. If he couldn't see him, he would destroy this entire room and the whole building with it. Roland at this time was coughing up blood on the floor. Zilyana had swooped in for the save at the last moment, but he was having a hard time staying awake. The moment the dagger was pulled out, the paralyzation effect subsided, but the curse and poison status didn't. He did the only thing that he could and started crawling down the corridor, a trail of his blood following him. He heard two women shouting profanities behind him and strange whip-like noises. His plan of waking up Zilyana and the gnome had worked, but he still got stabbed. He needed to get an antidote and find a priest to remove this curse. If not, he would die. He had some healing potions in his own bag, but the lesser antidotes weren't working. Luckily, this was a shop owned by an alchemist. There were more powerful potions downstairs. He managed to crawl up to the stairs. Even while drinking his potions constantly, his health was still going down. His legs felt like they were made from lead as he slowly wobbled down the stairs, almost falling down at the last step. He stumbled and ravaged through the glass cases. There were various potions out behind this glass so that the customers could look over them. He didn't care if he would need to pay for it later. He needed to survive first. When his health was at about 20%, he finally got to the antidote section of the store. He tried bashing the glass open, but his attack bounced right off. Damn! He backed away and took out his wand. This glass wasn't something that would easily break. He had forgotten this fact while panicking downstairs. He needed a key to get there, but he didn't think that he would find it. He pointed at the case with the potions in them, and a fire arrow spell rushed forth. Collided with the glass but didn't shatter it. Roland continued pelting his target with his spells while his health continuously ticked down. The steel paddle wasn't designed to take this much mana, and the metal started heating up. He bit his bottom lip and continued. Finally, after the 6th try, he had managed to melt a hand-sized hole through the partially magic-resistant glass. He frantically lunged forward and grabbed one of the higher-grade antidotes. The purple-colored liquid made its way into his mouth. Following this, he swallowed another healing potion before collapsing to the ground. He slumped back while looking at his status screen. He could barely make out the numbers, but his decreasing health started to slow down. He didn't have much time to rest, though. A large number of tendrils burst through the ceiling and started wreaking havoc on the level he was on. The whole building started shaking as the battle upstairs continued. "I need to get out of here." His shoulder didn't stop hurting and his knees felt weak. He had gotten over the poison part, and the bleeding was slowly stopping thanks to all the healing potions he had drunk. The only problem was that the wound was starting to take on a black coloring. The curse still remained, and he needed to either find himself a priest or a blessed elixir. Curses like this one varied and most of the time worked at a slower rate compared to poisons. They could cause various effects like dementia and madness to boot. He started walking towards the exit while at the same time trying not to get impaled on the tentacle whips. It looked like the warlock above was really going after the gnome. The continued tentacle strikes indicated that he was proving to be a hard target to hit. Roland finally reached the door outside and tumbled down to the ground as his legs gave out. He clutched his injured shoulder that was still hurting and looked at the store. It looked like a horror show. There were massive squiggly tentacles bursting out through the walls everywhere. Monstrous screams filled the surroundings and made his whole body shiver in fright. The whole building was coming down. He could only watch and hope that the people inside would be all right. The screaming and shouting finally brought the city guards over. They were a lot faster this time around compared to when he got his old workshop invaded. Probably because this was a better part of the city. They were just in time to behold the abyssal warlock in all his glory. The person bursts out through the ceiling without looking like anything human. He had a vaguely humanoid shape. His hands had turned to claws and his shoulders were bulky. On those shoulders were massive eyes that blinked and twitched in every direction. To Roland's surprise, the man wasn't chasing after Zilyana or the manager. There was someone similar, a moon elf male battling this gruesome monster. The two left a partially collapsed building and their battle continued outside. He couldn't see Zilyana and the other woman anywhere. If they were battling in the shadows someplace else or were still in the building was a mystery. The guards surrounded the area and even more people started appearing. The company probably had some backup henchmen for such an occasion. Roland just felt like a deflated balloon. He felt the adrenaline leaving his body, which made it hard to stay awake. He had somehow survived this, but he was left with a bad taste in his mouth. He felt like if he was stronger this wouldn't have been the case. There was one big thing on his mind now. I need to leave this city. He had been involved in 2 assassination attempts now. None of them were directly his fault. They were all squabbles between other people. This was unacceptable. The lack of control over his own life was pushing him in a certain direction. He needed personal strength. He didn't think that he could depend on others anymore. Luckily, this was a clear breach of contract. The company had failed to protect him, and this wound was proof. Where he would be heading was still up for consideration, but he had a couple of cities in mind. All of them ones with dungeons and new opportunities. First, he needed to get this curse in check. The veins on his neck were turning black just like this wound. He was in dire need of a high priest. Roland was now looking at an old man in a robe. The man had placed his hand on a dark-looking shoulder. This was the stab wound that Roland had suffered tonight. There were abscesses with yellow pus that had formed, and some of those yellow juices were even flowing out. The smell of it all would be truly something that Roland would remember. This was inside the Temple of Solaria, and he was just getting his treatment for the curse. The worst part about this wasn't the pain from being cursed, but the sheer number of gold coins he had to pay to get this fixed. If he hadn't been saving up for the past year and a half, he would probably have to cut his arm along with his shoulder to survive instead. The old man was a Tier 3 high priest, and the treatment required Roland to fork over 9 small golden coins. Normally, he would need months of crafting and making runic equipment to get this back. Luckily, he still was a part of a big company and would have them cover the costs. He also planned on getting a severance package as they had failed to keep their part of the contract. He had specifically fought for adding a clause to his contract. It stated that he would get money if he ever got injured due to them ever again. This included him being collateral damage during an assassination attempt. The gnome probably only agreed to such a clause as the possibility of that becoming reality was meager. Reality was different though. The company was attacked. He would now receive a large influx of gold coins and would be able to break off the contract entirely. This was something that he was planning to do as he had enough of this city. This was the second time this had happened. First was the incident with the Thieves' Guild, and now some strange cult was after him. From the small amount of information that he had, he knew that this was some kind of assassination organization or guild. This guild of assassins were worshippers of some kind of demon or of an evil god. People were not sure who the being they were worshipping was. Whenever a warlock of any kind was involved, it meant that some kind of higher being was behind it. Warlocks would gain their special class by forming pacts with demons or evil gods. The one that he saw that night was quite the powerful one. He was versed in shape-shifting magic and could take on a form of some kind of deformed monstrosity. Ah! Relax, child. It is almost over. He could see his flesh giving out black smoke. This was the curse leaving his body that slowly returned to its original shape. If he didn't get this treatment, the priest told him that he wouldn't last till the next day. He would be turned into some kind of monster in the process and lose all of his reasoning. I hope that gnome didn't just die. I still need to get my money from him. Roland gritted his teeth while thinking. He had lost sight of the other people involved in this incident, and he wasn't sure where they went. He had a written contract, and this was a big company. If his old boss was dead, he would probably be able to get his money at a different company store. The old priest was finally finished with the treatment. Roland was still astonished by how healing magic worked. A person's wounds would just patch themselves up. He could even see the process of the healthy tissues forming in real time. It was as if time was wound back to the previous healthy form. Roland didn't know how healing magic was exactly different from regular magic. During the procedure, he tried activating various skills that he had, like his mana sense and debugging. There were no runes involved, so he couldn't copy it onto a diagram. The priest was still using mana to fuel the spell, so maybe it would be possible to emulate these spells in the future. For now, he removed himself from the temple of the sun goddess. While going through it, he could see some other injured people getting treated. The fight didn't end just with the destruction of Exeter's magic emporium. The unidentified assassins moved into the city and started battling with other high-level people. One of them was Zilyana, but there were others which Roland wasn't acquainted with. This in turn caused a lot of collateral damage. The horrible-looking shape-shifting warlock was quite indiscriminate in his attacks. The battle continued throughout the night, and the two assailants were never apprehended. Roland managed to get his tired body to the temple before passing out. He was lucky enough to have brought money with him, and they were very eager to take it off him while calling for a high priest. On the outside, he was greeted with some sunny weather. The clouds had parted and the day was looking bright. It was still quite cold though, and the sun did nothing about melting the white snow that covered most of the city. Roland decided to walk towards Exeter's magic emporium, or at least what was left of it. On his way there, he could see collateral damage. Some of the buildings in the neighborhood had suffered during the scuffle that ensued. He could even see some red spots in the snow the closer he got to ground zero. After he arrived, he noticed that there were a lot of people around the store. They looked like battle-hardened soldiers, but they weren't part of the city guards. These people were part of the company. They were a bunch of mercenaries contracted as hired muscle. Obviously, they were a bit late to the party as the battle was now over. Maybe if more of them were here the night before, the store wouldn't have been destroyed this much. Though the Tier 3 magical device that was used would probably render them useless. He was fortunate enough that his debugging skill worked on the greater runes and he was able to get out of the world of illusions. Halt! Identify yourself. As Roland was getting closer, he got the attention of one of the guards there. They had even fenced the area off with a makeshift wooden fence. He looked at the man. He was quite tall, over 2 m, and was of the Goliath race. Before he could mention his affiliation with the company, someone else called out from the side. "It's fine, let him through." It was Zilyana, who looked different than usual. Mostly because she didn't look like a sun elf anymore. Her skin was dark caramel and her hair changed from gold to silver. There was no rule against moon elves in this city, but they weren't on good terms with the Church of Solaria as they worshipped opposing deities. She was wearing some kind of black leather armor and had some weapons strapped to the side. She looked battle-ready. He didn't see any wounds on her body. She went against those two psychos from yesterday, which made Roland reaffirm his notion about her hidden strength. The large man just nodded and didn't question the elven woman's order. Apparently, the beautiful elf was someone in high regard to these company soldiers. "This place has seen better days." He moved over to Zilyana while commenting on the store's new looks. The top floor was missing chunks out of it and the whole building was riddled with holes. The Abyssal Warlock had really renovated the place during the late-night melee. "Well, you seem chipper for someone that almost died, Roland. Not even surprised about my new looks," the elven woman mentioned while chuckling. "Why would I be surprised about that? Also, I'll be more chipper after you give me back the money I've spent on that blasted high priest." Roland was unamused. He narrowed his eyes at the moon elf. Zilyana just shrugged while turning her head to the side. She did feel kind of bad about the whole predicament. I'm sure the boss will give you back the coins. You did save his ass and mine. I bet he will even give you a big fat bonus." The elf tried shifting the conversation to the monetary aspect. She knew that she was mostly to blame for that fiasco that happened yesterday. She had failed spectacularly as a bodyguard. If the boy hadn't been there, she and the manager would have been dead without a question. She didn't even see anything wrong in the illusion world. Zilyana had been affected by the magical device first after she opened the door to the gnome's office. Her mind was unable to paste it together, and the manager in the illusion just shooed her out of his room. The whole illusion world then broke down after a few hours when Roland destroyed the runic device. She found herself on the ground with a small headache. Only after that did she realize what occurred and that enemies were nearby. Her boss had activated one of his magical items and went into hiding while she engaged the assailants in battle. Her coworkers like Zirian were alerted by her boss with a sort of panic button device that was there. The rest was now history. Ha! You think a bonus is enough? Roland clicked his tongue, but he stopped himself. He didn't really wish to argue with this woman that could probably cut him up into thin slices in a matter of seconds. She was also just a guard, and without her, he would have been dead. That doesn't matter. Where is that gnome anyway? He looked around. He could see that besides the group of guards there were other people here. He could even see his own halfling assistant moving stuff around. They were clearly carrying the goods outside. Maybe they were even planning on relocating somewhere else. The boss? Oh, he isn't here. He should be back at his mansion, probably calling the big boss himself. Ha, you should have seen him last night. He was ready to blow a gasket. Have never seen so many veins on someone's forehead before. Roland eyed the moon elf while raising one of his eyebrows. She didn't look that distraught after facing off against a tentacle monster and a crazy cursed dagger-wielding assassin woman. It was as if she was used to things like this, though judging by the fact that she was uninjured, this might have indeed just been the usual for her. Back at his mansion? Yeah, it's in Hightown. Zilyana explained in a few words where exactly the gnome manager lived. Roland now had a place to go and complain. Before that, he needed to get back to his workshop as he left his contract and some other things back there. I bet he will give you a big pay raise. You did save his ass. She gave him some reassuring words while Roland just stared at her without any emotions in his eyes. Yeah. I should probably ask him to give me part of your salary, Roland said while turning around. He didn't care about getting any raises in his wages. The only thing he wanted to do now was to get the promised severance package. Though maybe if he complained enough he could get even more than that. Zilyana flinched at the mention of her pay getting cut. She started waving her hands around at Roland that had turned around. No, don't do that. Hey, this big sis here saved your life. I really need that money. I saved your life first, Roland said while waving goodbye to her without turning around. He couldn't see the moon elf's expression too much, but not like he cared that much. He was quite pissed that he had gotten involved in some quarrel between two overpowered factions. He had come to this city to get away from the bloodshed. He just wanted to be left in peace and practice his craft. He hadn't even gone out to kill monsters in over a year. The only fighting he did was some sparring here and there. Roland now thought that he had been too naive. There was no way someone like him could make it on his own like this. It didn't matter if a person could earn money. What was that good for if anyone could just waltz into your home and murder you? Even the gnome that was loaded and had an experienced bodyguard couldn't protect himself. I need strength. He stopped in front of his workshop while thinking. He had already made a decision on leaving this city. In his mind, personal power would be the way to go. He wouldn't be able to achieve this here. He needed to take things into his own hands and get stronger. He opened up the door to his workshop. Before that, he deactivated some of the runic traps he had set up. The doors and windows were now rigged to electrocute anyone that tried getting in here without him around. Roland had figured out ways to activate and deactivate some of the runes made for traps. He could even directly inscribe them on things like metallic doors. He was even thinking of improving on the designs with the sockets and mana stones. For now, they only had one charge, but with a mana stone that filtered and stored some of that mana, they could recharge themselves. He looked through his workshop. It was a place that he stayed for over a year. Again, he would be unable to live in one place for long. He lasted a couple of years in this city, but the easy life was now over. He needed to set out into the world and get stronger. Only then would he feel confident enough to settle down. The biggest problem was his class and how it worked. He could see himself doing fine against monsters, but at a price. His class only shined when he was using runic equipment, and that wouldn't last forever. He already knew that steel weapons and armor wouldn't hold much of the runic charges. He could get around that by repairing it, but that required a place to do it. This meant that he needed to find a new workshop, buy new equipment along with finding a dungeon to gain more experience. For now, he went to his bedroom and lifted up his bed. He poked the floor slightly and it began to shine. The ground rippled for a moment before showing a compartment. He had placed a chest with some of his belongings behind an illusion rune. This rune caused most people to see a regular floor without showing the hidden latch under the bed. He pulled out the chest. In it were some spatial bags with gold and materials. In one of them was also the contract that he made with Exier's manager. It stated that he would be given money depending on the severity of the attack. Bet that gnome didn't think that this would ever be used against him. The number he would be getting is 100 small gold coins or 10 regular-sized gold coins. This was quite a staggering number. This would let a regular family life for over 5 years. That is, if they didn't spend it on anything other than taxes and food. For him that needed to buy costly crafting materials and a working workshop, it wasn't that much. He took out everything that he needed and started to even place all of the tools that he used from the smithy into his bags of holding. He even tossed the anvil inside, but would be leaving the smelter there as it was connected to the wall. Roland wished that he could just toss his entire workshop into his bag and just go, but that would be a pipe dream. He heard there were magical devices that could support a small pocket dimension. The cost of something like that would be what a country like this earns in a year or more. The easier option was creating a hidden workshop somewhere and placing a teleportation runic array in it. Things like this existed in the magic towers that powerful mages used and were a lot cheaper to manufacture. Still, he would probably need to wait till he was at least tier 3 for something like that. He had stuffed all of the items he could take into his bags and had them all around his belt. He couldn't put spatial bags in one another as the magics in them repelled each other. He took one last glance at the place that he lived and gave out a sigh. Roland didn't want to leave, but he didn't see a good reason to stay here. He took out a map of the whole kingdom and glanced at it. He had marked a couple of places that fit his requirements. They were all close to a dungeon and were growing cities with a lot of opportunities. He had researched them by things like taxation, population, and even by what noble was running it. He couldn't go into any lands owned by his own family or to people that his family was serving. This only left a couple of places for him. He would need to decide on them after his talk with the manager. He placed his coat back on and didn't bother to activate the trap runes in the building. He wouldn't be returning here anymore. A tall youth was walking towards a certain destination. He was wearing a long coat and hiding a lot of spatial bags that were hanging around his belt. He glanced around the city that he had spent years in and was getting slightly nostalgic. This was the city where his blacksmithing career took off. He had learned all the basics here and he did it on his own. It was also where he finally learned to use and create runes. After all these years, Roland was feeling like he was finally getting how they actually worked. He could even combine various schematics to create new spells. He would now need to postpone his future research and get out of this city. It was getting too dangerous and he didn't trust the company to protect him. If he didn't have his debugging skills, he would have died along with them. From his point of view, Zilyana had failed miraculously by not reacting in the correct way. The manager was at fault too for not getting some enchanted devices that could block out illusion magic of that caliber. It looked like they got lazy after years of stability. The business was booming and everyone was earning money. Then someone decided that it was time for a change by killing almost all of the council members. The whole city was now in disarray. Almost all of the businesses lost their owners in one day. The person that caused this would probably show themselves now. Who was doing it was a mystery, but they were probably doing it to get the biggest market share in the city. With the council heads gone, there would be a big hole in the city's finances. The perpetrator could be the sole survivor that hadn't been attacked during the meeting. The gnome was proven innocent as he had almost kicked the bucket. The next option was that it was a third party either moving in to take over or doing it for another reason. There were cult members involved in this assassination, and where they were, demons weren't far off. The man was an abyssal warlock, a person that made a contract with a higher being. Most of the time this would be achieved by selling their soul or by performing some kind of ritual. In this ritual, other people's lives would be used as payment. The woman that was with him was similar. She was an abyssal class holder but closer to the Rouge route. She seemed to have a screw loose which he noticed during the time that she stabbed him through the shoulder. Roland continued walking while trying to figure out the true perpetrator. The reason for this attack seemed obvious as a lot of money was involved. He wanted to know the reason for getting almost killed. Maybe the manager would have this answer. This whole predicament reminded him about the first city he had to leave. There he also left at a moment's notice with his only plan being a city with crafting resources. He then stumbled around with some leftover cash for half a year before finally having some luck in selling his runic scrolls at the auction house. A city with an auction house is a must. He already knew that his scrolls would sell, be it at a regular store or an auction house. Without an establishment as that, he would probably need to sign another contract. This was something that he wanted to avoid this time around. He didn't think he would get a good deal without revealing his special class either. Trusting someone to keep it a secret again was something that he wasn't willing to do. Roland had a map with some notes. There were a couple of cities that he had researched, some larger than others. He wanted one that met some criteria. One was having an auction house where he could buy and sell items. The other thing that needed to be there was a dungeon. This was the most important requirement. Roland realized that having personal strength was paramount in this world. He just needed to look at the two assassins. They could just enter the city, kill people, and then get away without anyone being able to stop them. This was the strength of a Tier 3 elite, something that wasn't often seen in this world he was in. Most people that had battle classes ended their journey at Tier 2. Crafting professions could go higher as it was easier to constantly produce items than to constantly fight monsters. The raw stats a crafting profession had were also lower. The lack of battle skills was another minus for said crafting classes. With lower stats received and fewer skills, they wouldn't even be able to defeat a Tier 2 veteran. You could see this mostly by looking at Roland's scribe class that didn't give much besides intelligence and dexterity. The other physical stats were almost non-existent and it hardly increased his vitality. This was the case with most of the crafting professions besides a blacksmith. That was a class that actually required high strength and endurance to produce items. Yet someone like a leatherworker or goldsmith wouldn't get much besides dexterity and then meager numbers in the rest. Roland felt like he needed to increase all of his battle-related skills before his advancement into Tier 2. Luckily, his runic blacksmith class increased his battle-related stats, though they looked to be stats for a stationary tank with high magic usage. High strength, endurance, and willpower but with low agility. Roland felt like he would have to either mitigate his weakness with some enchanted gear or strengthen the things he was good at. So either increase his agility with some mana stones or focus on his defenses and magic power. This he would decide after seeing his Tier 2 class options. He knew that there were some hybrid classes out there, but if he could nab one was unknown. Dungeon, auction house. Relatively new city. Would be nice if I could get some cheap real estate there. Another thing that he needed was a place to stay. He couldn't just live in an inn again as the need for repairing and crafting new equipment would be there. His class was reliant on it and he didn't think switching to a more battle-oriented one would give him as much flexibility. He would still need to make that decision after caping out his blacksmith class. Roland didn't think that he would be able to research information about the land he could buy here. Not like he could pull up an internet page with the information. The most he could do was to pay an information guild that sold things like that. The info wouldn't be fresh though, and when he arrived the house could be already sold. He would probably have to risk the journey and hope for the best. Maybe I should try going someplace owned by the aristocrats instead of the royalists this time around. Roland thought as he was close to arriving in Hightown where the manager lived. There were two main factions in this kingdom, the aristocrats and the royalists. The former consisted of the most influential nobles of the country. The latter were part of the royal family, mostly related to the king and the nobles sworn to them. There were also many smaller factions sprinkled here and there, but they didn't possess as much power. These two factions were more or less close in power, with the royal family winning out slightly. Roland was someone from a noble house himself. He had studied the basics of how this country worked. His own house of Arden was part of the royalists. His father had recently achieved the title of baron after a successful campaign against one of the countries that his kingdom had less than stellar relationships with. The city of Edelgard was further into the country and closer to the royalists. The owner of it wasn't directly connected to his father, but maybe the other faction ran their cities better. The noble that was responsible here certainly didn't give a damn about his citizens. When the first assassination attempt happened, the guards were really late to arrive. He was also taken into custody without having the option of explaining himself. If I take all of that into consideration, there is just one place I can go to. He looked at the map that he was holding and looked down at the south part of the kingdom. There was a certain large island there. It was ruled by a marquis that was part of the aristocrat faction. That wasn't the main reason for going there. There was a certain new dungeon that had risen recently. Things like new dungeons appeared from time to time. No one knew exactly how they came to be, but each of those lairs had a dungeon core. People theorized that if the mana density was just right, a dungeon core would come to be. This dungeon core could appear anywhere, down in a lake, buried deep underground, or even in the sky. Where the dungeon core appeared would mostly dictate how the dungeon looked and what kind of monsters appeared in it. This peculiar one that he was willing to risk going towards appeared in a volcanic region. The spot he would be going was rich in minerals. The monsters were fire types or rocky ones. The closest settlement to this dungeon was but a small village before this occurred. Now apparently people were flocking to it, quickly building up the infrastructure. If he hurried, he too could end up nabbing himself a part in this. Before that could happen, he needed to get out of here. For that, he also needed a lot of funds, and the broken contract that he was bringing with him would be for that. He finally stood in front of the gnome's supposed house. The number and street name was correct, so he went over and gave the door a couple of knocks. "Who is it?" The door didn't open, but he could hear a woman's voice behind it. Someone opened up a small latch through which they looked at him. "My name is Roland. I need to speak with the manager." Roland felt strange for not knowing the gnome's name after all these years. Was the small guy also trying to run away from his old life or something? Yes, wait a minute. The small latch closed and he could hear the locks being unlocked. The person on the other side revealed herself to him. The woman looked to be about 40 and a human. She was also wearing a maid uniform similar to the ones that the maids back at the Arden estate used to wear. "Please follow me. The master is expecting you." Roland nodded. At least the working staff weren't calling the gnome by his manager title. The house was quite large and reminded him of old Victorian-era brick houses. The inside was quite spacious and he could see other people working. There was a butler looking at some maids that were packing up some silverware. Obviously, the gnome wasn't going to stay here for much longer and they were packing up. When Roland arrived upstairs, he saw another moon elf in similar black leather clothing as Zilyana's. He was standing next to a partly open door and he looked to be guarding it. "This is Mr. Roland. He wishes to see the master." Well, if it isn't the fabled master craftsman. When Roland got closer, he could see that something was wrong with this man. He looked quite relaxed and the odor of alcohol was quite strong. Fabled craftsman? He narrowed his eyes slightly. Did the gnome give out his secret to other people? That shouldn't be the case, as it was stated in the contract. There were other ways of getting information out. This was one more reason for him to leave this place. This again proved the limitations of contracts to him. "Mr. Zyron, you shouldn't bother the guest." The moon elf gave out a chuckle before pushing the door open. He peeked inside the room afterward and announced Roland's arrival. "Hey, you got a guest." Roland just remained there without saying anything. The moon elf had a strange grin plastered all over his face. "A guest? Who is it?" He heard a familiar voice from that room. The gnome sounded quite alive, but there was something off. "Master, Mr. Roland has come to see you." "Ah, let the boy in." When he peeked inside the room, he noticed what the problem was. The gnome was sitting in a chair and to the side were some crutches. He was missing his left foot. It was gone a bit below the knee. "Manager?" That bastard already took care of me, don't worry. It can be cured later." Wounds from warlocks like that don't heal that easily. I need to make a special elixir. The foot looked to be wrapped in some kind of strange bandages that had peculiar symbols on them. They didn't seem to be runes, but they were exuding some kind of mystical power. Is that so? I see that you are packing up, skipping town, Roland asked after closing the door behind him. He could see that most of the shelves in this room were cleared out and just a few scrolls remained here and there. I underestimated that bastard. Roland quickly raised a brow and cut the gnome off before he could continue. That bastard. There is no reason to hide it from you now. The gnome took out his old pipe and puffed out some smoke. First, I have to thank you for saving my life. If you weren't there, I'd probably be coming out of that warlock's ass right about now. The gnome chuckled slightly while Roland cringed at the image that popped into his head. About the man responsible. It's the second son of the Count. The bastard contacted the blasted abyssal cult. The idiot is crazy. He knew that the noble house that this land belonged to was the House of Drew, and the noble that resided here was called Louis Drew. Louis Drew? Why would he aim for your life? I'm not sure. It was either just greed or another fight for succession. You know, Louis has an older brother, Armand. Armand is the true heir, and this land is under his supervision, but he had to leave towards the border. The gnome gave him his best theory. Armand, the first son, had left for the border to aid in the war effort. There were some skirmishes the kingdom and the Hatfordian Empire were involved in, but they didn't escalate into a full-scale war yet. The idiot tried buying us out a couple of years ago, for an atrocious price. If he owned all the businesses in the city, he probably could somehow contend with his brother. Maybe he wanted to try buying his way back into his father's heart. The gnome blew out some of the smoke through his mouth again while grimacing. Unfortunately, we won't be able to pin this on him. Those abyssal cult bastards got away. Even if we caught them, they wouldn't talk. They would just commit suicide. Roland had to take a second to process this. Apparently, he had gotten himself into the middle of some petty squabble between two noble sons. While one was away, the other was trying to buy out the city from under him. When the other came back, he would actually own all of the money-making businesses. Roland wasn't really sure about the laws around here, but even nobles couldn't just take over stores without getting the right papers from the current owners. Even they couldn't go against the law of the land and needed to have the owners sell their property. The only way to go around this was if the owner died without an heir. Then the noble would get ownership of whatever that person owned. The noble, by killing the current owners, wanted to get the stores for free. That, or get them from their next of kin that would probably sell it instantly after seeing their deaths. The abyssal cult's involvement would have been difficult to prove. Even though everyone knew who the perpetrator was, with no hard proof, it would be impossible to pin something on a noble. Don't worry, kid. You can come with me. I'll be leaving towards the capital. I'll get you a nice workshop there. You did save my life. The gnome changed the subject after everything was clear. He and his people were leaving. Even though the assassination had failed, there was still danger. Most of the council was dead, and their business associates probably knew why. Everyone would either sell what they had or leave. The noble in question would probably get most of the establishments. If that was enough for him to take this city over before his brother returned was unknown. Yes, about that. Roland didn't beat around the bush for much longer. He got his answer to his question and now knew that nobles were involved. He quickly pulled out his contract and placed it on the table before speaking out. I will be leaving, but not with you. Now give me my money. You broke the contract. The gnome blew out some smoke through his nostrils and looked at the piece of parchment. He didn't look that surprised. I thought so. You sure you won't reconsider? You'll need a better workshop in the future. This is something I can provide you with. The capital is a lot safer than wherever you are planning to go. You should think it over again. Roland just shook his head while declining the gnome's offer. Having a workshop was fine and all, but hanging around people that attracted Tier 3 monsters left and right was too stressful. I thought about it, but I'd rather try things my way. The gnome pointed to the side with his pipe. On one shelf there was a lone bag and next to it a book. Figured you'd say that. The money is in there with a little bonus for your troubles. Should cover the healing fees. Roland moved over and looked inside the bag. He was greeted by quite a bit of golden coins. 150 small gold coins to be exact, and next to the bag was a book. This was a skill book and had the mana reinforcement skill knowledge in it. He had asked the company to procure it before this whole fiasco happened. 150. That's 50 above the contract sum, and this book. Just take it. Most of it came out of Zilyana's and that idiot's pay. The gnome grumbled while Roland placed the gold pouch into one of his spatial bags along with the skill book. So, don't think you'll tell me where you are headed? Roland just blankly stared at the gnome as if that was a stupid question to ask. He didn't really have a deep connection with this man, but he did at least pay him well. I'd rather not. I don't know what you are running away from, kid. But take care of yourself. If you're ever in the capital, be sure to find me. I'll give you a good deal. Just say that Marlowe Grimboodle sent you. Marlowe? Roland looked at the gnome that was smiling. His pipe was placed to the side while he grasped one of his crutches. The one and only. Don't be spreading my name to just anyone. Roland finally had his money and had even gotten more than he anticipated. The only thing left now was to get to the train station. This journey would take longer than before, as he would be traveling a lot farther than last time. Maybe if he got stronger he might take Marlowe up on his offer. A tall youth with dark hair and a somewhat handsome face was standing at a travel agency. He was looking at a map on which he scribbled some notes. This was Roland that had just gotten the information that he required to reach his next destination. This would be the next place that he would be staying at. Third time's the charm, eh? He muttered to himself while walking towards the train station. He would be traveling even longer than he was before, and he would even have to take a boat. His destination was the large island in the south of the Cauldrus Kingdom. The large mass of land was called the Dragnus Island. It had a large volcano right in the middle of it and a couple of smaller ones sprinkled here and there. The name of the island wasn't just for show. There apparently was a dragon living there. It wasn't roaming the lands and burning the villages, though. It was the last boss of the dungeon that resided there. This was the main dungeon of this island, and its rating was an S. There were various other smaller dungeons sprinkled around the entire landmass. Due to the peculiar way that the main dungeon was placed, it was said that the smaller ones connected to it. The one he was going towards had formed a couple of months ago and was still getting its rating. Contrary to popular belief, Dragnus Island wasn't a wasteland. It was true that the center part was mostly uninhabitable and overrun by monsters. The coastline in comparison was covered by lush greenery, and the climate was quite warm. There were also various safety measures that were put in place. One of them was the Magus Towers. They were 5 large ones surrounding the main volcano. They formed a magical barrier that kept the monsters at bay. It also protected the rest of the land from volcanic ash and from surprise volcanic discharges. At least that was what the lady that worked at this world's version of a traveling agency said. The people in charge there were probably trying to attract more people. It was a land of opportunities for sure, but at the same time it was dangerous. This whole kingdom was a dangerous place. Even in this large city, people that were part of strong factions like the council weren't safe. There was no guarantee that you wouldn't be stabbed in the back. Here we had a feud between 2 noble sons. The younger one wanted to take over the city's money-making facilities before his brother returned. If that didn't work, the deaths of 6 of the council members would cause this city to turn chaotic. He would be blamed for it as the acting regent, but the older brother would also be blamed as he was the true heir. I wonder if those 3 idiots are going to do similar things when they are older. Roland was also from a noble house. One not as established as the Drew house that had a count as the leader. There would be only one heir to the estate. Would the other 2 sons just let the oldest get everything while they went away to be knights for other nobles? Or would the heir bribe them with promises of cushy positions at his estate? Roland just shrugged. He was glad that he wasn't involved in those power struggles anymore. Even if he told them that he had no interest in the title or land, his brothers could still go after him. He really didn't want to get into a war of succession. A baron title wasn't even worth that much. He could probably even earn more money as a runesmith. In this kingdom there was a strict hierarchy. A knight was the lowest noble ranking. They were more or less just commanders for the army. Following that was the baron title that his father had, just a step up. This was the true beginning of the noble ladder. A baron was granted land and subjects to rule, but the land they got was mostly smaller villages. After that came the viscount title, then the count followed by the marquis. The higher the title, the more land and more subjects the noble was granted. The highest title a noble not related to the royal family could possess was the ducal title. Nobles with the title of a duke were the leaders of the aristocratic faction, and there weren't many of them around. There was also the archduke title, but it was reserved for the royal family. Mostly the brothers or sisters of the current king were allowed to call themselves that. Even with a grand title like that, it didn't mean that they were above the dukes. It all depended on how they managed their resources or how much the current king was willing to give them. The structure of the nobles was very archaic and convoluted. There was no trust between houses unless there was some kind of bonding contract like a marriage. Backstabbing each other was seen as a fun pastime in some of their circles. Roland would rather spend his life as a craftsman than be involved in that masquerade. For this, he needed more power, the power that he could only gain by risking his life. Gaining levels wasn't enough. Gaining stats with no practical combat experience made no sense. This would be similar to doing basic strength and stamina training at a martial arts school, yet never doing any sparring with other students. A person would get stronger and learn techniques, but unless they tested it on a resisting opponent, they would get nowhere. Roland was now back at a familiar place with a ticket in hand. It was time to take the train once more. He had done this before, so there was a lack of hesitation in his actions. He was even slightly tingling with anticipation. So long, Edelgard. Next stop, the town of Albrook. This was his next destination. A rather small town with a rather common, uninteresting name. A few months ago, a dungeon entrance had opened up and now people were flocking there. First, a new adventurers guild was getting built. With the dungeon now appearing there, a large revenue stream would be opened. Mana stones were just one of the things that could be harvested. There were apparently mineral deposits there which Roland as a blacksmith was very much interested in. He wanted to build a new workshop there, one that he could actually open up and sell things in. He wasn't sure when and how he would do that. He would probably require someone else to sell his wares if he was busy with the dungeon and adventuring. He would also need to trust a person he knew nothing about to just stay in his workshop for days and not steal anything. It was finally time to leave. The conductor blew his whistle to signal for the people to get on. Roland hesitated slightly, but he took the first step forward. The youth had grown quite a bit in these past years, and it looked like he wasn't finished. He was wearing the usual black robe with which he could hide his face. He decided to now wear any metal armor over his cloth armor just yet. He didn't think the need for it inside the safety of this train, and it was too bulky for the ride. He would also stick out like a sore thumb if he went in fully armed. The armor of choice was the brigandine armor that was now resting in one of his storage bags. He did have some other items to cover some spots. Both his arms were covered by wrist guards and his legs were protected by graves that were placed over his leather shoes. He didn't make these items himself, he just bought them from one of the shops. He did put some runic enchantments on them, but he didn't have time to add any slots for mana stones. Roland deliberated if he should go back to his workshop to enhance his armor, but he decided against it. Those people from the Abyssal cult had seen his face and could still be in this city. They were probably enraged that someone like him was the reason for their whole plan failing. This was some bad for the assassins. He needed to flee as he couldn't trust the people from Exir to protect him. What if those cultist nuts returned with a stronger treasure and he just dies in the illusion? He was still probably a low-priority target. The person who should really watch his back would be the gnome. This was also the reason why he was feeling slightly more relaxed with his journey. While thinking, Roland heard the conductor using his whistle again. The large train shook slightly before moving forward. He found a seat for himself by the window. It was quite crowded today, as probably after yesterday's attack other people had decided to also ditch this city. He wasn't feeling that nostalgic about it, as he spent most of his time hidden away in a workshop. The only noticeable people that he met here were Marlowe, Helsi, and the gnome's elven assistant. There were also 3 other guys he met, but he hasn't seen them ever since that one expedition. His old fling was planning on going in the opposite direction to another well-established dungeon city. The gnome was heading for the capital city that housed his company's main building. Roland had become quite the loner after spending over 9 years in this world. He still couldn't really see himself as one of the people of these lands. He subconsciously evaded human interaction, which was leading him down this introverted path of solitude. He leaned back in his wooden seat and gave out a sigh. This train would take him through most of the kingdom, but then he would need to switch to a caravan. He needed to reach the closest port in the south to get to the volcanic island. This journey would be a lot longer than the last one. There were no magic trains that could go through water, and the ships were just regular sail ships. At least the one that he would be taking, due to not wanting to spend too much money. He didn't see one yet, but from the books, he read there were supposed to be ships that looked similar to old steamships. Instead of steam, they ran on mana. He actually wanted to visit one and see the engine room. I have enough money to start over, but I should probably do it better this time around. Roland took out his adventurer card and to the name that was on it. He was thinking about ditching his old name and starting over. There were certain ways to alter the status of this card. The one that he wanted to be gone was his name. There were no computers keeping the exact stats of every adventurer in this world. There were only these adventurer cards that were updated with certain magical tools to show your status. From what he knew, if someone was searching for him, at most they could get information about him if they knew his card ID. The guild stored information about which adventurers passed through the city. This meant that if someone figured out the city this card was made, they could look for him. Someone with enough resources would need to go through the guilds one by one. Sooner or later they would find which cities he visited and could then narrow the search area. He wasn't worried about his family in this instance. He was worried about the abyssal cult that even had 2 tier 3 monsters out killing yesterday. They could probably sneak into the guild and steal the records if they really wanted. He grimaced after making a decision and ripped his adventurer card in half. The rest was tossed out the train window, never to be seen again. He would start over from the beginning. With the level he was at, he would be granted the Steel Adventurer title right from the start. He could also pay slightly extra to get his name on the card changed to a nickname. There shouldn't be a problem with his plan. Other adventurers did sometimes lose their identification and needed to start over. Most of the time they just returned to the place they received their old card and had it remade. But other times, when the journey would just be too far, they would have them remade. People mostly gained their rank by status and not by their track record. A person with a tier 2 class wouldn't need to start over as a bronze adventurer. They just needed to get through a few tests, and that was it. While Roland was on his way towards his new promised land, the castle in which the current city lord was living was abuzz. Louis Drew and the knight captain were both in his study, while the noble in question was looking at some papers. They failed. Yes, my lord. But they managed to remove 6 of the council members. What of the other 2? The people from Exir are on their guard. Our reports say they are leaving the city together with most of their assets. The other merchant has already fled. Louis Drew rubbed his chin while looking at the papers. A more in-depth report of what happened last night was here. How the people that he hired had murdered most of the council members and even left a calling card. Louis wasn't worried that others would associate him with the cult. There was no evidence, and the messenger that he sent was long dead. The knight captain was the only other person that knew the truth, and he knew that the man wouldn't dare to go against him. Even though not all of the people he wanted gone were dead, he could go through with the next phase of his plan. He didn't fear the survivors, as he was a noble with a lot of backing. He didn't think a bunch of commoners would dare to go against a count's son. There was no proof of his involvement with any of this besides the Thief Guild incident. Even if that came out to the light, they wouldn't be able to connect it back to the abyssal cult murders. Captain, have our people move along with the plan. Be persuasive if you have to. Give them the price we agreed upon previously. The man in the suit of armor did a salute and then promptly left the room. The count's son was now alone. He stood up. With short steps he walked over to the window and looked outside. It was already dark, and the 2 bright moons were gently illuminating the darkness. While looking out into the distance, he started murmuring to himself. I won't let you have this city. It belongs to me and no one else. If I can't have it, then I'd rather burn it to the ground. The man smirked while thinking about a certain older brother that would be returning soon. He only had a couple of months left, but it should be enough to replace the merchants with his own people. Controlling the money flow of the city was his way of taking it over. He needed to prepare so that everything was ready for his brother's return. He had suffered unforeseen setbacks through these years, but he didn't just spend them doing nothing. While he couldn't touch the council members for a year, there were others that he could affect. The Abyssal Cult was a small gamble that he was willing to take. With the help of their peculiar brand of magic, he had been slowly taking over this city, replacing public officials by any means necessary. That meathead won't suspect anything. He was always like that, never using his head and thinking that everything will always go his way. The man took out a framed picture and looked at it. In it, there were two kids standing next to a man. The children were alike and had similar facial features to the adult. Louis Drew looked at this picture in disdain before setting it ablaze with his magical flames. The red embers that he was holding in his hand slowly turned pitch black as they turned the picture to cinders. The sound of cackles filling the emptiness of the room as the night continued. Roland's head hit the uneven window of the train he was riding on. His eyes were hurting as he couldn't sleep well in these kinds of conditions. With the addition of the stress of riding alone to an unfamiliar location, it only added to his sleeplessness. He had also spent 3 days riding this blasted train without being able to stretch his legs. The scenery continued changing while they journeyed deeper into the south part of the kingdom. The snow started to vanish with time and it turned to fields of grass. Roland noticed that this kingdom had strange climate cycles. One part of it could be covered in snow while another would have smoldering hot weather. This was mostly due to the effects of magic that affected the climate in odd ways. Thanks to this, the journey wasn't that chilly. This train didn't have anything like a central heating system. It was more or less just iron and wooden carts. Some of the windows let the cold air in if not closed correctly. Regrettably, this marvel of current engineering couldn't take him to his final destination. The time to depart came as he arrived at the last station. It was a large trade city similar to Edelgard. The trains like the one he was traveling on only stopped at these types of cities. They transported goods to specific parts of the kingdom where then they would be taken further by merchants in caravans. This was also the next part of his journey, finding a merchant caravan towards the port city. If I remember correctly, the city I'm supposed to go to is called Leden. I'll have to pay and go as a tourist. Roland thought back to the moment he got rid of his adventurer card. If he still had it, he could probably just take an escort mission from the guild. Every caravan with merchants placed missions as that, and adventurers used them to mitigate travel expenses. The money they received for the job was slightly reduced. Instead, they got free food and even some carriages to ride in when they got tired. He didn't worry too much as he did have a hefty sum of money with him. This would even be a better way to travel as no one would expect him to risk his life to defend the caravan. If something went wrong, he could just escape while the adventurers and guards faced off against whatever was attacking them. They would be disposable meat shields that he could use to cover his escape. Roland hopped down from the train and looked at the surroundings. The train station was kind of similar to the one in Edelgard, but it looked to be in worse shape. He didn't see any people from the Church of Solaria like last time, so that was a bonus. Roland weighed the pros and cons of getting a new adventurer card in this city. He decided against it as this train had a direct link to the city he previously lived in. It would be possible to get his new ID from here if they followed the path. He needed to get a new one directly at Dragnus Island. There had to be a guild at Albrook. That would be one of the first things to be built after a new dungeon appeared. While walking away from the train station, he felt something in his abdomen. It was the feeling of hunger. He had only taken simple rations that he didn't like that much. There was food to buy on the train, but it wasn't of high quality either. When he was a few hours away from the city, he decided to wait. He would rather not eat for a bit and get some freshly made stew here than eat more dried meat. The caravans take some time to gather. I might have to take a break in this town for a few days. Roland continued toward the city. It was the middle of the day, so the restaurants would still be open. Smaller cities didn't have those around that much, as the inns the adventurers lived in were used for such services. The quality of the food suffered when the locale was used for everything. After living in this world and having eaten bland food for so long, Roland was slowly getting fed up with it. He was even willing to pay a bit extra if he could get something savory. The buildings in this city were mostly constructed from red bricks. This was the main theme of the architecture in this kingdom, but the warmer the climate became, the more log cabins appeared. After living in this world for so long, Roland was able to distinguish between good and bad restaurants. How good the food would be could be mostly spotted by how well kept the building of the establishment was. Previously, he just entered the closest one available and took whatever he could get. Now, on the other time, he took some time to examine the outside and inside layouts before choosing. This one looks fine. Shouldn't be too expensive either. He pushed the door open to a middle-sized restaurant building. The moment he entered, he could smell the aroma of food, which made his mouth water slightly. He could see some people on the inside. Most of them looked to be regular commoners, as they weren't wearing anything that an adventurer would wear. The biggest telltale sign of a bad restaurant was a large number of drunks. Rowdy adventurers also mostly visited the cheaper diners. Most of the hardened men that worked by killing monsters and fighting off bandits didn't care about good food that much. They would rather spend their days drinking and then visiting the red light district, where they spent most of their money. In about half an hour, his dishes were ready and he could finally eat. He used this chance to ask the staff about the location of the Adventurer Guild. Even without his adventurer card, that was the place to go if you wanted some information. People that formed caravans actually wanted more people to join them. They had enough room to transport people that would pay for the carriage. Some of them would even postpone the journey before all the free spots were filled out. This helped with paying for the adventurers that protected the caravan quite a bit. It was also quite cheap, as the people mostly rode with the goods. Roland covered his mouth while burping and left some coins on the table along with a small tip. He wanted to take care of his business as soon as he could. He wouldn't want to be stuck wandering through the night searching for an inn to stay. Even with the general information where the guild was, it would take him some time to find his way. He didn't really want to spend money on a city map if he was just going to be leaving soon. Roland decided to use a coach to get around this problem. The streets were crude, but the ride didn't hurt his posterior all that much. When he arrived, he was greeted by a plain-looking adventurers guild in a large brick building. There was no dungeon in the immediate area here either, so the adventurer levels would probably be low. On the inside, it had a similar layout to all the guilds that he had seen before. The people who were running things here probably decided on keeping all the buildings the same, which was smart, as some adventurers weren't that intelligent. Keeping a familiar architecture to all the adventurer guilds probably saved a lot of time. This lowered the possibility of getting the adventurers confused when they traveled to different guilds. They would automatically know where to get everything if it was kept the same. There was the usual smell of sweat and alcohol and the same similar-looking bar in the back. He could see adventurers talking at the round tables. This brought back some old memories of his adventuring days. Roland started spacing out. Some of his old party members' figures superimposed themselves on similar-looking adventurers. The only thing that snapped him out of it was a person behind him. "You're blocking the door, move!" Roland snapped back into reality and looked at a group of men. He didn't answer and just stepped to the side while the person that called him out just cussed at him while walking away. "Am I missing the good old days?" Roland asked himself while going towards the notice board. Would he find anyone pleasant to work within the new city? There would probably be new adventurers flocking there to hit it big. He wasn't planning on taking a passive backline position, though. He had seen firsthand how limited a mage class actually was. When someone at your level managed to close the distance, you were a sitting duck. He could try coming up with some defensive measures like the runic shield variants. Maybe ones that cause repelling forces or explosions. Magic's biggest drawback was the time it took to cast. Even with the runic variations, there was a slight delay. People only got faster and faster with each tier. Their reaction times became superhuman. He needed to be able to react to opponents at close range. One way of doing that would be increasing his physical stats by training. He still needed to raise his weapon proficiencies to the max and could pick up some passive skills that gave some bonuses that he hadn't tried before. Another faster way would be by using his runesmithing class. He now knew how to insert mana stones into slots, These gems would increase his stats by a flat number. He could create an armor for himself that aided him in battle. He had a large mana pool and a skill that lowered his mana usage when using runic gear. If he added the mana stones on top of it all, he felt like he could match higher tier classes in pure stats. He just needed some time to prepare and the right materials. All of this would cost a lot of money. Luckily, he had a good head start thanks to the broken contract. There is one caravan heading towards the port city, leaving in 2 days. He looked at the notice board and quickly found his next destination. He wouldn't even need to ask the guild receptionist for information. Everything was written down here. He just needed to go to the caravan meeting place and sign up directly with them. He had 2 days to rest and think about his next few moves. He also needed to do one thing that he wasn't able to during the train ride. Roland left the Adventurers Guild almost as fast as he came. His next target was an inn. He needed a place to stay. He managed to find some lodgings before the night took over and was now looking at a certain book. Mana Reinforcement. This was a skill book that he ordered before the unfortunate events took place in Edelgard. This was a special skill used by many classes and quite costly. Just as the name stated, it reinforced your mana and increased your mana pool in the process. Roland got to it and started reading. His high intelligence and advanced reading skill aided him in understanding it fast. There were certain hidden stat requirements for this skill and a special way of actually learning it. So that's how it is. He sat down on the wooden floor in his room while removing his robe. He needed to expose his skin to the ambient mana in the surrounding for this to work. Even after reading the whole skill book, he wouldn't be able to just get this skill instantly. He needed to correctly perform it, and only then would his status window get updated. His legs were now together and he moved his hands apart while resting them on his knees. This was called the lotus position and was mostly used by monk classes for meditation. Roland closed his eyes and focused on the invisible energy that was circulating around him. His basic mana sense skill aided him in getting this skill greatly. The ambient energy in the air started to slowly move towards his body. From the outside, it looked as if Roland's body exuded gentle blue light. This looked to be a rudimentary process of absorbing mana but was very dangerous in reality. The person needed to absorb the mana energy from the surroundings and inject it directly into their body. This was different from casting spells, as a mage just guided the mana outside after a short period of time. Here Roland needed to bathe his blood vessels and organs in this energy. If he failed, his body could burst from the inside. This was also the reason the previous owner of this body died. The boy absorbed mana too fast without having a strong base to resist it. With the knowledge from the skill book, it was a trivial task for someone like Roland. Through his crafting profession, he had learned to control his mana quite well. He took in a large breath and guided most of the mana into his lungs. Through them, he would distribute it to his red blood cells that would carry it through his whole circulatory system. It felt like he was doing a martial arts breathing exercise. Its purpose to bathe his whole body in mana and make it be more receptive to it. It was similar to how regular iron changed to deep iron when exposed to mana for long periods of time. You have learned basic mana reinforcement. After several breathing exercises, he finally heard the system voice speak out. He looked to his status and could see it now being there at L1. This skill added a percentage of mana to your base stats. At L1 it only increased it by 1% all the way up to 9% when maxed out at the basic version. The good thing about this skill was that he didn't need to buy another skill book for the higher tier version. He would be able to automatically rank it up after reaching tier 2. From what he knew, the skill at tier 2 would go up to 25% and at tier 3 to 50%, which with his already high mana would net him a big chunk of usable mana for crafting. He didn't have much to do for now, so he decided to practice this skill throughout the rest of this and the following day. His stay in the city consisted of going to the restaurant and then practicing his mana reinforcement skill. With his current level and stats, it proved easy and he managed to get it to level 2 before the second day ended. On the dawn of the next day, he arrived at the place where the caravan would be leaving. He could see a lot of people gathered and over 20 carriages were there. They looked like long horse-drawn carriages, but the animals that were pulling them varied by species and size. Ones had large lizard-looking creatures, others had large bulls with 3 tails and 3 horns. Some did have horse-looking animals, but they were much bigger than the ones you would expect to see. These were mostly tamed monsters that had a lot more stamina than regular barnyard animals and could pull a lot more weight. Roland went over to the person that looked to be in charge. He was easy to spot as he had a clipboard in hand and was taking down notes. "I'd like to travel with this caravan to the port town." The man looked to Roland. He was wearing his dark robe, and the man could tell that the person had a robust build and was armored. "You're not one of the adventurers? We are still missing a few." Roland explained that he wasn't part of them and that he wanted to ride in one of the carriages as just a traveler. The man with the clipboard nodded and then gave him the price for such luxury, which Roland paid down to the last copper coin. The exchange was now finalized and he could pick one of the carriages to travel in. In situations like this, it was mostly expected to just ride with the transported items. People were expected to just find a free spot themselves. He found himself one that had some space with a lot of wooden crates inside. He was able to lean against one of them with some leftover leg space. Now he just needed to wait for everyone to gather up and his journey would continue. If possible, he would continue training his new skill while riding in the cart. The trip would take about a week, so he had a lot of free time to practice. Roland was one of the first new arrivals, but he wasn't the last. There were other people that wanted to travel in this large caravan gathering. Luckily, the cart he was using was stocked to the brim, and most people came in larger groups. This saved him from having travel companions in the cart he chose. He was sitting at the back end of it, so he also didn't need to talk or look at the coachman. This was the perfect spot for someone like him that didn't really see the point of interacting with these people. While sitting and waiting, he glanced outside. He noticed some people gathering. He could see some of the adventurers arriving while wearing various types of armor. Roland was already someone that had dipped his toes in the blacksmithing profession. He could already spot some areas that were unkempt. Chinks in the armors, old leather belts that were about to snap, and even badly made runic weapons. He had a small itch behind his ear while glancing at the last category. He wanted to go grab some of those weapons and correct the runic structure. Such an act would give out his profession, and he wanted to avoid that. After spending days on the train without working on any metal, he was feeling bored. He didn't think he would be missing rune crafting and smithing this much. In a world lacking anything that interested him that much, and while having no hobbies, creating runic items was his only pastime. Other than the adventurers, he could see other travelers arriving. They all varied by looks, age, and even by their race. The caravan was slowly getting filled up with people, and soon they would be leaving. Roland took note of how many people there were. This convoy of caravans was the largest he had been part of yet. There were even more people here than when he went on that expedition to the mines. Some of the people that were coming brought their own guards along, so there was some backup for the adventurers that only had slightly more than 10 people. By the gear they were using, it was easy to speculate what class they had. Most of them, as always, were holders of the warrior class. Most of them looked older, thus Roland believed that they should be at least Tier 2. It was normal to be a Tier 1 class if you were below 20 years of age, but just like him, some people leveled up faster. If he continued his old pace, he thought he would be at the L25 cap within the year. Now maybe even faster if he entered a dungeon and farmed some XP. After gathering enough information about his surroundings, Roland leaned back into his carriage. He wanted to practice his mana reinforcement skill while he traveled. He couldn't remove his clothes this time around to get more mana in. With monsters and strangers around, it would be unwise to remove his armor. His mana shield enchantments couldn't activate on their own quite yet. He wanted to develop a rune that would repel weapons and attacks on impact. He just needed to figure out the minimum requirement for it to activate. If he set it too low, it might activate while he was running, while when too high it would be useless. He had one technique that he wanted to try, but he needed more time to develop his crafting. He wanted to try placing the impact-detecting components deeper into the metal. With this, when a sword pierced into it more than a millimeter, it would set off the defensive measure. It would also need to work with blunt force like hits from maces. Bending the metal more than it should also set it off. The problem would be to not make it react to other outside forces like gravity. He couldn't have it activating if he jumped from a high spot and it turned on when he landed. With his increased stats, he could perform superhuman feats by this point. His strength was already above any grown man from his old world. It would be quite hard to develop something like that, but it would be a lifesaver if he got attacked from the back. For now, he only knew how to produce simple runes that activated on impact or on a timer. He could somewhat play around with their settings, but he didn't have full control over it. He was still limited to the hardware and could not affect the software yet. Wonder if it will be possible when I reach Tier 2. He rubbed his chin while thinking. The biggest drawback of his debugging skill was that he couldn't see inside the components. It was like looking at a motherboard. He could insert what parts he wanted but was limited to pre-made ones. He could keep replacing the processor and hard drives that he knew off, but he couldn't affect the software in them. When he achieved that step, only then he would feel like a true runesmith. While he was contemplating some new designs, he felt the carriage that he was sitting in jolt forward. They were finally setting off. He could see some people riding on horses and even large birds that looked like giant chickens. They were lankier and their legs had sharp claws than regular poultry. This journey would take at least a week, as they would be making a lot of stops along the way. This kingdom wasn't a safe place outside the large cities. There were monsters prowling everywhere, only shying away from large human gatherings. These monsters had their migration circles, and some even set up their own territories. If they arrived in a new one, that some kind of goblin tribe established battle was inevitable. They had a lot of adventurers with them as well as some guards. Roland felt that their group should be able to defend themselves during a fight. He was only a traveler and not affiliated with the guild for now, so he wouldn't even need to take part in the skirmishes. It was better to lay low. The abyssal cult could be following him now or later. If he stuck out, too much word would spread. There weren't that many mages around, and they clearly saw him using a fire arrow spell that time. Roland looked to his side where he had the weapon that he created. He could pretend that he was a mana warrior with it. With the addition of his blacksmith class, he should have enough strength to match others. His high intelligence would just make the magic attacks that came from this sword stronger. He heard the people talking, and they finally moved forward. The carriage he was riding in was just a simple one, which meant that it would be a bumpy ride. Without going into the lotus position, he closed his eyes. His mana exercises continued as he needed to increase his mana pool. This was a bumpy ride, so concentrating on his new skill would prove a challenge. On the flip side, this would help him train his willpower and concentration. The trip continued through dirt roads. He could see the city he was in vanishing in the distance after a few hours. They drove through some villages on the way before coming in for a stop as the night dawned on them. Even though he didn't want to mingle with the others, he became quite hungry. The traders responsible for this expedition set up camp. The wagons were positioned in a circle around the campfire. They would act as cover if someone decided to attack them with ranged attacks. Roland grumbled slightly while moving his hood over his head. After a life filled with solitude, his linguistic skills started suffering. He had become more socially awkward after years of evading people and hiding from his family. Speaking out to strangers without a reason became harder. He slowly walked over to the campfire. An older lady was cooking something up, and it smelled quite nice. When he got closer, his mouth started watering. The people were lining up, so he followed suit and placed himself at the end of the line. After leaving the confines of the large wagon that he secluded himself in, Roland was finally able to see who else was here. There was a mix of races, mostly ones that he had seen before, but most of them were humans like him. Nearly all of the people here were merchants and peddlers. Besides them, there were the adventurers and some armored guards. There also was a family with a baby, which caused him to stare. It was an unusual thing for someone like them to travel like this. Maybe they were also trying to find a better place to stay as he did. There was another odd thing that he noticed. Most of the guards were sticking close to a peculiar wagon. It was longer than the rest, and he could see that it had some iron bars at the end. Was there some kind of animal in there that they were keeping from fleeing? He also noticed a peculiar symbol on this wagon. He remembered seeing it somewhere before. He strained his head and finally recalled where he had seen it. Slave traders. It dawned on him. He had seen people having that symbol burned into their skin. It was a triskelion symbol, which was a shape with threefold rotational symmetry. This one was circular in shape with 3 dots on the inside of the triskelion spirals. It was a universal slave symbol and was the calling card of slave traders. This world was one of war and strife. Things like slaves existed like any other things. There were various types of them, some of which were war slaves, criminal slaves, and debt slaves. Criminal slaves were people that were, as the name stated, criminals. There were mostly robbers, killers, and thieves. Depending on the severity of their crimes, they would be sentenced to a life of slavery. War slaves were mostly just prisoners of war. Captured soldiers would be taken in as slaves after losing a skirmish or a war. Even high-ranking nobles from another country could end up like this if they lost to another empire. Debt slaves were people with massive debt. Depending on how much they accumulated and with who they could end up in slavery if they couldn't pay up. Sometimes people even sold their family members as collateral damage, and they would be in this category. In this world, a person wouldn't be able to easily escape after they were branded a slave. People would earn this title through trial by judge. This title would show up during identifications via skills or magical devices. Most of the time it would be a lifelong sentence. The title would then stick with the person till the end of their life. There were certain ways of removing it. This mostly happened after a master was acquired. This person could then set the slave free after a small ritual. The title didn't compel the slave to follow his or her master's orders. The person still needed to be kept in check. There were ways of doing it. The easiest way was by the use of slave collars. These devices came in various shapes and sizes. The slaves mostly wore them around their necks. There were also smaller versions like rings and bracelets. The slave collars would give out electrical discharges to the person wearing them. These caused excruciating pain to the affected person and were activated by a slave owner's remote device. Some collars even added explosives that would cause instant death but were mostly reserved for the more dangerous offenders. "Here you go, eat up." Roland was handed some stew by the husky-looking lady. He just nodded with his head while thanking her and walked a bit to the side. Luckily, no one had decided to talk to him, and he could enjoy his meal in silence. It wasn't the greatest, but it was better than the dried meat that he had with him. While munching to the side, he eavesdropped on some of the conversations that the people were having, mostly out of boredom. "Heard the goods are a bit special this time around." "Yeah, these ones will go for a steep price." The ones talking were the guards from the slaver cart. Roland believed that these goods that they were talking about were probably the slaves inside it. This also explained the iron bars, but even without them, the slaves wouldn't get far if they had the slave collars on them. The slavers had 4 wagons with them. 3 for the slaves to be sold off and another one for the workers and soldiers. He was interested in these special goods, but not enough to snoop around. This was the reality of this world. He had to think about himself first and not others. After eating up, he decided to return to the back of the carriage cart. Some people set up tents while others just slept in sleeping bags out in the open. Roland had no tent, and he would rather just lean against a crate with a blanket over himself than spend it outside. The adventurers took turns on guard duty, and the night went past without a problem. Roland didn't get in much sleep as always. He was still slightly stressed. During the bouts of sleeplessness, he just trained his mana reinforcement skill. The journey continued. There was nothing in particular happening. On the second day, the caravan suffered a small monster attack. Some familiar-looking boar monsters appeared. Roland didn't need to act. The adventurers were more than enough to handle this small beast attack. This even allowed the people to feast on some monster boar meat, which was quite a delicacy in these parts. After the show of strength, Roland started worrying less about the continued journey ahead. The people protecting them looked at least decent in their battles. Unless a large group of Tier 2 monsters appeared, they should be safe on their journey. They weren't traveling through lands with many powerful monsters, so it seemed like the expedition to his new town would be uneventful. The day turned into night, and nothing out of the ordinary was happening. Roland continued to listen to the other people speak while training his new skill. He could feel that his mana was getting stronger with each passing day. Unlocking the 3rd level was on the horizon. At about half mark of the journey, the caravan of wagons arrived at a mountain range. This was a winding path that stayed close to the cliffs with not much wiggle room. This was the part of the trek that Roland was worried about. One wrong step or a scared animal and someone could end up falling down the cliffs. He broke off his mana reinforcement training and decided to stay vigilant. He still lacked any type of detection skill, so he took out one of his runic devices. It was just a round piece of metal that was the size of an apple. This was a common grade detection spell that he crafted. He placed it on a round piece of metal just so that he would get more uses out of it. It would slowly shrink after getting repaired, but due to the thickness, it would last him for a while. This item acted like a sonar. When he activated it, he could see living creatures in a set radius. The more mana he inserted, the further the range would expand. He gave it a try and activated the detection device, but frowned the moment he did. There are too many people here. The device showed him a sort of holographic image with a lot of dots. These dots were people in near proximity, while the device he was using was the middle part. When he activated it, he just saw a large mass of blue dots crowding the whole space. This item only had two colors, blue and red. Blue would be people of the races, while red would be monsters. It was also tricky to tell if someone was above or below the user of this item, as it only showed the glowing orbs on a flat surface. This is what I get for not testing it out in the field. It would probably work well in a dungeon corridor, though. He shrugged while leaning back in the cart. He started periodically activating the item, but the blue dots crowded the magical radar that had only about 50 meters of range. They traveled higher and higher and were now reaching the top of this mountain. After reaching it, they would just need to descend to reach the other side. After this, it would be smooth sailing to the port city. That is, if they made it. Roland used his detection item once more and noticed something. He was counting the blue dots out of boredom, and he noticed some more on the edges of this radar. He quickly did a double take and could see the blue dots approaching. At first he thought that maybe it was other merchants also using this route. That theory was quickly abolished by an arrow lodging itself into the wooden box he was leaning against. Bandits! Roland looked at his detection ball and wanted to toss it out of the wagon he was in. He quickly looked outside his cart and could see the adventurers and guards getting ready for a fight. The biggest problem was that the bandits had the high ground. Of course this would happen just when we were about to reach the top. He grimaced while grabbing his magical wand. He wasn't sure if the adventurers would be enough to take out these bandits. He might have to get his hands dirty. Roland's body twitched as he felt cold. He began to slowly open his eyes while having a tough time remembering what happened. He was instantly greeted by a splitting headache. His vision felt muddled, and it took a couple of seconds for it to focus. He found himself in an unfamiliar location, if you could call it that. What he saw was an uneven ceiling that consisted of just rocks and dirt. The walls were uneven with bugs crawling on them. He was clearly in some kind of cave. There was some light coming out from the side, probably the cave's entrance. Thanks to it, he could barely see, as he didn't possess any night-seeing skills or abilities. He felt terrible, as if a stampede of horses ran him over. He knew that something was wrong, and he needed to assess the situation. First, he checked if he was in any condition to fight. He did this by trying to stand up. Luckily, besides some bruises and a splitting headache, nothing was broken. There was a lack of bindings around his feet and arms, so he felt like he wasn't captured by anything or anyone. There was also the possibility that the person that brought him here didn't see him as a threat. It could be a Tier 2 or Tier 3 being that judged his danger level to be quite low. He leaned back against the wall as his vision slowly started returning. He quickly looked to the side and found that his arming sword wasn't there. He had his wands and his bags of holding still on him, which made him sigh out in relief. Roland tried recalling what had transpired before he went unconscious. He remembered being in one of the wagons before a group of bandits attacked them. An arrow made its way through the cart he was in and landed on one of the boxes. Then it all began, and also when it all went wrong. He jumped outside as the carriage stopped in its tracks. The way forward was blocked off and the bandits attacked. They were safely up on a faraway ledge above them and had an easy way to pelt them with more arrows. Roland ducked behind the cart he was previously inside. It didn't have much protection on the inside, as it only had a cloth covering the framing as a roof. Outside he could at least hide behind the undercarriage, and also the boxes on the inside would stop the arrows from penetrating further in. The hired adventurers and the guards sprung into action. They, in a similar fashion, tried blocking the arrow paths with the wagons and carts. Some of them had large shields and bows of their own to fire back. There were more people on the caravan side, but at least half were non-combatants. People just traveling, merchants, and their families. This left the adventurers and the guards that came with the slave traders as the fighting force. The bandits had prepared themselves for this ambush. They put up a barricade made from logs to block the way forward. There was also a group of men standing there with bows and crossbows. The way back was blocked off by them pushing large rocks down from the cliff above. They had also brought some cover for themselves and could fire upon the caravan without the worry of getting hit themselves. Their thick wooden barricade above couldn't be pierced even by Tier 2 archers that were amongst the adventurers. It was clear that the bandits didn't want to take any prisoners. They encased them in a trap and would slowly whittle them down. They could probably blow them up with explosives if they wanted to, but they probably didn't want to damage the items they could plunder. The adventurers and soldiers set up a defensive perimeter by pushing the carts together. They were only able to make a half circle with nowhere to run. They all were now high up in the mountains with a drop to their doom behind them. The fog was thick, so they couldn't really tell what was down there. They all presumed that falling down was a one-way ticket to their afterlife. Roland found himself next to a family of 3. The child was crying in her mother's arms, while the husband was to the side with a dagger in his hand. He didn't look like someone that knew how to handle such a tool. His hands were trembling and his eyes were darting between a few places. Roland could identify these 3 people and clearly see their classes. The child had none, the father had a farmer class while the woman was a cook. Classes like this existed, mostly they signified that the person that had it was unfit for combat. They failed to reach the threshold of achieving even the simplest class like warrior or archer. They were also more common than people might think. The exchange continued for a while, but soon enough the bandits switched to fire arrows and flammable cocktails. Some of the wooden carriages started burning along with the items inside. The biggest problem was on the slavers' side, as they had people on the inside. Before things could get any uglier, Roland decided to act. He had an option of either helping these people out or running away on his own. He didn't know anyone anything here, but he didn't feel like leaving defenseless children behind. It would leave a distasteful taste behind in his mouth if he abandoned kids and women to just die. He felt that with a larger number of people there would be a bigger chance of survival. There was strength in numbers and nowhere to go but forward. First, he used one of his runic scrolls to put out the fire on the carriages. The heat was pushing people away from the protective barricade, which would then leave them open to arrow attacks. He combined 2 spells, one to make water and another one to freeze it. First, the water splashed against the flames. Then, with the addition of the cold, the fire subsided. The people looked at him with surprise in their eyes, as he wasn't part of the adventurers or the guards. After putting out the fire, Roland took out an orb of some sort. It looked like a tennis ball-sized sphere made from metal. He made his best baseball pitcher impression while throwing this ball at the bandits above them. It made a nice arc while going towards its target. The bandits took notice of the spellcaster among the caravan, but it was a bit too late. They also noticed him throw something their way. This caused them to back away while putting up regular shields. The ball of metal collided with one of those shields and just bounced off. It tumbled down and away from the bandits that looked at it curiously. It looked like Roland threw a round rock at them, which caused more eyebrows to raise. The men dropped their shields and were ready to return fire. It looked like the attack was a dud and they panicked for no reason. Before they could continue, though, they heard a strange sound. The ball of metal then promptly exploded like a grenade. They were greeted by a small ball of fire and pieces of sharp metal. The metal caused widespread injuries while the explosion pushed them back. This was an item that Roland made in his spare time. He combined both his runic craftsmanship along with his runic scrolls. The metallic ball was hollow on the inside with a little slit through which he could fit a small version of a scroll in. Thanks to his condensation skill, he was now able to miniaturize his scrolls even further. The scroll was placed inside and he added runic parts to the ball. They mostly consisted of ethereal pathways so that he could activate it. So a runic grenade came to be. The moment it exploded, the metal encasing that the runic scroll was in would go flying in all directions. He had a couple of versions, some exploded within 10 seconds, some even faster. He used a more delayed version first to catch the people off guard. If it exploded too soon, they might have defended themselves with their shields. He was banking on their curiosity getting the better of them and was rewarded for it. He threw another grenade towards the bandits. One of them saw this and moved forward. The man saw the explosion from the side and realized what this item was. He also was thinking that he had enough time to deflect it. To his surprise, this orb exploded much sooner than the previous one. The adventurers had tried using some of their own enchanted spell scrolls before. Yet the bandits' shielding barricade and the mountain walls proved to be a good defense against them. The spells traveled in a straight line, but Roland could throw his nades in an arch behind the enemy line to hit them. The adventurers used this chance to fire off some arrows and bolts towards their enemies. Finally, the battle started shifting, even more after Roland unloaded his most powerful spell. A large ball of condensed fire collided with the barricade and makeshift shielding that the bandits constructed above. This was a fire blast spell empowered by Roland's large amount of mana. It caused wide destruction to the robbers' side, and it looked like the people here would be getting out alive. Roland even managed to clear out part of the other barricade that was blocking the path forward. With his high mana pool, the runic spells that he could cast were many times stronger than if a regular person activated them. The bandits were sore losers, though. They still had the high ground and a plan B. This plan consisted of pushing massive boulders down below and causing a rock slide. Just as the people were close to cheering, they were pelted by rocks. The large stones crushed the carts and carriages and rolled forward. Roland grasped his hurting head and felt that it had been bandaged up. He didn't remember much after that. The ensuing rockslide caused part of the people to fall down to the misty pit below. He only recalled putting up as many magic shields as he could on himself and the people next to him. I must have survived the fall and someone brought me here. Roland took out a healing potion from one of his bags and quickly drank it. He noticed that someone tried bandaging up some of his wounds, but they did a poor job. It looked like the bandages were part of their clothes. His weapon was missing. Either it was taken by the person who patched him up or it was lost during the fall. He needed to get more information first. While getting himself together, he moved towards the light. He leaned against the walls a bit while slowly walking. The potion was slow working and his body was still aching. Before he could get outside, he heard someone talking. He heard a man's voice and one that was more high-pitched. "Lady Aradhel, we must move quickly. This is our chance to escape. Logon, why did you take our savior's weapon? Return it. We should wait till he recovers his health." But what if a monster appears or those bandits? Roland could hear the two arguing. The man was referring to the woman as Lady, which made him think that she was some kind of noble. Were there hidden nobles in the caravan? It was quite uncommon for nobles to travel in such a way. They would have their own luxury carriage and the protection of some knights. They wouldn't travel along with merchants and commoners unless they were hiding from something or someone. He couldn't get much information from their conversation. The man wanted to leave along with his enchanted arming sword. The woman, on the other hand, wanted to wait for him to get better. The woman didn't seem to be the problem, but he needed to be wary of the man. First, he needed to actually see what he was working with. While the two were busy arguing, he pulled out his detection device and activated it. Due to fearing that the people would detect his mana, he inserted the bare minimum of magic into his detector. This would shorten the distance of the scan but would be harder to detect. From the image, he could see that besides the two, there was another person with them. He or she was a bit further away, so he now knew how many potential enemies he had. He had a couple of things he could do now. He could either wait it out, they might decide to leave instantly. He could also ambush them and try getting his sword back that the man was holding on to. The cave bent a bit, so they couldn't see him hiding here. He would probably have the element of surprise on his side. Then the third option would be to just go out and talk. The woman didn't seem to have any ulterior motives, and she might be the one in charge. The man was probably her guard. He could judge him to be a threat and try attacking him though. While he was thinking about what to do, another option arose. It began with a familiar scream that he had heard so many times before. Goblins! Roland had killed so many of those little buggers that he could tell them apart from any other humanoid monster by the scream. Lady Aradhel, get behind me! It looked like a fight was breaking out. Thanks to this, Roland was able to stick his head out to see what he was working with. Just like he heard before, he saw a man and a woman. They were similar looking to two people he had seen before. They both had dark skin and long silver hair. They had the characteristics of moon elves, and the long ears gave it away. What surprised Roland wasn't their race but what they were wearing. The girl had a dirty-looking white dress and no shoes. It looked to be ripped up in a couple of places. He instantly could tell that this ripped-up dress were the bandages that were wrapped around his head. The man also had simple clothes and was holding his arming sword with one hand while glaring at a mountain variant of a goblin. The most surprising part wasn't their haggard looks. No, it was what they were wearing around their necks. Slaves! Roland mumbled to himself. The two clearly had slave collars around their necks. From what he knew, these collars could be activated to send electricity down an unruly slave's body. Some could even explode. There was also another feature: it blocked the use of any active skills or mana circulation. Even if the moon elf man wanted to use his runic sword, he wouldn't be able to. He moved his neck out even more and looked to where the third person would be. The appearance of this person was also quite peculiar. His skin was light green and he looked to be over 2.5 meters tall. His body was very muscular and also filled with wounds. This person looked to be a half-orc. This race had a connection to the orcs, which were considered monsters. The half-orcs were considered smarter than their rage-filled relatives and also smaller. A true orc would normally be half a head taller than this one. Just like the two elves, this person also had a collar around his neck. In his hand was a large makeshift club made from a thick tree branch. He was engaged in a battle with some goblins that were poking his legs with their spears. The half-orc looked to be having trouble in hitting the little buggers, as they were nimble enough to back away from his range. Why does it always have to be goblins? Should have used more mana with the radar. Roland grasped his magic wand and pointed it out of the cave. The monsters didn't notice him yet. He could get a few free shots. He took aim at what seemed to be the strongest out of the bunch, a hobgoblin quite similar to the one he once slew. He didn't have his traps, nor did he have the high ground. His sword was in the hands of the elven man, who couldn't even use it to its full potential. Luckily, Roland had some other weapons stashed away with him. One was the heavy rapier that he had gotten all those years ago. Roland concentrated and took aim, waiting for the right moment to attack. He needed to make this count. His mana was injected into his wand, his target being the spot between the goblin's eyes.